It's the end of the world, as we know it. High Matrigan Finnabar watched the final Phase 1 satellite float free from the cargo bay of his ship, and he unconsciously released a little warble of regret as its engines flared, shifting its trajectory to match up perfectly with the rest of the net. He'd been here, in orbit, above this tiny blue, green, and brown ball, which the inhabitants called Earth, for almost 2 solar cycles now. He'd spent that time seeding the orbit with the satellites required to open the warp, and not a single day had passed when he didn't regret the necessity. He'd known it was a mistake when he started to watch the denizens, but he'd been bored, despite the significant resources that the clan had expended to fill his ship with every conceivable diversion, and if he was being truly honest, he'd felt curiosity regarding the lives he was about to change. Most of the council had agreed that his race's primary trait was, in fact, curiosity to such a degree that it should have rendered their species extinct millennia ago, and yet they had persisted, and had even risen to fill almost the entirety of the council's scientific arm. A fact which he deeply regretted now, as he observed the small propulsors emitting a burst of gas to shift the device's orientation before the tiny ion drive engaged, pushing it into its new orbit, along with the hundreds of other distortion engines needed for this most desperate and most terrible of projects. He'd been so in awe of the science when they'd solved it. He and his brood pair had laughed and celebrated, dancing the night away when they believed they'd finally discovered the final combination, and leaving the prototype to be rendered overnight. He'd awoken early the next morning, bleary-eyed, his mouth tasting like dried claw droppings, and his horns throbbing in response to the horrified look on his broodmate Margolin's face. He'd awoken early, he told Finnabar, his words falling over themselves as he tried to explain. He'd gone to check on the prototype, expecting it to still be hours away from completion in the nanovats, only to find the utter devastation of their lab. After months of painstaking investigation, it became clear that a tiny sea squirrel had swum in through an open purification grate and somehow, against all probability and the manufacturer's persistent denials of responsibility, it had made its way into the lab. The transformation of that tiny amount of life energy into mana had been enough, in turn, to level an entire 300 Bani building, all 4 floors, and had instead created a garden of life energy emitting geodes, the likes of which hadn't been found in millennia. It was enough to create 6 entire cores, for frack's sake. Now, here he was, at the end of the line, orbiting in a place where his science and exploration had brought him. Despite all he now desired, each step he'd taken had been full of logic. A small change here, a push there, and now this. It had taken 10 solar cycles and dozens upon dozens of prisoner sacrifices. But they'd done it, to his eternal shame. The intercom chimed, and he snuffled, wiping his crevices. Turning, he slowly walked across to the command chair and sank into it with a groan as he flicked the receiver on, the main screen shifting to reveal his clan leader, Trinian. The enormous Cynthian shifted in the support brace and nodded to Finnabar in respect. The same sadness he expressed reflected in the colors declared across his chest. Finnabar, second son of my third line, we are here. We know what you do and that you make this sacrifice for all of our people. As such, the burden is never yours alone. We share in it, and we weep with you. Trinian intoned as other screens flickered to life, displaying numerous members of his pod, and, lastly, his brood pair, coming to life on his personal screen. The monocrystal they shared across space pulsed with their collective love for him as he clutched it tight. Thank you all, Finnabar said quietly, clearing his throat before reaching out and gently caressing the raised nodules of the primary distortion engine controls. He slowly but firmly pressed the keys in turn, slid the dial, and felt the device query his embedded crystal to confirm his identity. Activated, the most valuable cargo that any Cynthian ship had ever carried was released into the ether above the small world below. Out of the 6 cores that had been formed by the sea squirrel's presence, the resulting information provided them with the information their technology had been lacking. Within a full orbital rotation, they had generated a total of 116 individual dungeon cores. As they matured, the cores were dispatched into orbit, the tiny forms of their fairies each encased in a protective crystal attached to every delivery device. The telemetry that had populated on the 5th screen since loading indicated that the fairies and their bonded cores were still in perfect hibernation. Both halves of the infant dungeons attached to each other and ready to play their part. Trinian nodded in respect and sympathy as Finnabar reached for the final control. He touched it gently, feeling it shiver in response, all too aware of the terrible changes its activation would bring. Then, slowly, after looking around the control room and at all his clan, feeling their love and affirmation, he depressed it with a loud click. The web of satellites responded as one, linking their thrusters and taking aim. A shuddering passed through them as they warped space, linking the small blue and green orb to the subspace rift and allowing the power of mana to flow through, altering reality. The world below might never know why they had been chosen for this, a gift, a punishment, a terrible event that would become forever variously known as the awakening, the fall, or the end. It was even more unlikely that they would ever discover who had bestowed it upon them, but Finnabar and all his kind would remember them and thank them eternally for their unwitting and unwilling sacrifice. For the Orakai were coming, and no race, not even one as preternaturally gifted at war as humanity, could hope to survive without the advantages of mana. Finnabar turned his ship around, weeping gently as the screens dimmed, his clan signing off to reflect upon the horror of their actions. Behind them, 116 new dungeon cores hurtled forward, their ion pulse engines flaring to guide them to the sites that would provide the most benefit to humanity, giving them at least a faint chance to survive. As the ship angled away, a barrage of small gravitational effects appeared in orbit as the ship fell into warp, much to NASA's confusion. A small section of an old Cold War satellite, desperately in need of decommissioning, bounced off another, heading at an oblique angle to cut across the Earth's upper ionosphere. In and of itself, it was nothing unusual. The trash belt, as it had become to be known, was full of minor fragments from ships and satellites. But this one, as it spun end over end, cut across the predetermined path of Dungeon Core 112. A tiny fragment of metal following the main section hit the core, penetrating deeply enough to cause a small crack in the shield. As the core fell, its vessel frantically began to make constant tiny adjustments as it attempted to realign itself. A tiny amount of air escaped from the crack, and slowly, oh, so slowly, the fairy that had been chosen, grown, augmented, and educated to guide the infant dungeon core asphyxiated. She died in orbit, completely unaware, and the outgassing of the protective atmosphere within the crystal added a slight directional change, shifting a meticulously planned landing off its axis by a single degree. Empires have fallen from less. Chapter 1. I laughed, clapping Chris on the shoulder, and shook my head at his last comment, amazed the crazy guy could still remember anything of our holiday last month degree so clearly. It was almost all a blur for me, only coming back in little bits, like the terror of going through customs and them finding the icing sugar in its little glittery pouch that someone had packed away for a laugh. That stuck with me. Oh God, that had stuck with me. 3 hours of questions in a small cell until they examined it properly, then the subsequent joy of finding that my flight home had in fact been delayed because of a safety issue. It had meant that I'd still be able to get aboard instead of missing the one weekly flight to Newcastle. And as I settled back in the cheap, uncomfortable little seat, seeing the island disappear below me into the distance, I'd felt a relief unlike any I'd ever felt before or since. Greek police were not to be trifled with. I smiled, pulling myself away from the memory as I looked at my insane friend now across the pool table from me. He was still shaking with suppressed laughter as he spoke about one of the guys we'd been drinking with, the way we'd kicked in his door and hit him with the super soakers when he'd had that girl with him, and the look of fury and outrage on his face. Despite being nearly doubled over with amusement at the retelling, the bastard still managed to pop the last red, leaving his white in a good position, then toss a wink as he sank the black. 4 games to 2 he'd won now, meaning it was my round again. Again. "You've been practicing, you filthy bastard," I grumbled as I picked up our empty glasses and headed off to the bar, weaving my way through the crowds and exchanging a speculative smile with a pretty blonde girl who I'd seen earlier. She smiled at me, looking me over, when her friend said something to her, grabbing her hand and pulling her away before I could try to introduce myself. "Ah, well, easy come, easy go," I muttered to myself, squeezing past 2 guys with biceps bigger than my thighs and who reeked of aftershave. I shook my head subconsciously. The pair of them, I swore, were wearing fake tan. Their eyebrows looked like they trimmed each hair one by one, and their clothes clearly must have been meant for someone half their size. I snorted at the barman, who'd just served them, rolled his eyes at the effort they were putting in. We exchanged a look that clearly said, "What are they playing at?" and nodded in shared agreement. "What can I get you, mate?" he asked, and I scanned the pump labels quickly. 2 pints of Carling, and a shot of the filthiest rot gut you've got," I said sadly. The barman raised his eyebrow in question, and I shrugged. "It's a forfeit," I explained, jerking my thumb over my shoulder in the direction of the pool table. "I've lost 2 in a row." "Huh, keep doing these, and you lose a lot more," he grinned, pulling a shot glass out from under the counter and pouring a measure of something green into it. He slid it across to me, then went to pull the pints. As the man next to me moved away, taking his drinks from the bar, a familiar mass of long blonde hair took up the space he'd occupied. "Hi, I'm Kelly." The voice of an angel sounded in my ear, and I turned to find the girl I'd noticed on my way to the bar. This time she was alone, her friend nowhere in sight, and she was smiling up at me coyly. "Hi, Kelly. I'm Matt," I said, grinning back at her and enjoying her reaction to my accent. She was pretty beautiful, even, but not so much in the style I normally went for. She was well-dressed, her outfit flattering but tasteful, rather than the slutty look I tended to gravitate toward. Her figure was athletic, complemented by long legs, a reasonable chest, and nicely toned arms. I usually went for shorter, very busty girls, but her eyes. I gazed into them, the brightest blue eyes I'd ever seen, and that smile. "So, are you gonna offer me a drink?" She laughed after a second, and I blinked, realizing I'd just been staring at her and smiling. "Damn, sorry. You're beautiful," I chuckled in return and shook my head ruefully. "What do you want to drink, then?" I added it to my order, getting a knowing look from the barman when he came back. I swiped my card across the reader, trying not to wince at the expensive cocktail she'd ordered for her and her friend. Thankfully, it went through, but it would take a chunk out of the limited money I had to see me through to the end of the month. If she was planning on drinking those all night. I looked her over again as we talked, taking the chance to admire the view when she turned to pass the second cocktail to her friend, who magically appeared, took it without a word, then vanished again. "Wondered where you gone? Can't trust you foreign types not to bugger off when it comes to paying up." A voice scoffed at my ear, and I turned, startled out of my ogling. Chris shook his head at me as he slid into the space next to me, pushing me along a bit and, accidentally on purpose, knocking me into Kelly, making her smile up at me as we shuffled along. I introduced Chris, apologized for abandoning him, and passed him his pint. I grimaced as he pointedly reminded me of the forfeit, much to his and Kelly's amusement, as I gagged after knocking it back. Her friend, who turned out to be called Michelle, appeared at some point, leaving wherever or whoever she'd been with up till then in favor of Chris, the handsome bastard. The night devolved into a blur of bars, ending in a nightclub with Kelly and I in a corner, pressed up against each other, kissing fervently as our hands explored. We all eventually staggered outside at kicking-out time, blinking blearily at the heavy rain as we tried to find somewhere to stand without getting soaked while waiting for the taxi. "Here's my number. Call me tomorrow, okay? And thanks for the coat," Kelly whispered breathily into my ear, kissing my cheek and going back to inputting digits into my phone. I took it as she saved it and hit call. Her phone lit up, verifying that she had my number in return and that she'd given me hers correctly. She smiled at me, and we started kissing again, hands roaming, and I tried to convince her, unsuccessfully, not to go back with Michelle and to instead come to my flat. In the end, as the taxi honked its horn, she broke away with one last kiss, wrapped my coat around herself, and ran for the car door, her legs gleaming wetly in the rain as she jumped inside and giggled at her friend, who started telling her off. The door closed and the taxi pulled away, a spray of cold water shooting up from a puddle to drench my lower legs and shoes. I immediately regretted that I'd given Chris my taxi so that I could spend more time with Kelly. I stood there, shivering, looking around, but after a handful of seconds, I shrugged and started to walk. My shoes squelched, full of muddy water, as I trudged off. I waited until I was out of the majority of the rain before pulling up the local taxi app and confirming what I already knew from getting Kelly's taxi sorted for her. There were no more cabs available for at least another hour. I was only a few miles from the flat, so after popping into an all-night pizza and kebab shop for a tray of French fries and soaking them in vinegar and salt, I set off home. 40 minutes later, 6 texts to Kelly, 2 to Chris, a random argument with another drunk, and a tray of fries that was holding more water in the bottom than it had originally held food, I staggered up the short series of stone steps to the house, shivering and exhausted. It had originally been a big old Victorian house, but it had been converted into 3 flats, and mine, the top one, was finally within reach as I hunted for my keys. I patted pocket after pocket before starting to swear loudly. They were in my damn coat. I shook my head, banging my forehead slowly off the doorframe of the building as I continued to swear. I was freezing cold, locked out of my flat, my phone battery had died about 20 minutes before, and I'd used the last of it in an attempt to convince Kelly to get a cab to mine, despite knowing damn well there were no cabs to be had. I'd spent the entire night thinking with the little head, and now the bill had come due. The bottom flat was owned by a guy named Paul, who worked offshore and wouldn't be home for at least another 3 days, if I remembered right. A miserable couple lived between us both in the middle flat, and they fucking hated me. They'd already called the police on me once in the past month after I'd had a party, and twice on Paul downstairs for making a disturbance. The guy had been having sex with his partner. It wasn't his fault that there was an old chimney that ran up one side of the building. It had been blocked off long ago, but it still carried noises if they were loud enough. The couple, neither Paul nor I had really bothered to learn their names, had moved in 5 weeks ago and were quickly shaping up to be the neighbors from hell. I stood on the stoop, dripping wet, shivering, and feeling practically sober as I considered if it was worth waking them up to buzz me through the outer door so I could at least sleep on the mat outside my flat, or if I should just wait. My options were limited. Chris's place was one of the closest, that of my local friends, and he was about a 2-hour walk away. Plus he'd be passed out drunk by now, much less when I could get there. Alternatively, I knew there was a little old bakery shop about 10 minutes' walk in the opposite direction. They'd be opening in about another hour if I remembered right. I nodded to myself, The combination of a desperate need to wee, the thought of fresh-baked bread, and the vague recollection of one of the guys who work there having the same model phone as me decided it. I'd go get some food, charge my phone if I was really lucky, then call Kelly and get my goddamn keys. Hey, maybe I'd even get asked to stay out of pity, I hoped. Looking down at my drenched state, I certainly felt pitiful. I walked down the steps again and set off up the street, pausing long enough to pull my left shoe off and empty out a very wet stone that had somehow gotten inside. As I wandered up the street, I reflected on how the week before had been clear skies and warm nights. Sod's law. I got locked out on a night with a thunderstorm, I muttered. Hearing noise in the distance, I paused and looked up. I blinked in confusion, wiped at my eyes, and tried to make sense of what I was seeing. There were lines in the sky. Glowing red, yellow, well, fiery, I guess, judging by the colors, lines that crisscrossed the sky. I turned, tracking one, and realized that they spanned from horizon to horizon, slowly spreading out to link up, making the night bloom into an early dawn. They were faint through the cloud cover, but still bright enough to see and to tell the color, which meant that, around the world, they had to be going nuts. I twisted around, trying to make sense of the lines, and had a sudden fear race through me. I'd done a couple of lines at the end in the club with Kelly. She'd pulled them out and offered them, laughing when I tipped the little container out on her arm and did it there, kissing her afterwards and swearing it was sweeter. Now I wondered what the hell had been in it. Had she given me some weird shit cut with baking soda or something? Was it melting my brain? I gaped at the sky, trying to make sense of what I was seeing as the creak from a window nearby opening pulled my attention. An older man leaned out, staring up at the sky, stunned. "Hey," I called, and he jumped, banging his head on the window frame. He began rubbing it and glowered at me. "What's that?" I asked him. "Think I know, kid," he growled, pulling his head back to check, presumably for blood. "I just woke up for a piss and saw it. What do you think it is? How long's it been like that?" I'm on my way to the bakery," I stammered, shrugging. "It wasn't like that 5 minutes ago. It was like thunder, then they just started spreading." "Weird." He shook his head. "It'll be those goddamn contrails from the plains, chemicals. Mark my words, boy. You want to get inside." "Locked myself out," I admitted sourly, gesturing to the house further down the street, and he laughed at me. "Been there a time or two, kid," he admitted, smiling at last. "Top of the road, go past the baker's and take a left. There's an odds and ends corner shop, you know it?" I nodded. "The guy there opens at 7. He's an ex-locksmith, crotchety old fart, but a friend of mine. Tell him Peter sent you, and as long as you can prove you live there, he'll pop the lock for you. Maybe charge you a couple of quid, but that's it." "Oh, thank God," I muttered, hope filling me along with relief. "I will, and thank you, mate, you're a lifesaver." He nodded and waved, muttering about the government and shutting the window with a thump as the old warped wood resisted. I drew in a deep breath and made my way up the street, checking my watch as I went. It had been my grandfather's, and I loved it. The smoothly whirring parts indicated 5:26 in the morning, practically dark 30, as I'd heard it called in the movies. I grimaced as I wandered up to the corner shop, continuously glancing at the lines in the sky that burned and glimmered. They slowly grew dimmer as I went, until, less than half an hour later, as I waited outside the bakery, they finally dimmed to the point of invisibility. I was torn. I desperately wanted a decent photo of them, but every time I tried to turn my phone on, I got nothing, not even a flicker. I had to admit that I felt relief at them fading away as well. I wasn't one of those conspiracy theorists who thought the government was out to get everyone, not because I thought they wouldn't. If they could make a profit for themselves, I was sure they damn well would, but because I viewed the government as completely incompetent. Management is nature's way of removing idiots from the workforce. I'd seen it on a sign once, and damn if it wasn't true. The political class seemed to be comprised of the most incompetent wankers in the world, and it was only that fact that saved us all. I had no doubt that if they thought they'd be able to get away with it, most governments would have us all branded and collared. It was just far more likely that they were too busy trying to bang their secretaries, get a backhander, or secure their speaking career after their time in office was over. That saved the common man. I shrugged and leaned back against the wall of the bakery, listening to the sound of people shouting and arguing inside. I distractedly attempted to make out what was being said as I checked my watch again. 3 minutes until they opened. I moved across to the bench seats. Soaked they might be, but so was I. So what did I have to lose? I sat down, deliberately facing the closed doors and hoping my sad, bedraggled state would earn me some sympathy. 20 minutes later, I gave up and got to my feet, walking over to the bakery doors and banging on them. Hard. There was a sudden silence from inside, then a minute later the sound of bolts being drawn back. The door was pulled open, shuddering as it moved the first few inches. A small man in a white top and pants and a silly hat with flour dusted everywhere glared up at me before clearly forcing himself to wipe the snarl from his face. "Sorry, son, power cut, so we're closed." He shook his head, waving me off. "Might be open later, though, depends on the power." "Seriously?" I asked him, aghast. "I've been waiting out here for nearly an hour. I'm soaked." I desperately attempted to play the sympathy card again. "More fool you then, son. Should have brought an umbrella." He scowled at my sodden state, totally unimpressed. "Look, man, I'm locked out and I need somewhere to wait out the storm. I'll be out of your hair in like half an hour. Just let me stand somewhere warm and I'll buy anything you want," I pleaded, hoping he had something warm already. "Told you, son. Power cut. The ovens are off, the TV's down, hell, even the damn phones don't work." He pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed before looking me over. "You waiting for Marcus?" he asked. I frowned, gesturing in the rough direction of the corner shop, and he nodded. "Yeah, I was told he could open it," I said, shivering. "Ah. Oh, to hell with it. You can wait in front of the shop. Just try not to make a mess, okay?" He raised an eyebrow at me. I nodded thankfully, and he let me in, saying nothing when I darted for the toilet. When I came out, there was a day-old sandwich in the shop's branded wrapper and a can of soda waiting for me, as well as a towel. I dried off as best I could, called through my thanks, which was totally ignored, and settled down to wait. The sandwich was awful. Egg and cress, possibly my least favorite combination in the entire friggin' world, but it went down, partially because I didn't want to be rude, and partially because I was still at least half drunk. The soda mercifully washed the taste away, and I sat watching through the holes in the metal shutters as people began to walk past. I groaned internally at how unlucky I was to need to borrow a phone charger in a blackout. Not much point there, I reflected. A few passers-by walked up to the closed doors, cursed, and walked away, while others struggled past in the rain. I watched a bedraggled young woman sloshing along with 2 kids in tow, and then it struck me, what I hadn't seen yet. There wasn't a single car moving on the roads. There'd usually be a steady rumble of traffic by now, cars and vans passing through on their way into the city, but today it was ominously silent. As I glanced along the street, I noticed that no lights were on anywhere, not in the surrounding streets I could see from the shutters anyway. Another 10 minutes or so passed, with me growing considerably more tired and almost falling asleep on the bench seat, until the short, dark-haired baker came through and startled me. "I've just seen Marcus ride past, lad. He'll be headed for his shop now," he said, not unkindly, as I straightened and let out a jaw-cracking yawn. I stiffly stood, thanking him and offering to pay for the food and drink, getting only a shake of his head as he indicated the powerless card reader. "Don't worry about it, and sorry if I was short with you. Not going to be a good day without power here," he apologized. "No, God, man, you let me in, fed me, and watered me, and let me use the toilet. I owe you. I'll call down later on today or tomorrow. Make it right then," I offered, and he simply shrugged off my insistence. "Just get yourself home, and get a warm shower, and put yourself to bed, lad. You stink of booze, and you're covered in lipstick. Must have been a good night." "Aye, it was," I said, grinning despite myself, and he laughed, clearly thinking of similar nights in his past as he opened the door and gestured me through. "Go on, then. Bugger off." I walked out, thanking him again over my shoulder as I heard the door close behind me. Trudging through the puddles, I crossed the street and took the side street off it, walking down to where the corner shop stood. As I approached, I noticed the front door slightly ajar, with an old bike leaning against it. "Hello?" I called in, peering into the dark recesses of the shop, and heard a grumbling voice call back a few seconds later. "Be right with you." I waited, leaning against the door in a feeble attempt to stay out of the rain, until an older Eastern European man eventually appeared, pulling the door further open. "Sorry, mate," he said apologetically. "Bloody power cut. All the fridges and freezers have leaked." Ouch, I winced, remembering how many of the old things the shop had, and imagining the amount of money he was losing as they defrosted. "Anything I can do?" I offered automatically, and he laughed, gesturing at me. "You kidding? You're soaked through, lad. What happened to you?" He smiled warmly, and I smiled back, shrugging. "Locked myself out. A guy on the street said to come see you, said his name was Peter." "Ah, that miserable fart's still alive," he quipped, shaking his head and smiling. "Name's Marcus, by the way." "Matt," I responded, holding my hand out to shake, and he took it automatically, despite the horror of the last few years' pandemics. The late vaccine program had finally allowed for people to have normal social contact again a few months ago, and practically everywhere you went now, someone wanted to shake hands, hug, or touch you one way or another. If you were lucky, anyway. Dating in the aftermath was brilliant fun. "So, what do you need?" he prompted. "And where's home? I can't go far, damn car's not working. You've clearly not got one." "I'm at the bottom of Osborne Avenue," I said, shrugging. 10 minutes walk, maybe, I guessed, and he waved dismissively. "Lot less than that for me on the bike. Think you can keep up?" He raised his eyebrows questioningly, and I nodded quickly. He grinned at that and disappeared into the darkness of the shop, reappearing a few minutes later with a small, clearly much-used laminated sign. Popped out, back in 10. He pulled a backpack on and gestured me out to the street. I moved back, and he pulled the door closed, locked it with an insanely long key, and grinned as he caught me inspecting it. "Ain't letting someone break into my place easily, lad. If they can pick that lock, they deserve whatever they can take," he crowed, climbing nimbly onto the bike and turning it around. I set off jogging alongside him as he asked me about the street, how long I'd lived there, and about the girl whose lipstick I was apparently covered in. I told him about Kelly and about the street, explaining that I'd bought the flat about 2 years ago, and in seemingly no time we were there. I showed Marcus my driver's license, and he grunted at the address match, pulled out a few thin, randomly bent rods of metal, and had the front door open in under a minute. He pulled his bike inside and propped it against the entryway wall, and we climbed the 2 flights of stairs to my flat. Again, he worked his magic with the bent rods, and 30 seconds later, the door popped open, much to my amazement and slight concern. "There you go, lad," he announced, clapping me on the shoulder and smiling as he stood back up. "Bloody hell, well done," I said in shock. "That was amazing. How'd you do that?" "Legacy of a misspent youth back in the old country." He winked at me, packing his tools back into the old battered backpack. The bag was yellow with orange trimming and looked like it had been dragged across the planet, and it clinked as he shifted it about until it was comfortable. "How much do I owe you?" I asked, pulling my wallet back out. "Come by the shop, start using it instead of the supermarkets now and then, and we'll call it even," he offered, and I nodded gratefully. "Definitely," I promised, and he shot me another good-natured grin before turning and hurrying to the stairs. "Well, I've got a shop to open and a floor to sort. Get some sleep, lad," he insisted, vanishing down the stairs. "I will, and thanks, Marcus," I called, probably louder than I should have, considering it wasn't yet 8 in the morning, but I was so relieved and tired, I didn't care. I walked inside and kicked my shoes off, heading down the hall to the bathroom. I dropped my waterlogged socks in the sink, emptied my pockets, and pulled off my watch. I set everything on the windowsill of the small bathroom and stripped off, dumping the rest of my clothes into the sink with a wet squelch. I turned the shower on, thankful for once that it was such an ancient system it didn't need electricity. I managed to warm myself up before the hot water ran out, dried off, and collapsed into bed. I was asleep before my head hit the pillow, dreaming of a pretty, sweet, blonde girl. Chapter 2. It was early afternoon when I woke up, and I groaned at the light shining in through the window. I threw my arm across my eyes a few times, trying to block it out, drifting off and then waking up again, before I finally gave in and got up. I'd intended to close the blinds and go back to sleep, but the silence made me look outside, and I swore as I realized the power was still off. I relieved myself, washing my face in cold water, and made a sandwich, attempting to open my fridge for the absolute minimum time possible. Every click and clatter set me wincing as my head pounded from the hangover. Without any power, I still couldn't charge my phone, but I remembered that Chris had mentioned he was meeting an old friend from uni this afternoon, and I knew that he kept a battery charge pack for emergencies in his car. He was planning to catch up with them at Dirty Molly's, so all I had to do was sort out some clean clothes, drive over, and borrow it. Then I could charge the phone, call Kelly, and booyah, drinks, dinner, and, I damn well hoped, some sexy time. With that in mind, I tidied the flat, chucked some washing in the machine to wait until the power came back on, got rid of the dishes, and even changed the bed sheets. Then I hid all the random shit I'd need to explain, like the inflatable T-Rex outfit. Occasionally, people would ask me why I had one. In response, I'd get dressed up in it, and they'd laugh their asses off. If they didn't, fuck it was their loss. When someone didn't appreciate a giant T-Rex outfit, it was their problem, not mine. I looked around the flat and nodded to myself in satisfaction. It was passable, nothing too bad on display, just a few stacks of DVDs in my gaming chair, the VR headset I'd spent far too much money on, and the slabs of beers waiting to be drunk would take some explaining, but that was life. I wrung out the still-soaked clothes from last night, chucked them in the washer with the rest, and checked over the bits I'd had in my pocket. Some coins, my dead phone, and my wallet joined my watch on the bed. I finished getting dressed and put some aftershave on, checked my reflection to verify that I looked good, just in case she was free then and there, then fished out my spare keys and closed and locked the door. I wandered downstairs, passing the middle flat and sneering slightly at the sound of yet another argument filtering into the hallway. Once I was outside, it struck me just how damn quiet everything was. Occasional people were wandering around seemingly aimlessly, but most of the area just seemed abandoned. Weirdly, there were loads of cars in the street. During the day, they were usually all out, even on a weekend. I pressed my key and pulled on the door handle to my car and frowned when I found it still locked. I tried again. Not even a beep. I looked at the key, then the door, then at all the cars around me, and my hungover hindbrain started screaming for my attention that this was very, very bad. I checked the key fob itself, and sure enough, there was a physical key hidden inside. It took a few seconds of pushing and prodding to work it free, but I managed to unlock the car eventually and get inside. Having seen it done before, I popped the go button free of the dashboard and found a key slot underneath, inserted the key, turned, and nothing. Not even a cough from the engine turning over. The damn thing was totally dead. I sat there for a fair amount of time as I puzzled through what had happened. The phones, the cars, household electricity, everything was dead, and that made me think of only one thing: an EMP blast from a nuke. I had a long second of my heart racing before my brain kicked in and took over. There was no way a nuke would have made those patterns in the sky, and if a nuke had hit us, it was only logical to expect that there'd be more of an effect than just all our electrics dying. Whole streets vanishing into flames and bits of people flying everywhere was probably just Hollywood's version, sure, but still. Okay, I muttered to myself, drumming my fingers on the steering wheel. Option 2, solar flare? They've been reporting shit about those interfering with electrics for years, so maybe that's it? I contemplated the minimal facts I knew for a long moment before shrugging noncommittally. Maybe option 3 should be that the matrix is broken, then. That's the only thing that makes sense with the sky. Maybe it's a grid system that's been upgraded? I snorted at the ridiculous train of thought and shook my head. That means someone in the heavenly IT department is panicking right now as their bosses scream at them to fix it before anyone notices. I shook my head again at the insanity of working in the IT sector, as I had for the last 4 years, before sighing and pulling my key free. I was hungover, tired, and the world had gone to shit. It was way above my pay grade to deal with this crap, so I decided to go back inside, sleep the damn hangover off, and see if it was better tomorrow. Tomorrow was Monday, after all, and I'd get ready, walk to work if necessary, and find out what was happening. The company I worked for had government contracts, so they'd be in the loop about fixing shit. Naturally, that also meant that I'd be insanely busy, probably for weeks to come. On the upside, though, overtime was good money. I got out of the car, locking it and putting the keys back together as I strolled up the steps to the house, then wandered up to the flat, closing and locking the door. Absently, I chucked the keys into the bowl I always used for them and looked out of the window in the direction of the city center. I could see plumes of smoke rising in a few places, and I suddenly got a horrible feeling of impending doom. What if the power doesn't come back on? I whispered to myself before shaking my head and scoffing at my overactive imagination. It would. Everything would be back to normal in a few weeks. I was big enough and ugly enough to manage without my phone, and that's it, I said suddenly, grinning. My phone. It had been dead before the outage, no power at all, so all I had to do was find a way to charge it. If it came on, then I'd know that there hadn't been an EMP, as anything electrical wouldn't work. It wouldn't be able to call anyone else if their phones had been caught in it, or if the cell towers had been affected, and I was fairly sure I'd heard something about EMPs only affecting things that were in use at the time. But hell with it. At least I had a plan. I'd head to my office. We kept a ton of random gear there, including a generator in the basement, so I'd be able to jury-rig some gear for a few science tests, at least. Sure, my memories of school physics classes were spotty, mainly revolving around how tight Lindsay's shirts were and how her boobs were going to escape one day. But that wasn't the point. At least I'd know that electrics worked, and from there, it'd be a short step to starting to fix shit. If the EMP had wiped out all active electronics, the phone would be fine, as it had been dead at the time. If not, it wasn't an EMP, and that was also fine, because at least I would be one step closer to knowing what it was, and from there, the solution. Pleased with my critical thinking process, I stripped off. I'd been wearing a nice shirt, fresh jeans, and some of my nicer-looking shoes, but that was no good for what I needed now. Closing the blinds against the piercing sunlight, I crawled back into bed, groaning happily at the simple comfort of clean sheets and a soft pillow. At least there was one benefit to a power outage on a Sunday. There would be no noise to interrupt my hangover slumber. Feeling refreshed and much more like myself on Monday morning, I contemplated my wardrobe, keeping in mind that I'd likely be up to my eyeballs in work as soon as I got to the building. My working tactical pants were made of much stronger fabrics than my jeans and had a million pockets. Paired with an Under Armour top, a hooded jacket, and my work boots, I collected my Leatherman and various small toolkits and loaded up the pockets. Grabbing my shoulder bag from its usual place by the front door, I chucked in a change of clothing, some energy bars, a canteen filled with juice, and my phone, and I left in the standard engineer's complement of random crap I was used to carrying. There was no way of knowing when a first aid kit, dozens of network cables, my network crimping tools, and a plethora of random crap might come in handy. Every time I picked it up, I'd tell myself that I needed to clear it out, but then, invariably, I'd need some random thing at work within the next day or two, and I always ended up keeping it as it was. I cinched the straps tight, made sure everything was comfy, and piled some towels under the fridge as it was already starting to leak. Then I set off, jogging down the stairs and passing the asshole from the middle flat. He watched me go, waiting till I was almost at the front door, then called down, wanting to know if this power cut was my fault. I stepped back inside and stared up at him. "What?" I asked, unsure I'd heard him correctly. "I said, is this mess your fault? The power, everything? You've been messing with shit you shouldn't, haven't you? Don't think we don't know our electricity bill is higher than it should be. We've already reported you to the company. We know you've been using us somehow." I gaped at him in disbelief for several seconds before shaking my head at his stupidity. I had nothing to do with his electricity bill and no idea why he decided the outage had anything to do with me, so I turned around and started back toward the door. "Hey," he shouted, starting down the stairs after me. His horrible wife followed him out to shout down at him as he went. "I'm talking to you." "Is it him?" she screeched, moving out of their doorway and pointing a finger at me. "This is all your fault, you ass, isn't it?" "My fault?" I repeated, stunned. "You think the fact the entire area is without power and the cars and phones are all down is because of me? What the hell do you think I do for a living?" I asked. "Probably a terrorist," she squealed, pointing at me. "You've all got that filthy foreign skin." I froze, totally amazed and shocked to my core. I was 6 foot, with dark hair and blue eyes of mixed American and Mediterranean descent, which resulted in giving me olive-toned skin. Most people were jealous of my tan, since I was slightly darker than the average European in the winter and usually tanned well in the summer, but that was it. I'd never been accused of being a terrorist before, let alone racially profiled by a white woman who looked like she was channeling a popular female pig puppet from one of my childhood shows at the best of times. "Are you for fucking real?" I snarled, dropping my bag onto the floor and starting back towards them. "You'd better not think I'm afraid of you," the guy said. Gerald, I thought his name was, and he was visibly thinking he'd rather be elsewhere. "Are you off your fucking rocker?" I leveled a finger at the fat cow glowering from behind him on the stairs. "Listen, you racist piece of shit. I was born here. My parents moved here from fucking Atlanta, and even if they hadn't, what the hell gives you the right to start that shit? It's people like you that are fucking the world up. We used to be all about helping each other. Hell, I used to be proud to be British. Now we're a fucking international laughingstock because old fat fucks like you wanted to relive the glory days that never happened." I hated politics, but man, I hated racists more than anything else. I had friends of all colors, black, white, Asian, whatever. In the IT field, all anyone cared about was if you could do your job. It didn't matter if you were fucking green or blue even. I was an orphan. I'd been the only survivor at the age of 15 when a hit-and-run had driven our family car off the motorway into a support for a bridge. I'd spent the last few years of my childhood in and out of foster homes, with only the occasional visit from my asshole cousins and uncle from America, who evidently just wanted a photo opportunity. The best home I'd ever had since then, one which I'd only left because I was old enough to get my own place, I had still visited regularly for years afterwards, was Mama Aurelia's. A tiny house that always had the heating on full belt, filled to bursting with an enormous Caribbean woman with a heart the size of the house. Nobody ever went hungry in a 10-mile radius of Mama Aurelia's. She was a woman out for all she could give. And her funeral, 6 months ago, had sent me into a black fit of depression and rage that I was only just starting to get over. Growing up in and out of houses and foster homes meant I saw the best and the worst of people, and it had fueled my passionate hatred of racism. My accent hadn't helped, which even I admitted was American, thanks to my parents and the holidays we'd taken to regularly visit the family that had abandoned me after their deaths. "People like you," I spat at the fearfully glowering excuse of a man, "are why racism is going mad. People like you are why there's so much shit going on now. And as for you, you fat cow," I called up, switching from her pathetic excuse for a husband and pointing up at her, "you can get fucked. You'll want to learn to keep your mouth shut, because there's nobody that's going to come by and help you if the shit hits the fan." I clamped my mouth shut, forcefully cutting off my tirade, and as I turned away, stalking toward the door and reaching for my bag, I could feel my blood boiling. Man, I wish the last guy hadn't sold the flat to them. "You better watch yourself," Gerald threatened, grabbing my arm. I spun, punching him in the gut once. He was maybe 40, flabby and skinny, and that weird combination some people managed, with a pot belly and the muscle tone of an overstretched elastic band. He just folded around my fist, collapsing to the ground and wheezing painfully. I froze, looking down at him with my fist still clenched in anger, and I started to panic. I hadn't meant to hit him. Hell, I'd been in fights as a kid, who hasn't? And I'd done some sparring in martial arts, but only for a few months here and there. I didn't really get into trouble, so it wasn't a skill I'd ever refined. I suddenly realized, as his wife's squeals and his groaning broke through my fog of contemplation, that I might have made a terrible mistake. Our government contracts, which were a seriously big part of my job, required enhanced criminal checks. If this asshole pressed charges for me hitting him, I could lose my job. My brain was racing, and I said the only thing I could think of. You try anything? Touch me again, call the police, anything, and I'll make sure they need a dentist to ID you, I snarled, picking my bag up and walking out of the door. I hurried down the steps and turned left, jogging down the street before crossing over the road and taking a right to head for the city. I'd need to pass through it to reach my office, where I'd be able to find any and all gear I needed to power the phone. As I went, I replayed the scene back in my mind constantly, thinking about the consequences that could come from it, but after a half an hour of self-recriminations, I'd come to a decision. There was nothing wrong with me punching the miserable bastard, and the old argument of self-defense, combined with the fact that it was their word against mine, would probably see me through it with nothing more than a slap on the wrist. Hell, if the police were actually involved, they'd have to meet the pair and probably give me a round of applause for punching him anyway. Calmer now, I jogged for a bit, then walked, then jogged, covering the distance quickly, until I started passing more and more people. Couples and families were out for a stroll, kids playing, intermingled with people like me, moving with a purpose. Everywhere I looked, people were on edge. There was that intangible feeling of fear in the air, and the closer I got to the center of the city, the worse it became. I crossed under the main ring road around the core of the city and soon passed the university campus. The smoke which I'd seen earlier had blackened the walls of one building, with firemen standing around talking to people, and dozens of empty fire extinguishers stacked off to one side. I hadn't even thought about what would happen with the emergency services out of action until now, and the sudden horrible thought of the hospitals, the intensive care wards, hell, the delivery suites, and all their gear not working came to mind, making me blanch at the thought. I swallowed hard. I felt an instinctive need to go talk to the firemen, to ask a person in authority what was happening, but as I passed the crowd that surrounded them, I heard enough floating through the concerned voices. As I said, I've no idea why the fire engine won't start, but... Concerned, I turned away, heading on down the road. I passed squares and long streets that were normally choked with cars, instead encountering people wandering aimlessly at finding that all of the shops were closed, as they had no power. Even the die-hard shoppers were stuck. I'd secretly hoped the power might be working over here, and as I passed my favorite burger place, I swallowed the disappointment and went on, my stomach complaining loudly that it just wasn't right to pass by without stopping in. Another 10 minutes and I was at the city center, heading down another street to the south of the city, when I heard a crash, glass shattering, and a scream for help from around the corner ahead. I started running instinctively, reaching the intersection in time to see a pair of men running off, abandoning a broken window of a nearby shop, the empty jewelry stands on display, and the shocked and terrified face of a young sales assistant greeted me as I skidded to a stop. The thieves were fast, disappearing down a side street in seconds, as the assistant shouted after them in rage. "Are you okay?" I asked her cautiously, and she turned to glare at me. No, I'm fucking not," she half snapped, half cried as she came out of her shock. "Did they hurt you?" I clarified, and she shook her head. "Then all this can be replaced." I gestured at the window and the strip display. "You can't be, so don't worry about this sparkly shit." "You don't understand," she wailed. "The cameras aren't working, and the owner told me to put the security mesh down. I forgot when I closed up yesterday. That's why I'm here now. She's gonna fire me." She started to cry. I patted her arm awkwardly, unsure of what else to do, and gave her a shoulder to cry on, suddenly noticing a few other people walking by and eyeing the windows speculatively. "Look, let's close the mesh now, okay? I can go looking for the police." I took her by the shoulders and peered into her tear-stricken eyes. She nodded and wiped her face, shuddering as she cried quietly to herself while pulling on the levers. The mesh came down smoothly over the intact window, and I pulled the one down over the broken side. "Okay," I said, getting her attention. "I'm going to go. I'll head over to the police station, I'll tell them what happened, and give a statement, and send them to you. All right?" She nodded gratefully, wiping her eyes. "Thank you," she said with a little sniffle, and I smiled at her reassuringly. "It's okay, don't worry about it," I shrugged. It didn't feel like I'd done much except calm her down. "I'm Sarah." She stuck her hand out to shake, which still felt a little odd given the strictly enforced lack of contact during the pandemic, but I returned the gesture. "I'm Matt," I replied, and she forced a smile. "Thanks, Matt," she said, and I stepped outside, pulling the mesh down over the door so she could lock it from her side. "Not a problem, Sarah. Nice to meet you." I meant it. It would have been great to meet her normally. She was pretty and seemed a friendly enough girl. While I liked Kelly, I'd literally met her yesterday, and I'd been drunk. Under typical circumstances, I'd have asked for Sarah's number, but today wasn't normal. I shook myself from my thoughts and waved to her as I headed off, even more determined to get to work and figure out what the hell was going on. I crossed 2 more streets, doubling back on my trajectory at an oblique angle to reach the police main station, and I felt my heart drop as I got closer. A crowd had amassed outside the station, and 2 harassed and annoyed police stood in front of the building, dealing with the clamoring people. I joined the group and waited my turn, snarling once at a guy who tried to cut in front of me. Beyond that, I dealt with queue jumpers the British way, which was to say, glaring at them and grumbling under my breath until they realized they'd been spotted and moved back. The entire time, as I moved forward, I overheard the complaints of the people around me. My first instinct had been to push forward. After all, I had a real crime to report. But I quickly realized, so did they. Dozens upon dozens of people were reporting the same. From houses to shops to vans and workshops, looters were going for gold today. When I finally made it to the front, 40 minutes later, I gave an explanation to an impatient officer who wrote it down in a notepad and scrawled his signature on the back of half a raffle ticket. "Have the owner bring that down to the station tomorrow at some point," he ordered, handing it over and stapling the other half to the report. "They'll be dealt with then, but unless someone was hurt, we've not got the resources to deal with it today." Okay, I said, astonished. It was a basic premise of modern life. If you were in trouble, you went to the police and they'd deal with it. To find them this overrun, this stressed, brought the whole thing into focus. "Do you know," I started, and he sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. "Look, people," he called, holding his hands up. "I'll say it again for those who didn't hear last time. We don't know what happened. We're working on it, and when we do know, you'll know. Until then, make your report and move along." He dropped his hands and gestured to me to move on, turning to the next person in line. "No, wait a second," I started, and he glared at me. "I'm a network engineer," I hastily explained. "If you've got any signal from the network, I might be able to help you get the systems back online." He paused briefly before nodding once to me and turning to his partner. "John, I'll take this guy inside. Be right back," he said. His partner looked me over and gave me a single nod in return. "You'd better not be lying, kid," the first policeman said, leading me inside through a magnetic locked door that had released automatically when the power had gone out. "I'm not. I work with data networks for a living." I wondered if the data centers were intact or if they'd been wiped. Most people had no idea, but the data they accessed was all stored in data centers, hubs for all the high-tech storage devices that were replicated all over the world. The buildings themselves were generally well secured, but the more important and therefore more secure centers weren't on any maps. Those were usually housed on sites that were guarded by armed security. Even here in the UK, where guns were rarer than in America, the sites were often heavily shielded and had backup generators as well. So for the first time since entering the queue, I started to think things might be fixable. Well, we've already got some techs in here, he said, opening a side door and leading me down to a basement level. I grumbled a bit under my breath as we descended into the bowels of the old building. I privately reflected that it was just like typical bureaucracy to always put the IT guys out of the way in the shitty sections of the building, not realizing until something went wrong just how much they needed us. We finally entered a room that was full of cables, computer parts, and swearing, and I grinned reflexively. I was home. "Hey, guys, got some IT geek here, says he can help," the copper called, and I glared at him. "I said I was a network engineer and that I might be able to help if you had a signal," I clarified. A head popped up from the other side of a desk, jam jar glasses inflating his eyes to owlish proportions. "Tell me you're a sysadmin?" the figure asked, and I smiled reflexively. "Network mainly," I replied. "Mostly layer 1, but I can do 2 to 4. "That's great. I'm all about the layer 7, he countered in geek speak, and the copper who'd brought me down shrugged and walked off, leaving me with the guy. The next hour passed in a blur as I was introduced around. Martin and Danny were the 2 engineers' names, and I was quickly brought up to speed on the things they'd already tried. We pulled fresh kit out of sealed boxes and connected it all up. The generator in the basement was getting worked on by a different team, and we tested all the gear as best we could until it was all ready. I was sitting on a table munching on a packet of crisps when Martin came looking for me. "Sorry, man," he said, holding up a power bank. "I could have sworn I charged it as well, but I must have forgotten." He looked worried. I shrugged and swallowed my mouthful, getting off the desk and checking the device over. "It's all right. I'll just wire one up from the battery packs I've got in the office once we've tested this," I said, both of us ignoring the possibility that it had been charged and was now dead for a different reason. "Well, they think they're ready to start the generator now," he said. A few minutes later, a clicking sounded from a few rooms over, followed by a lot of swearing. We prodded the power button on the gear we put in place and then tried the light switches before looking at each other in mutual annoyance. Martin left the room to see what was happening with the generator, while Danny and I argued over possible reasons it might not be working. He'd settled on the Matrix idea as the most likely, while I was convinced of a serious fuck-up in the area, possibly some lab testing something they shouldn't have and buggering up the electrics, although I couldn't explain how. We debated over candlelight and tossed increasingly stupid ideas back and forth until Martin returned, sitting on a desk nearby and removing the enormous jam jar glasses to polish them. "Right," he started. "The generator works, sort of, at least as near as anyone can tell. But there's no power," Danny said, and Martin held up his hand to stop him. "I know, that's what I'm telling you. The generator works, it's old school, a diesel Jenny, but the electricity doesn't, and I can't explain why. It just doesn't work." He rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I think we need someone who's really into this kind of crap because we're way past my level of understanding for it. As far as I know, it should be working. There's just no logical reason why it wouldn't." I sat back, thinking over the possibilities, and spoke up after a few seconds. "What about the university?" I asked. "There's got to be someone there who knows about it, physics lecturers or chemistry or whatever." "Chief already sent a couple of the senior team to the uni, and some to the council buildings. Guess we just wait around now, see what we can come up with." So that's what we did. We sat around, talking shit and trying to figure things out until we ran out of candles, and we were all forced upstairs by necessity. We huddled together out in a quiet area, talking about possible ideas, until Martin and Danny were pulled away to an emergency meeting, which I was clearly not invited to attend. I took my leave, accepted their thanks for my help, and set off to my office once again. It took another 2 hours to reach it, crossing over the Tyne River and down through meandering streets. Occasional shouting and more broken windows were interspersed by grim-faced individuals who sat outside their shops and homes, some with cricket bats, others with metal posts or other improvised weapons on clear display. I sighed each time I passed one of them. The sight of the fall of civilization so quickly was hard to watch, and even more so when I passed down into a normally grim estate on the outside of the industrial estate which housed my office. After a few minutes of walking, I became aware of people walking down the adjoining streets in the same direction as me. They were clearly watching me, and they weren't the kind of people I wanted to be followed by. I glanced behind me, counting 4 lads following there as well. 2 of them carried baseball bats, and one had a damn replica Japanese sword of all things, in broad daylight. The last one had a knife that looked like Rambo would be missing it, and I swallowed hard, hoping it was a coincidence. I took the next intersection quickly, noting the 2 lads to my right in the adjoining street were there again, staring at me, and were moving at the same speed as I was, a brisk walk. I kept my gaze focused ahead, knowing this wasn't likely to end well. The estate I was in was rough. Abandoned cars were burnt out at the end in the parking lot of a supermarket that had closed down years ago, and the woods nearby were badly overgrown. The fence that had collapsed on one side of the lot allowed easy access to the back of a church and the graveyard attached to it. The industrial estate where I worked was on the far side, but as I hurried along the street, I started to panic. The 4 of them were still behind me, 2 to the right that I'd seen. There was nowhere to go to my left due to being the backs of houses, with a barbed wire roll across the top of the walls. That meant the only way to go was forward. The houses would end in a few more meters, and I'd have to decide. Either I bluffed it through and hoped I was wrong about what was coming, and maybe they would all meet up and bugger off, or I'd get some abuse but be let go. Or, more likely I suspected, I was going to get mugged. If the second option was the one they were going for, they'd want me as far from people as possible, so they'd wait likely until I was in the graveyard or the first few units of the industrial estate, as they were all abandoned, due to having been robbed so many times. That, or they'd follow me to work and try and rob the place as well. The building I worked in was still about a mile away, on the far side of the estate, located next to the banks and shops that made it look all up and coming. I desperately hoped that some of the team would be in today, already working on a solution, because if these thugs followed me all the way there and it was locked up tight, I knew that this was going to end badly. I tightened my backpack, cinching the straps and taking a few deep breaths as I approached the end of the road, and I groaned internally as I observed 3 shadows peeking out from the end of the street, where someone was clearly hiding. The footsteps behind me were getting closer. Faster. "Oi, you! Stop, we just want a word," a voice from behind called out, and my nerve broke. I set off like the cry was a starter's gun. Despite the bag on my back, despite all the gear I now passionately wished I'd left behind, and despite the facts that I was wearing steel-toed cap boots and had the end of a hangover to contend with, I ran like I hadn't run in years. My feet powered me forward across the broken glass, fag ends, and random shit that covered the estate, and, racing past weeds that had cracked the pavement decades ago, I sprinted past the 3 that stepped out, a hand grabbing at my sleeve and nearly sending me flying before I broke free and ran even faster, if more unsteadily. Whoops and hollers rose behind me, and the sound of feet bursting into pursuit arose. Shouts to others were responded to, answered from somewhere up ahead, and I felt my heart drop, while the rate of beats was simultaneously going through the roof. I careened across the dilapidated, abandoned parking lot, jumped the small 2-foot-high retaining wall, and barreled into the cover of the trees. The asphalt of the car park crumbled to hard-packed dirt. Thorn bushes backed by green trees surrounded me. As I raced down the path, a single lad up ahead stepped out of a concealing bush with a wicked grin on his face as he hefted a baseball bat with barbed wire wrapped around it. "Stop right there," he growled threateningly, and I swallowed hard, my steps faltering slightly. "Fuck it," I whimpered to myself, doubling down instead and sprinting right at him. I saw the surprise on his face before he stepped back into a batter stance and drew the bat back. I jinked left, then right, the narrow path effectively constraining my options until I was nearly within reach of him, then turned fully left, hurtling into the trees and graveyard proper. I felt it then. I thought I might have managed to dodge the thug's reach, but I'd been wrong. Something hit my right arm between my shoulder and elbow, and the glancing blow was enough to break the bone. I knew immediately by the hot, numb feeling, the taste of panic rising in my throat as the barbed wire tore deep into the muscle. I screamed, grabbing at the bat with my left hand and running on, but by then I'd lost my momentum and my balance. I tripped over a root, went flying, and rolled, coming up in time to see a gleefully grinning, shaven-headed thug closing the distance, his right foot drawn back and his Doc Martens boot flying toward my face. It hit me high on the right side of my cheekbone, slamming my head into the ground. I tried to grab at something, anything to defend myself. My desperate fingers grabbed my Leatherman from my right thigh pocket with my left hand, or tried to, until a boot slammed down, and I twisted to the side, opening my mouth to shout for help. Before I could manage a peep, the boot made a return appearance, slamming into my face a second time. I went flying, my nose breaking, blood spraying, and I went down again, this time to stay, curling into as much of a ball as I could. The group appeared all around me as the world spun, and I was suddenly surrounded by a maelstrom of boots flying, bats swinging, laughter, and catcalls rising. I grunted and cried out in pain and panic, unable to protect myself with my mangled limbs, before a cricket bat swung at my head and turned out the lights. Chapter 3. It was dark when I regained consciousness. Hours had passed, and I was in serious pain. I was freezing cold, and my right arm was totally numb, or so it seemed, until I managed to move it slightly, whimpering with the pain. I hurt everywhere. Breathing was terrible. I could feel bits of my chest moving in ways it never had before. My right arm was useless, my left was a mess, and I couldn't move my two bottom fingers on that hand. I lifted it up and could faintly make it out in the darkness, but I could only see out of my left eye, and I realized matted, dry blood was caked all over my face as I touched it. A great big cut ran across my scalp, going from below my right eye back into my hairline until it nearly reached the top of my head. Touching it made me want to vomit. It didn't help that I could feel stuff in it, and my eye was swollen shut. The laceration was filled with dirt and leaves. When something crawled across my questing finger, I cried out, jerking my hand away, and I whimpered again as the fast movement made broken bones shift. For what felt like hours, I just lay there, tears streaming down my face, pain racking me as I tried to make sense of what had happened. I ran my tongue over my teeth and felt where one was missing, and several more were jagged and cracked, sobbing as I imagined what I must look like. It was just a day. A single day, and the world seemed to have gone mad. Only yesterday I'd met an amazing girl, drank and danced, partied and loved my life. I was earning good money, owned my own flat, had lots of holidays and sex. And today, I was lying somewhere in the darkness, bleeding, probably scarred for life. And that was only if I survived. The way I felt, the tight pains in my body, the broken ribs, and how hard it was to breathe, it was making me really scared that the for life part might not be that long after all. I twisted to my right, moaning as I screwed my one working eye shut in pain. When I could breathe again, I turned further, scanning the area and trying to figure out where I was. I'd clearly been dragged somewhere, and judging from the angle of the nearby ground, I'd been rolled down a hill out of sight. I knew that the graveyard bordered onto some of the greenbelt land that had been put aside and restricted from development years ago to ensure that cities and towns still had green places around them. I figured I'd been dumped somewhere in there, but I had no idea where. There was no noise from nearby roads and no light from streetlights. I tried to get up, only to find my left knee was a mess. It must have been hit with something because it was swollen to nearly twice its normal size, the tough fabric of my work pants stretching tight around the swelling. I checked my pocket instinctively. My phone was gone, even though it was dead, as were my wallet, my keys, and my watch. I checked my right wrist frantically, even though I knew it as soon as I touched it that it wasn't there. It was a valuable one, a real antique left to me by my grandfather, and it was all I had left of him. I didn't have pictures or anything else beyond the memory of a man with kind eyes and a wonderful laugh, slick back hair, a love of black bullet sweets, and that watch. He'd given it to me just before he died of cancer, only a few months before I lost my parents in the crash, and for the first time in this terrible night, I felt something beyond fear and pain. I felt a naked, bloody fury. I'd get out of here. I'd find my way back if I had to crawl across broken glass to do it. I'd find the thieving little shits who'd done this, and I'd kill them all. I silently vowed. As if in answer, something seemed to tug at me, and I turned my head, staring out into the darkness. I felt something pulling me in, and in the absence of any better ideas, I half-dragged myself across to the trunk of a small tree. I grabbed onto the lowest branch, just within reach, and pulled while forcing my right leg down. The end result was that I managed to get upright, but just barely, and I was in horrific pain as soon as I tried to walk. I scoured the area with my single eye until I spotted the strap of my bag poking out of a nearby bush. I hobbled over to it, nearly sobbing with relief when I sank to the ground and tipped it over. Loose cables fell out. The medical kit, tools, and smaller, older Leathermen I had been desperately hoping to find were all gone, as were all the good quality still-wrapped cables, leaving only the shitty oldest ones that I hadn't gotten around to throwing out. Even the bag was ruined, torn and covered by my own blood. So I left it, trying to contaminate the crime scene as little as possible. I took half of the longest cables and dragged myself over to a fallen tree branch. Laying it against my leg as a splint, I laid a second on the other side of it and proceeded to tie it in place as best I could, finishing off with my belt tied around my thigh to keep the whole thing from shifting too much. All in all, it was a terrible attempt at survival craftsmanship, but it did what it needed to do, strengthening my legs so that I probably wouldn't pass out the first time I leaned my weight on that leg too heavily. A single gleam to the left of the bag got my attention, and I almost wept as I picked up my house keys. The car key was gone, but the rest had been dumped, probably because they had been too stupid to check my driver's license to see where I lived. With grim determination, I set off, slowly, staggering from tree to tree and falling as much as walking. 3 hours later, I was still stumbling along, heedless of the tears that ran down my cheeks, the rasping breaths, and the fact that I was moving slower and slower, leaving a trail of cooling blood behind, when I crested a rise and found it. A crater lay in the middle of the small valley below. It wasn't big, maybe a dozen feet across, with something glimmering weakly at the bottom. I immediately fixated on the strange object like a dog after a rabbit. I managed a half-dozen more steps before my lack of attention nearly killed me, when my left leg got caught on a stone. I twisted and the pain screamed through me. I turned back instinctively, overcompensated, and lost my balance, then fell, rolling over and over, sliding until I hit a bramble bush. The prickly branches tore a dozen new cuts in every exposed area of skin and pulled at the fabric of my tattered, bloody clothing. I sprawled on the ground, panting weakly as the world spun, and once again I felt the pull that had drawn me all the way here. My resolve was stronger now, steady and insistent, and I growled, my last reserves of strength powering me upright with a hiss through gritted teeth. I twisted and tore myself free of the grasping shrubs, turning in the direction I could feel calling to me, and I staggered on, desperation, fury, and insanity warring with exhaustion and blood loss. 10 more minutes passed, and with the world spinning and my breath ragged, with my body shaking from cold despite the warmth of the summer night, I finally pushed through the last of the bushes and trees and reached it. It rested on its side in the small impact crater, a stream which cut through the valley pooling around one end of it. I stared, frozen in utter shock. It was a missile or something like it, my brain insisted. The sides were burned and scoured. Symbols that had once identified it were mauled and illegible. The sections of torn metal, all that remained to indicate where something, presumably guidance fins, had once been. My brain was fogged to all hell, and I stumbled around the edge, my mind latching onto bits and pieces, such as the power loss and this missile, and trying to make sense of everything. I just knew that if I was whole, I'd be able to put all the pieces together, or at least more than I could at the moment. I followed the pull to the far side, splashing through the shallow stream and up the other bank to get a closer look at something that wasn't right. Even in my current state, my brain told me that this was wrong as I stared at the cracked crystalline mesh lining the inside of the metallic frame. It looked as though a crazy crystal spider had webbed a weirdly glowing cylinder into place inside the missile, and the luminous container had come loose when it had crashed, dangling from the top and swaying gently in the nighttime breeze. I reached out and tried to grab the cylinder, feeling a shock roar up my arm as soon as my bloody palm touched it. The world vanished again as I was blown from my feet by the concussion. I was unconscious for a long time. How long, I didn't know, but this time when I opened my eyes, I saw the characteristic red-gold light of a sunset overhead through the trees. I heard the warbling of birds as they settled down and the buzz of insects in the foliage. I twisted my head suddenly, following a bat that blurred past in hot pursuit of a moth, and I grunted as pain flared through my skull. It had been night when I'd woken up before. Surely I hadn't been out here alone for another full day. I froze at the thought, then turned my head, trying to see what was blinking orange off to my right. There was nothing there, but as I stared harder, I realized I'd just been mistaken. It was further to my right than I'd guessed, right at the very edge of my vision. I tried again, and again, twisting further each time, until I abruptly realized what I was doing. I'd turned around almost entirely, and I was looking out of both eyes. I was still in pain, sure. Considerable pain, enough that I'd be at a doctor's given the chance, but before I'd passed out, I was in need of an accident and emergency team. Now I was just aching and sore. I lifted my right arm, wincing at the pain, but I could move all of my fingers. I mirrored the same movements with my left, and though the broken fingers throbbed, they had healed to the point that I felt like I'd had a good week's worth of healing already, making me worry about how long I'd been lying down here. I reached up and gingerly felt the cuts on my face and right upper arm. They were scabbed over, but felt as though they'd healed for a week or so as well. I'm hungry, seriously hungry, but not a week unconscious in the forest hungry, surely, I wondered. Then I forced myself to my feet and staggered across to the stream. Lying down, I dipped my hands into the water, then lifted them to slurp the clear liquid noisily from my cupped palms. I repeated the process a few times before getting back up and looking around, and finally properly inspecting the missile that rested across the clearing. I'd been trying to ignore it for some reason, no idea why, just the human mind playing its tricks and filtering out other details when I'd really, really needed a drink. I slowly circled the metal object, my mind noting in passing that it was weird that I didn't need to relieve myself, and that thankfully I hadn't shit myself or anything when I was unconscious. The missile or craft or whatever was maybe 6 meters long, badly damaged and hollow, with a weird pattern dried on the inside of the thing. a single crystal cylinder laid on the ground underneath it, maybe 20 inches long and 6 wide. I reached out hesitantly, tapping it with a finger, then retreating, before tentatively picking it up. My mind vaguely registered that this small cylinder had been part of a larger one before, one I'd not been able to take my eyes off of. This section filled me with a sense of sadness and mild regret for some reason. I turned it over in my hands, frowning as I stared at it, trying to make out what was inside. I shook it a little, and something clattered around inside. Washing it carefully in the stream, I made sure to keep the cracked section away from the water, just in case it was valuable. When I thought it looked cleaner, I straightened up, hissing in discomfort. Using the hem of my shirt, I wiped the surface again, leaning close and staring into it, before dropping it with a yelp. I backed away quickly, scanning the area and then warily eyeing the container and the tiny, desiccated body inside. It took a few minutes before I worked up the courage to pick it up and peer inside again. This time, I stared at it in wonder. The creature was tiny, maybe 6 inches tall and maybe 1 wide. The remains of wings jutted from its back, with the majority of the pinions and one arm lying broken in the bottom of the cylinder, presumably from my thoughtless shaking. I swallowed hard, then glanced around again. Seeing nothing else in the area, I also found no sign of the larger, ominously shining crystal that I'd touched before. I searched the area quickly, pausing to examine my wounds as best I could. Ultimately, I decided that discretion was the better part of valor, and that I'd bring the authorities here later, let them see what the thing was, and maybe get a nice finder's fee out of it. I didn't trust that it wouldn't disappear once they got a hold of it, as I now fervently believed it was an alien craft of some kind. But I'd also seen enough alien invasion movies to know that the dude who tried to hide the whole thing usually ended up dead, and I wasn't looking to be a redshirt. I turned back in the direction I thought the city should be and started walking, carrying the cylinder carefully. After a few minutes, I slowed to a stop, frowning. I couldn't see any landmarks. I was surrounded by trees, and the sun was vanishing somewhere in the distance past the trees. I had no idea where I was, but I also knew that I was 6.4 miles from my home and that the nearest road was in that direction. I paused for a dozen long heartbeats, trying to make sense of how I knew these things, until the sudden bite of a fly on my neck startled me from my daze, and I decided to test it out by doing what I could. I set off walking again. I ached, I was sore, and I felt seriously ravenous, but I moved steadily, knowing that I could be home in a few hours, and hoping that something had been figured out with the power by now. As I made my way slowly up and down banks and across a field, passing from the shadows of the trees out into the evening light, I paused, turning my gaze to the sight of Newcastle in the distance. I was maybe a mile to the south of the estate where I'd been attacked, and as I continued to look, I thought I could just about figure out where the crash had been. I carefully mapped it out in my brain, then blinked in surprise as it shifted. The mental image I'd made of the area rapidly altered itself to razor-sharp clarity, and the crash site suddenly became marked with a single pulsing dot. That triggered another of the orange-amber pulses in the corner of my vision, and I unconsciously muttered aloud as I tried to turn my head. "What the hell is that?" I said, freezing in shock as my vision shifted without my conscious control. The world seemed to blur out of focus as a series of small boxes popped up in my vision. Staring at them for a moment, I blinked and jumped as they vanished, presumably in response to my desire to be rid of them. To my surprise, they reappeared when I mentally focused and pulled them up again. I focused in on the first one, which grew slightly and centered itself, overlapping the others. Dungeon core assimilation is at 12%. Full assimilation cannot be completed until ambient mana in the surrounding area reaches a high enough level. Do you wish to view host capabilities? Yes, no. I read it through 3 times before it made any sort of sense. I had no idea what a dungeon core was, but I knew what mana was. It was a common resource in all of my RPG games. At a thought, another pop-up shifted forward into view. Ambient mana is at 6%. Estimated time to complete permeation is 387 local days. Communication array is unavailable at this time. Fall back on secondary role, construct dungeon, and begin local area cleanse. Recommended difficulty level for local inhabitants, 4. What the hell is this? I asked aloud, but there was no response. After a few seconds, I pulled up the first prompt again and mentally selected yes. Getting a new screen. Name, unnamed. Modifiers, broken. 16 bones are currently healing. This modifier restricts the speed of the host by 25%. Drained. Rapid healing has drained the host of reserves, leaving it mentally and physically impaired. -3 to control. Species, human. Bonus, none. Level, 0. Progress to next level, 0 out of 10. Assimilation, 12%. Control, 3. Host powers, 0. Dungeon level, 0. Dungeon capacity, 0. Dungeon spells, 0. Stat, agility. Current points, 6. Description, governs dodge and movement. Effect, NA. Progress to next level, 0 out of 100. Stat, charisma. Current points, 8. Description, governs likely success to charm, seduce, or threaten. Effect, NA. Progress to next level, 0 out of 100. Stat, constitution. Current points, 7. Description, governs health and health regeneration. Effect, HP, 7 times 10. Progress to next level, 0 out of 100. Stat, dexterity. Current points, 11. Description, governs ability with weapons and crafting. Effect, plus 2% increased chance of improved result. Progress to next level, 0 out of 100. Stat, endurance. Current points, 7. Description, governs stamina and stamina regeneration. Effect, stamina, 7 times 10. Progress to next level, 0 out of 100. Stat, intelligence. Current points, 7. Description, governs base mana pool, standard intellectual capacity, plus control when combined with wisdom and divided by 2. Effect, mana, 7 times 10 equals 70. Control, 7 plus 5 divided by 2 equals 6. Progress to next level, 0 out of 100. Stat, luck. Current points, 6. Description, governs overall chance of bonuses and critical hits. Effect, average chance of bonus, 40%. Progress to next level, 0 out of 100. Stat, perception. Current points, 8. Description, governs range damage and chance to spot hidden items/traps. Effect, average chance to notice important details, 20%. Progress to next level, 0 out of 100. Stat, strength. Current points, 6. Description, governs damage with melee weapons and carrying capacity. Effect, NA. Progress to next level, 0 out of 100. Stat, wisdom. Current points, 5. Description, governs mana regeneration and control when combined with intelligence and divided by 2. Effect, 50 mana regenerated per hour. Control, 7 plus 5 divided by 2 equals 6. Progress to next level, 0 out of 100. I perused it thoroughly, asking myself the first question that popped into my head aloud. Well, what the hell's the average? I'd always had a sneaking fear that I was below average, secretly worrying about it most of my life. It had driven me to excel at school and, thankfully, in the bedroom, but no matter what was said, there was always that little niggling fear. Human. Homo sapiens. Classification, common, local species variant, humanoid. Average speed, 45 kilometers per hour. Average height, 1.65 meters. Humanity on this world has evolved to a basic state of consciousness. The current variant is held back by incomplete genetic sequences and variances that are suboptimal. Current averages are as follows and are calculated across the species. Statistic identifier, level. Agility, 6. Charisma, 6. Constitution, 5. Dexterity, 5. Endurance, 7. Intelligence, 5. Luck, 6. Perception, 5. Strength, 5. Wisdom, 5. Oh, okay. So I'm fucking awesome then, I started to say before another prompt popped up. Statistic identifier, agility, average, 8. Host, 6. Charisma, average, 9. Host, 8. Constitution, average, 11. Host, 7. Dexterity, average, 10. Host, 11. Endurance, average, 9. Host, 7. Intelligence, average, 10. Host, 9. Luck, average, 7. Host, 6. Perception, average, 10. Host, 8. Strength, average, 9. Host, 6. Wisdom, average, 6. Host, 5. Wait, what? I muttered, poring over the table. So, across the species, I'm looking good, but in comparison to other men my age, around my height, and with similar genetics, I'm below average? Motherfucker, I knew it! I spat, shaking my head. The world immediately spun like crazy, and I staggered, the prompts vanishing as I desperately tried to focus. As soon as I got control again, I stood still, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I tried to make sense of the world around me. Somehow, I was seeing prompts, specifically descriptions of the world and my place in it. I was curious whether I could summon up descriptions of the details of the prompts, so... Assimilation, 12%. Dungeon core assimilation is currently at 12%. Increase this to augment the power of the dungeon and grow your own dungeon host abilities. Warning: Dungeon host is a physical, mortal being. This is a suboptimal security solution. Recommend relocation of core to physical structure designed to ensure longevity of dungeon. Dungeon level 0. This references the current level of your dungeon, the floors it can presently create and control, and the current condition of its core. Once the core is fully activated and is installed in an appropriate location, the dungeon core will reach level 1 and begin to earn mana and experience towards its first core evolution. Dungeon capacity, 0. This references the current number of creatures which the core or host can summon to defend the core, explore the surrounding area, or populate the dungeon. This number is calculated by multiplying the dungeon's level by the host's intelligence and wisdom scores combined. Dungeon spells, 0. This references the specialized dungeon spells that a dungeon core can access, which will increase with each rank. Spell development will be based on the dungeon core's actions, surroundings, and host. Host powers, 0. Assimilating a dungeon core into a mortal host will grant the host powers. These will begin to manifest at an assimilation level of 25%. Current host likelihood of termination increases by 2% per point increase of assimilation from 0. Control, 3. This references the current host's level of physical and mental control. In order to fully activate and bond with the dungeon core, this must reach a minimum of 10. Current negative modifiers of -3 exist due to injuries and rapid healing debuffs. I read over the details slowly, a veritable dump of information hitting me all at once, and I started to piece things together, albeit slowly. So, I muttered aloud, the core of a dungeon was in that ship, and somehow it's now in me? It's got a 2% chance to kill me with each level of assimilation it reaches, and it's currently at 12%, so 24. Wait a fucking minute. This thing had a 1 in 4 chance of killing me already, and it's only going to increase? I growled, anger flooding my mind, along with fear. Do you wish to eject the dungeon core at this time? You will have 108 seconds to place the core and activate it before it will become unstable and detonate. Warning, host current control level is too low to be able to bond with this dungeon core. The ejected dungeon core will identify host as hostile, provided the dungeon core does not detonate immediately upon ejection. Yes, no. Estimated area consumed by dungeon core detonation, 1.672 square miles. Well, that's just fucking peachy, I groaned, selecting no and leaning back, suddenly aware that at some point I'd sat down. The pain was shifting from the level it had been at when I first awoke to, well, moderate aches and discomfort. The intensity felt more like a toothache in my bones, paired with weariness, rather than the horrific levels I'd felt not long before. So I can't eject the core yet, as it'd kill me and anyone nearby, and I can't keep it in me as some kind of battery since it'll kill me that way too. How long until the assimilation level is too high? I asked aloud, smiling slightly when a pop-up shifted to answer me. It seemed that the core couldn't talk to me directly. It didn't seem sentient, but it was responding like a computer. If I asked the right questions, it would respond with the data. Current level of core assimilation, 12%. Estimated time for increase of assimilation level is 0.5% per hour in current low mana density. Move to an area of higher mana density to decrease this time. Or I could fucking not and maybe live a bit longer, I muttered, dismissing the prompt. I could see that I was near the estate that I'd been attacked in, and I didn't particularly feel like getting my ass kicked again. Instead, I decided to head to the left, carefully skirting the estate and heading home as quickly as possible. From where I stood, I could see the side of my office building in the distance. There weren't any lights on, and the shutters were down, so I didn't think heading there would help at all. Adding to that my disheveled state. I was covered in dried blood, mud, and probably stank to high heaven. The best I could expect if I did bump into someone normal was having the police or an ambulance sent after me. If they could contact them, I reflected grimly. I set off, slowly moving through the woods and then emerging out onto the paths that ran along the southwest boundary of the estate. Cars and vans cluttered the roadside, abandoned haphazardly. Their doors swung in the breeze. Peeled paint, rusted exteriors, and charred remains of upholstery indicated that they'd been torched some time ago, then left to deteriorate, as not even the police wanted to spend time in this area. I'd never realized it was so bad. I'd known it was a bit shitty and there was a high crime rate around here, but I'd walked through it twice, both times with friends and in broad daylight, when help wasn't far away with a simple call to the police. Now I realized just how rough the area was, and I wished fervently for my own damn car. I walked, staggering occasionally, for another 20 minutes, before a strange pulse of warning seemed to pass through me. As I turned, I caught the flash of a head as it disappeared below the top edge of a wall in the distance, and my heart dropped again. Feigning nonchalance, I flexed my knee, grateful to find that it was significantly better than it had been, but knowing it was still nowhere near good enough for a run. Unfortunately, I was painfully aware that I didn't have much of a choice. I picked up the pace, deciding the best chance I had was to get to a better area fast and hope for a wandering police presence or a good Samaritan rather than continuing along the outside, now that I'd been spotted. I shuffled along as fast as I could, leaning heavily on the nearest wall as I went. As I began cutting across the road and heading up the middle of the street, the feeling of warning grew increasingly stronger as I went. Nervously, I ducked down an alleyway, planning on running to the end as best I could, and then erupting out onto the ring road that separated the estate from a much nicer one, when I came to a sudden halt. I found myself face to face with one of the thugs who had beaten me earlier. He was alone, the cricket bat he'd used on my face nowhere in evidence as he almost walked into me, coming the other way. His eyes opened wide as he recognized me, and he dropped the sandwich he'd been eating, reaching into his right tracksuit pocket quickly and pulling out a Leatherman in an old battered case. I recognized my stolen tool and heard an almost animalistic growl fill the air. I was shocked on one level to realize it had come from me, but I knew as he grabbed the sheath and tried to free the blade that I didn't have time to try and talk my way out of this. Nor did I want to. I grabbed his right wrist with my left, balled my right fist up the best I could, and punched him in the face. It was a terrible punch. He barely rocked back, and the only reason he didn't beat me senseless was that he was still fixated on getting the blade free. Taking advantage of his persistent efforts to free the tool, I punched him again, and again. Grabbing at his ear, I pulled, twisting it, brought my knee up to hit him in the stomach while releasing him with my left hand as he dropped the Leatherman and tried to defend himself. He doubled over in shock, so I jumped on him. We collapsed to the floor and rolled, punches flying wildly, both shouting and kicking. When he grabbed my right shoulder, I saw my chance, and I bit down on his wrist with my broken teeth, clenching my jaw as hard as I could. He cried out, and we rolled again. My fist caught him under his jaw, and his head rocked back as I tasted blood in my mouth from his ruptured skin. He screamed, tearing his wrist from my bite. Blood spurted from the vein, and I kicked out, tripping him as he tried to get away. He fell, and, as if in slow motion, his body landed on the road, but his head hit the curb with a loud crack, like a branch being broken. He slumped, his body unresponsive as he glared up from me from suddenly terror-filled eyes, managing to croak out a single word. "Help!" It infuriated me as much as it terrified me that he dared to ask my help. Shouts arose in the distance, coming closer. I reached out and grabbed my Leatherman, pocketing it and searching him quickly. I didn't care about anything else but the watch, but it wasn't there. I sobbed in my panic, scrambling to my feet and starting to run, ignoring the flashing notification warning at the edge of my vision. I ran, and I ran. I stumbled, I fell over, and I ran again. I passed people who pointed at me in shock, and others who called out asking if I was all right, if I needed help. It was all the same to me, houses and estates passing in a blur, until at last, practically gibbering in fear, panic, and shock, I clattered my way into the lobby of my house. I crawled up the stairs, my frenzied dash having robbed me of almost every ounce of energy and sanity I had left. I passed the middle flat on my way up the stairs, and I heard the door open, saw the hate-filled eyes of Miss Piggy, then the shock and horror as she registered my battered state, followed by her slamming her door in my face, and the clanging of bolts being driven home. I dragged myself up the last dozen steps, managed to open my door, and fell inside. I barely managed to kick the door closed behind me before I passed out on the floor. Chapter 4. The shadowy outlines of my furniture greeted my bleary eyes when I finally woke up, and for a while I just laid there, face pressed to the wooden floor of my flat, staring into the semi-darkness. I could barely make out the shape of the doorway from my prone position, with the lounge on my right, and I guessed the faint light filtering in from the windows must be starlight, but I didn't have the energy to care. I remained motionless until the insistent call of my aching bladder grew too strong, and I dragged myself upright, surprised by the lack of pain, and went to relieve myself. I flushed afterwards and paused, wondering if I'd just used up a serious amount of water I was going to need later. There was no getting it back, however, so I shrugged, walking sullenly out of the bathroom and stepping over the sticky, congealed mess my unconscious body had left behind on the floor. I'd felt it when I had gotten up, but I couldn't face trying to clean it up at the moment. I went down the hall, moving in the opposite direction from the lounge into the bedroom, the stars shining through the window providing just enough light to see by. At first, I just stood there. My mind kept starting down the road of, I need to do, and I'd stop it. I knew I was dying. I'd taken a hell of a beating, and then a core, had ended up inside of me. The thought was all it took, and a notification popped up in my vision. Current level of core assimilation 17.5%. Estimated time for increase of assimilation level is 0.5% per hour in current low mana density. Move to an area of higher mana density to decrease this time. Great, so the area I was standing in was no worse than the forest. That was good, right? It was going to take me a few more hours to die. Maybe. I didn't want to think, I didn't want to do anything, but my stomach rumbled insistently and my throat was parched. I figured, what the hell? Might as well eat a little, make the last few hours slightly less unpleasant. I scanned the room and slowly made my way to the shelf where I knew I'd left the little chef's blowtorch I'd bought for a laugh. It was hidden behind a candle, one that had been intended to make the room a little more romantic with an X. Fat lot of good that had done. The sight of the candle always sparked that memory of her text. I'd lit it, knowing she was on her way over, when I got a text saying there was something waiting outside for me. I'd gone down to it, excitedly opening the door, and boom, a small cardboard box. I looked around, confused, thinking she was hiding somewhere. Finally, I'd picked it up and looked inside, only to find my stuff. Everything I'd left at hers or lent her. Joy. I'd gone, in one day, from being happily in a relationship to nothing, nada, dumped. She'd blocked my number and ignored me when I tried to talk to her in person. I'd complained about it to a friend in the pub, grumbled, and went on with life. Confused. Then, a few weeks later, I bumped into an old friend and his fiancée. He'd just returned from a 6-month deployment, and practically the entire time he'd been away, fighting for us all, I'd been happily screwing his girl. And I'd had no idea. It had broken me for months. I'd done the usual, drinking, gym, sleeping around, but I'd been distant with everyone, mates and dates, as I felt I didn't know who I could trust. I'd finally started to feel like my old self again, and boom, the world went to shit right after I met a cute girl. Typical. I shrugged and deliberately banished the memory, flicking the starter and pulling the trigger on the blowtorch. A click, and nothing else. I frowned, verifying that the gas registered as full, and I could hear and smell it coming out, but no spark. I checked the batteries and found they were dead. Totally dead. I fished out another after rooting around in a nearby junk drawer and unpackaged it, slotting it inside, and dead. I glared at the battery in my hand and tried the remaining couple in the packet with equal success. Cursing under my breath, I hunted out a packet of matches in the drawer instead and sparked one to life, using it to light the candle. The room was instantly so much more comfortable it was unreal. I put the candle back on its shelf and looked in the mirror, catching sight of my battered state, and froze. The last few hours crashed back down on me as my eyes traveled over my reflection, taking in the bloody, dried mud, general dirt, and ruined clothes. I saw various scabs covering wounds, but there were surprisingly few of them. I swallowed hard and moved closer to the mirror, opening my mouth to find clean, white, regular teeth. I stared in shock, remembering the jagged remains of my teeth cutting my tongue at several points. Or was I going mad? I hurriedly checked my right upper arm. The cloth that covered the skin was shredded as the baseball bat that had been wrapped with barbed wire, but the skin, it was almost healed. White and red scars livid against my tan skin. Beyond that, the bone ached, but that was all. I felt as if I'd overdone it at the gym, not broken it. Maybe it hadn't been broken, I wondered. Maybe I'm going mad, a psychotic break or whatever they call it. I tried to make sense of it all, but I just couldn't. Nothing seemed right. But when I lifted a hand to scratch at the day or more's growth of beard on my chin, I paused. My hands, forearm, helmet, clothes, I was covered in blood. My gaze shot back to the mirror, taking in the blood on my face, around my mouth, and across my cheek. I remembered biting down on that guy's wrist and the blood spurting out. I'd gotten it in my mouth. Oh God. I killed him, I whispered, feeling my stomach roil. I barely managed to make it to the bathroom, leaning over the toilet and bringing up a thin, acidic liquid that burned as it left my stomach. I hunched over the receptacle, alternatively sobbing, swearing that it wasn't my fault, and retching until I finally collapsed onto the floor and passed out again. When I awoke once again, daylight streamed in through the windows, and I laid on the cool tile, staring blankly up at the ceiling. Current level of core assimilation, 22%. Estimated time for increase of assimilation level is 0.5% per hour in current low mana density. Move to an area of higher density to decrease this time. I stared at the prompt sightlessly before I finally sat up. My mind felt clearer than it had since this had all started, even though my stomach thought my throat had been cut, and I was more desperate for a drink than I could ever remember being in my life. Okay, I whispered hoarsely. We're at a 44% chance of death now, and my control is... I briefly thought about it and knew it was at 6. Okay, so I either die, and damn soon, I'm guessing, considering in 6 hours I'll reach a point of 50-50 death with the assimilation, not where I want to be, or I find a safe place to eject this thing away from people and hope that's safer than assimilating it. I sat up, grimaced at the state of my hands, and shook my head. Stripping off quickly, I dumped everything into the sink with my wad of filthy wet clothes from yesterday. It was overflowing now, but that was the least of my concerns. I turned on the shower and grinned when it worked. It was cold. My God, it was cold. But I forced myself to stay put and scrub myself clean, making sure I got every inch before I allowed myself to escape. I shivered, my towel doing little to replace the heat I'd lost to the icy deluge, and checked myself over in the mirror. My wounds were all scars now, including the extensive one that ran from under my right eye up to disappear into my hairline. It actually made me look dangerous as fuck, and I grinned a little at that, until yesterday's encounter came back and forced me to acknowledge that I was dangerous in appearance only. I drew in a deep breath and glared into the mirror, critically eyeing the toned body I'd worked hard for. There was no good reason that I was a victim. I was jumped by a gang of thugs who were all armed. I wasn't weak. I wasn't a failure. I wasn't a coward. I said it over and over again in my mind until I felt like I almost believed it, and then I finally allowed myself to leave the bathroom. I padded into the kitchen, pulling a warm soda from the fridge and chucking the soaked towel from the floor in front of it into the sink. I practically downed the lukewarm beverage in one gulp, then cracked another one and pulled out the protein bars I'd stockpiled for the gym, munching my way through 3 of them before I could stop myself. I took 2 more and a protein shake into the lounge, which adjoined the kitchen due to the open layout, and sank into a chair, uncaring that I was naked or that with the floor-to-ceiling windows to my left I might be scaring the neighbors with my ass. Time to man up, I muttered aloud, and I concentrated, bringing up the notifications which I could feel waiting for my attention, the steadily blinking orange light in the corner of my vision making sure I couldn't forget about them. Congratulations. You have defeated an opponent classed as local thug. Thug level 0, your level 0, XP awarded 25. Congratulations, you have gained 1 level in unarmed combat. You receive 2% increase in your chance to inflict critical damage, increase your skill to augment your ability further. You have reached level 1. You have 5 stat points to invest. XP required to reach next level, 85 out of 100. Okay, now what do the stats do and how do I allocate them? I muttered, pausing in my attempts to read all of the notifications. I concentrated and brought up the stats screen again, taking the time to read through the details with a mind that wasn't in shock. While strength and endurance were standard, as were most of the others, there were a few that seemed more interesting. Intelligence, governs base mana pool, standard intellectual capacity plus control when combined with wisdom and divided by 2. Each individual level provides 10 points to the pool, while every 10 points raises the multiplier by 10. Okay, so if I have 7 in it, I've got 70, but if I have 11, I've got 220, as it goes from 7 times 10 to 11 times 20. Weird, but okay. I absent-mindedly mumbled the calculations to myself, fully absorbed in the intricacies of the stats. Wisdom governs mana regeneration and control when combined with intelligence and divided by 2. Each individual point invested will increase your ability to absorb ambient mana by 10 points per hour. I stared up at the ceiling, deep in thought, and decided that while putting all 5 points of my stat increase into, say, wisdom would bring it up to 10, 10 add 7 was 17, divided by 2 was 8.5, which was too low to eject the core safely. Do I have to kill someone to get XP? I asked aloud, and the first prompt flashed up again. I read it carefully and realized that it said defeat. So as long as I kick their ass, I'll be okay? I asked aloud, but I got no answer. Okay, I got 25 points for kicking his ass, and I need 85 for the next level, so it looks like to go from level 0 to level 1 takes 10 points, maybe? So if I was to go back and kick the ass of 4 more of those assholes, I'd get another level? Progress to next level, 15 out of 100. Okay, I said, dismissing it with a thought. I was trying not to think about what that actually meant for me, and how shit my chances were of success, but these assholes had literally beaten me half to death, then dragged me out into the forest and left me to die. They'd stolen my grandfather's watch, my gear, and who knew how many others they'd attack if I left them to it. Well, I've got 2 advantages, I guess, I admitted, staring out of the windows as I thought. They don't know I'm coming, and they don't have levels, do they? Current mana density and surrounding area is at 4%. Mortal mana interaction systems are estimated to activate at 10%, depending on individual and capacity. Okay, not really sure what all that means, but that's fine, I grumbled, bringing up the stat screen again. So I need to increase my control to get this thing out of me and not have it detonate or view me as suddenly hostile, which means I need to increase my combined intelligence and wisdom score to 20 overall. I'm at 12, so I'll put 3 points into intelligence, and the last 2, well, I need to be able to fight, so I guess strength? Suddenly I remembered the pop-up on averages, and I compared that to my scores. The one area I really stood out in, with my genetics and everything being taken into account, was dexterity, which apparently covered weapons and crafting. I guessed it the reason I usually won at computer games and why I was so good at manual skills like typing fast. I decided to trust the system and drop the 2 points into dexterity instead. Confirm point allocation, yes, no. I focused on yes. And my brain almost exploded. It felt like someone had flicked a switch and plugged in a few extra gig of RAM. Everything seemed suddenly easier to understand, and I sat there stunned for quite a while. When I finally pulled myself out of my self-induced brain fog, I nodded, grim-faced as I reflected on what I had to do. I had both a limited time until I died, and a limited time during which, for whatever reason, I was the only one who was leveling, at least as far as I knew. Once those thugs realized how things had changed and how they could improve themselves, it'd be open season on anyone they met, so I had to act fast. I strode through to my bedroom, only pausing briefly to consider the bloody mess on the floor by the door and the crystal that held the small creature. At some point, I'd let go of the construct when I'd been unconscious, but I was glad I'd kept it, rather than losing it or leaving it behind. I ignored the blood, placing the corpuscle on the table in my room. I sorted through my dresser, thankful that I had multiple pairs of strong work pants. I paired them up with a training top that would keep me cool, then dug through my closet until I found an old shoulder bag. Moving quickly, I filled it with some bandages, some protein bars, and another canteen of water, as well as some more clothes. Once I was satisfied that I'd packed most of the useful supplies I had on hand, I grabbed my running shoes and my black leather gloves. I'd wait to put them on until I needed them, but I didn't want to leave any evidence behind. I also chucked some bleach wipes into the bag, figuring I could use them as well. With that, and not a single weapon to my name, I headed down the stairs. I paused at the middle flat at the sense of being watched through the door, and I walked across to the small peephole, slowly and deliberately, extending my middle finger and glaring through it. We all have fallings out with people, I reflected, but seeing your neighbor practically bleeding out on the carpet and slamming the door in their face? Asshole move. Snorting dismissively, I set off again, jogging down to the entryway, then paused and grinned to myself as a memory hit. Instead of going out the front, I detoured to the back garden, walked up to the shiny brand-new shed, pulled out my Leatherman, and used it to strip the lock off the door. The doors swung open smoothly to reveal a showroom-condition Boardman road bike. It had belonged to Gerald, or whatever the fuckhead's name was. Now, it was mine, and I didn't feel even slightly ashamed about it. I wheeled it out, faced up at the windows, and was unsurprised to find them both staring at me. They ducked out of sight, like the cowards they were. "Thanks for the new bike, fucktards," I called up, then calmly unbolted the back gate and mounted it, heading up the street. It took me only a few minutes to reach Marcus's shop, and I growled angrily as I saw the damage to the front door where someone had clearly tried to kick it in at some point. I gritted my teeth and pushed on it gently. It opened, and a voice called out from the candlelit gloom within. "Sorry, but I'm closed." Marcus's voice yesterday, or the day before, I couldn't be sure now, had been friendly, happy-go-lucky, and eager to help. Now it was low, almost a warning growl. "Marcus?" I called, and a second later he materialized out of the darkness, a cricket bat in his hand. "Boy," he said, frowning at me. "Let me look at you, son." He stepped forward, and I turned my head obligingly when I realized he was inspecting my scar. "Damn, boy, what the hell happened to your face? Matt, isn't it?" he asked, and I nodded. "Yeah, it's me. I got mugged, then healed insanely fast. No idea why," I lied. "Huh. Tell me about it. My old bones usually keep me awake at night, damn arthritis, but now I could do squats all day. You all right? What happened?" he repeated, concern tinging his voice. "Like I said, I got mugged. Bunch of little shits. I was walking to work trying to figure out how to help things out, then, boom, a load of them with bats jumped me." I hope you kicked their asses," Marcus pressed, glowering at me. "Some little shits thought they could help themselves to what they wanted here too. Made them aware of the realities of life, if you know what I mean." He grinned darkly, punctuating the implication with a single slow wink. "Glad to hear it, and unfortunately, no. I caught one of them later, but there were too many, so I ran. I'm going to see if I can find a few more now, quietly," I explained, giving him a wink in return. "Well, you go teach them a lesson, boy. You got something you can use?" he asked, and I shook my head. "That why you came here?" I paused awkwardly. "Not really. You were good to me, so I wanted to check that you were okay, that's all. If you've got a spare bat, though, I'd not say no." "This one's got sentimental attachments. Came with me to this country, but I've got something that might suit you. Come in and lock the door." He turned and shuffled off into the gloom. I followed him inside, dragging my bike in and locking the door before following. I wandered through the shelves and into the narrow back room, finding a dual staircase, with one side leading up and the other down. Marcus was heading down, his bobbing candlelight all that illuminated the darkness, so I followed, feeling my way carefully down the steps. "You'll have questions about what I show you, lad, no doubt about that, so I'll just lay it out nice and straightforward. You ever hear of Hema? He asked, and I shook my head. No, not really, I said after a second, once I realized he couldn't see me. Well, HEMA stands for Historic European Martial Arts. It was all the rage where I grew up in Germany. I expected it to be the same here when I arrived, but I was disappointed. Tried to start a club a few times, but I never drummed up enough interest, so I gave up in the end, he explained, leading the way to a large box in the corner of the room. It came up to my shoulders, about a meter wide and deep, and when he slid the lid back, I whistled reflexively. Them's German longswords, lad. Federschwert. Now don't get excited, they're all training weapons, blunt, and I'm not giving you a steel one. They're worth hundreds of pounds each. I will give you one of these, though. He pulled a black blade out and passed it to me. I hefted it, judging by the feel that it was coated with rubber or plastic or some such material. I couldn't decide which, but the weapon itself felt real. The weight was good, but it'd never hold up against, I know what you're thinking, boy, but believe me, that's all you need and more. It's got a steel core inside, that's the weight you feel. You'd need to put a lot more strength into it than I think you've got to break that. Company who made them went out of business when someone died after being hit with one the wrong way. Modern ones are a lot softer. Okay, I said cautiously, looking it over, then glancing back at the gear in the box. I'll give you a pair of gloves and a shoulder scabbard for it if you want. It's too long to wear on your hip, but be warned, it's a bitch to draw in a fight. Best way is to pull it off and chuck the scabbard aside. You ever used one? He asked, and I shook my head sheepishly, eliciting a sigh from him. Fine, come on, we'll go in the backyard. He picked up another training blade and passed me a pair of gloves and a scabbard. I followed respectfully as he wove his way out of the basement filled with old stock, up the rickety stairs that creaked with every step, and a minute or two later we emerged in the small concrete yard at the back of the building. Right, then, first and foremost, feet, he barked, and I looked down, puzzled. Standing like that is no use. Watch, he commanded and shoved me roughly. I staggered back and nearly fell over, not having expected the blow. Hey, I complained. Bah, you see what was wrong there? He asked, and I snorted. Yeah, you pushed me. Smartass, he muttered, shaking his head. No, your stance was shit. Look, stand with one foot pointed towards me, the other back behind you, shoulder width apart, angled at 45 degrees outwards like this. He proceeded to shift me around, indicating minor adjustments with taps to my limbs. That's it. Now, front leg bent at the knee. Aim for the knee to be directly over the heel. Back leg extended slightly, heel lifted, and balance on the ball of your foot. I did as he asked, and then he tried shoving me again. I didn't move, not even a hair, and when I tilted him to the side slightly, he was the one who went staggering. Good, he said, grinning. Now, reverse it. You right-handed? I nodded, and he gestured to my left foot. Then you want the left advance to start. Best way for you. Now, step forward and swap over, so you're in the same stance, but right foot forward, left back. I followed his instructions, swapping back and forth a dozen times until he was satisfied. Then he started pushing and shoving me as I switched. It took a while, an hour or more, perhaps. But I enjoyed it, and clearly so did he, so he kept adjusting my positioning until he felt I could drop into stance without thought. Good, lad. I want you to practice that, and I mean a lot. Do it for an hour a day, nothing but footwork, and you'll be amazed at how quick you learn. Now, I've shown you the basic stances, but you need to be able to move around. Quickly now, as I know you've got somewhere you want to be. You move like this. He showed me to lunge and retreat, to circle around in triangular patterns, and finally to cover short distances fast with bursts of speed. After another hour had passed, we were both knackered, although he definitely looked the worst between the two of us. He was easily in his 50s, if not older, judging from the comments he'd made as we'd sparred. I had to admit I really liked the old sod. Right, last point. Although it's the most important to you now, or so you think, believe me, practice the feat and the rest will be fine. Grab your sword, hold it like this. He gripped his sword with his right hand at the top of the hilt, left hand loosely grasping the pommel, a good 4 or 5 inches below the right on the long hilt. People think you need a death grip. Rubbish, he scoffed, shaking his head. Think of it like you're holding your lady's hand. Good grip, but don't crush her. Left hand is like holding your wee kiddie's hand. Loose, you're using it to direct your swing, but be ready to tighten if you need to. I did as he directed, learning the paces of a drill. The sword started point down, resting against the ground, then was pulled back, pommel resting against my right hip, sword point angled upwards at 45 degrees towards the enemy. Then the blade was raised overhead, the point angled down, then switched to being held directly upwards as though a line ran from my chin to the top of my head at 90 degrees, with the sword extending the line. From there, he showed me a series of cuts, swinging down from the right to draw an imaginary line from across his left shoulder to right hip, stepping forward as I deliver the attack, then switching my lead foot to bring the sword back up to reverse that move, before flipping over as I switched feet to slash from my opponent's left hip to right shoulder, flip and reverse. We repeated the strokes for 10 minutes before he nodded in satisfaction, then swung his sword at me without warning. I dropped into defense and slashed back at him, mirroring his action. Our blades clashed briefly as he continued the pattern, each swing more graceful and fluid than I could manage by far, but in fighting back, I realized those 4 simple cuts were suddenly also 4 simple blocks, each one an easy counterattack that I was amazed at. Well, lad, you're far from good, but you learn fast, and you should have a better chance now. Still, do me a favor and let me know you're okay later, all right? He asked kindly, and I smiled as I clapped him on the shoulder. I will, Marcus, and thank you. It'll make a hell of a difference, I replied, and he smiled sadly. Honestly, lad, it will if you remember to do it in the heat of combat. Many a good fighter has forgotten everything, and that's in tournaments. Judging by that look in your eye, what you're going to do is a damn sight more dangerous. I don't want details, just in case. But come back safe, and if you ever want to train, I'm here. I'll be back, I said in my best Austrian-American accent, winking at him before swallowing hard. The time I'd spent here, while making a hell of a difference to my chances, I was sure had also increased my assimilation level by another 1.5 points, and as I watched, it inched up, becoming 2 points. Current level of core assimilation, 24%. Estimated time for increase of assimilation level is 0.5% per hour in current low mana density. Move to an area of higher mana density to decrease this time. I'm sorry, Marcus. I have to go. I dismissed the prompt, grimacing when I saw the look of confusion on his face. Look, all I can say is that if you start to see, I don't know, a flickering light at the edge of your vision or something like that, just concentrate on it, okay? Read what you see, think on it, and I'll be back to talk to you about it soon. A light? Son, are you having visions? He asked, suddenly a lot less sanguine about arming me and training me. Trust me, I'm not mad, although mad people never think they are, do they? Either way, I have to go, before those scumbags find someone else. I shot him a reassuring smile, turning and heading for the shop. I was nearly out the door when he called out again, and I turned to catch the can he threw at me. I grinned, appreciating the size of the Red Bull, and I thanked him as I slid my head through the strap for the scabbard. Once I'd settled it comfortably onto my back, I pulled the gloves on, surprised by how flexible they were despite their bulk, and tucked the can into my small bag that hung off my opposite shoulder. Good luck, son, Marcus said to me, patting me on the shoulder as I mounted my bike. Stay safe, beat those assholes and help people where you can. That's all I ask." "I will, my friend," I promised, shaking his hand. I raced down the street, calling back to him as I went. "Now get inside and stay safe, you old sod." Chapter 5. I practically flew down the street, taking the corners faster than I'd gone on a bike in years. I couldn't help marveling at the difference between a road bike, one that probably cost thousands, and a cheap steel-frame mountain bike, which was all I'd ever been able to afford as a kid. With the cars being out of action, I used the roads, weaving smoothly around the occasional car that must have died when the event happened, and dodging pedestrians. There were a lot less of them than there had been the first time I traveled this way, and those that were braving the streets glared and looked at me suspiciously. Everyone hurried about, bags on their shoulders, and many had clubs on clear display. One man pointed a damn shotgun at me, but thankfully he just grumbled and lowered it when he saw I had no interest in him or the shopping trolley piled high with tinned food that the child with him was pushing. What had taken 3 or 4 hours to walk, now counting my stops the first day, only took me about half an hour on the bike, and as I came close to the estate, I felt a combination of nerves, fierce determination, and a desire to be anywhere else but here. I skidded around a building and flew down the street that led to the estate. 3 lads lounged in various positions on the low wall in the corner, watching everyone passing wide of them. As soon as they saw me, they were whistling back into the street, out of sight, and I swallowed hard, knowing it was on. I headed straight towards the street, swinging wide of their position. I was about to turn when 2 more thugs, both on bikes themselves, burst from a side street to intercept me. I changed direction, swerving and dipping between their outstretched hands, heading downhill, as though trying to get away. They both pedaled after me, grinning, and their friend hollered and screamed at them to get me. Arguments broke out among the runners over who was getting my bike, and I grinned fairly as I skidded around another corner, making sure the cyclists saw my trajectory. We cut down 2 more streets, and I managed my speed carefully, making sure they weren't far enough back that they'd just give up, but also drawing them far enough ahead of their friends that I felt I stood a decent chance of winning the fight before they could get to me. I took another corner fast, shooting around it and fighting to stay upright. As soon as I was out of sight, I didn't let off the brakes. Instead of running, I jumped off, dumping my bike against the wall. Knowing I had mere seconds to prepare, I shrugged out of my scabbard, drawing the sword and tossing it aside as Marcus had taught me. I dropped into stance, moving up to the edge of the street, and drew the long sword back. As I gripped it tightly with both hands, Marcus's voice echoed in my ears, and I shifted my grip. My top hand, my right, was for punching forward, he'd said, while the bottom hand was to pull, guiding the sword and directing it. It seemed weird, especially after years of watching Hollywood do things totally differently, but the way Marcus had moved, it was like a dance, one with deadly consequences for everyone else. I heard their panting shouts to each other as they closed in. The leader was saying something about my bike being his, and the second was complaining that the boss wouldn't like it. I drew back further, forcing myself to breathe slowly and calmly, judging the distance by the sound of their cries. And then I forced myself into action. I deliberately, for the first time outside of school, which didn't really count, or the big market when being blind drunk, acted to hurt someone, and badly at that. The changes they'd forced on me with the beating, no, the attempted murder, had changed me. I was terrified. I knew I was broken inside. I'd partially come to terms with that on the ride over because this wasn't normal. It wasn't something a good man did. But punishing people like this, stopping them, was something a man had to do, or at least it was something I knew I had to do, especially if I wanted to be able to look in the mirror and not hate myself. It helped that I was also pretty convinced that my only chance at survival was to fight them. As I was fighting the growing certainty that I could die at any point as the assimilation levels increased, at least I didn't have to worry about a jail sentence. I swung, and I swung hard. It was more or less on target, which was as much luck as intent. The more or less was because I'd been aiming to hit him in the chest. He'd been standing up on the pedals when I'd last peeked back at him, but as he took the corner, he'd sat down. So the sword hit him 2/3 of the way down the blade, nearly wrenching itself free of my grip as it hit him in the throat, catapulting him backwards into a flip and onto the street. He landed with an audible crunch and flopped bonelessly to a halt, as I gaped open-mouthed at what I'd done, before the second one shouted something not far behind. New instincts powered by fear and fury kicked in. I'd automatically returned the sword to the guard position Marcus had taught me, and I swung again, too soon, and he swerved. But the shock of a sword appearing out of nowhere caused him to lose control and crash, rolling and shouting as he bounced across the asphalt. I moved as quickly as I could. This one I'd recognized from before. He'd laughed as he stomped on my fingers, breaking them. I growled in anger as he looked up, stunned. My first blow took him across his upraised right arm, and I felt the jarring reverberation along my sword as I broke the bone. The second strike was flipped over and in reverse, as I'd been taught, but instead of going from right hip to left shoulder, if he'd been standing, it ended with his jaw, spinning him sideways, unconscious, with a spray of blood and teeth. I stood over him, panting as he laid still, blood pooling around his mouth. Confident that he'd been incapacitated, I turned to the other one, noting that his head was lolling at an unnatural angle. He was dead, judging from the glass-eyed stare, and the second one. I moved back to him, feeling for a pulse, but it was weak since he was bleeding heavily. His jaw was fractured, and it looked like he'd be on soup for the rest of his life. However long he had left, I couldn't help it. I vomited everywhere. I knew I needed to do this, that they deserved it. Hell, I'd never thought that anyone besides a kitty fiddler could deserve this level of violence until now, not this viscerally. Intellectually, it was one thing to say they deserved to be killed for doing that, but to do it myself? To set out, lure them into a trap, and actually do it? Totally different. I was shaking, still fixated on the pair, when I heard a shout in the distance, and the world came crashing back to me. I hunted around frantically, nobody in sight, but when I ran to the corner of the road, I caught sight of 3 more coming down the hill. They were panting heavily, but they all had bats and clubs, and they were maybe 30 meters away, searching for indicators of which way to go. I'd poked my head out too far, I realized, when one of them pointed at me and shouted a question. I ducked back, ignoring his words, and thought quickly I could either run or check them over and then fight the next 3, but I couldn't do both. It came down to maybe finding Granddad's watch, or definitely not, and losing the element of surprise and the chance to try again. I knew, despite the flash of notifications, I wouldn't have enough XP for the level I needed. Not yet. I had to go on. I moved back from the corner, slipping into a recessed doorway, and waited. My breath came far too loud to my ears as I tried to hide. I closed my eyes, listening as hard as I could and repeating the mantra from a favorite book over and over. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me, and when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I shall remain. I must not fear, I muttered aloud. Memories of watching the original movie years ago coming to mind and calming me. I froze at the sound of a gasp, accompanied by slapping footfalls, and my eyes flared open. I acted before I thought, moving out into the street as the first of them scrambled to a halt nearby, staring in shock at his friends. I sprinted straight at him, and he twisted around, startled to find me closing the distance. He turned to face me, legs planted side by side, and swung his bat like he was trying to send me to Mars. I stepped aside, falling into stance as the bat whistled past, jerking him off balance, and we both watched it in shock. Him, terrified that he'd missed, and me, amazed at how accurate Marcus's words had been. He'd commented that the sword, huge as a German longsword was also a finesse weapon. If you used excessive force, it was impossible to recover before you were dead. It was better to hit and need to hit again, or to slice the opponent as you drew back, rather than attempt to cleave them in half, as most likely, if you did manage a hit like those in the movies, you'd end up with a sword that was wedged inside a corpse, and then you were fucked if anyone else had an issue with what you'd just done. We blinked at each other, and he tried to yank the bat back, but his shitty footwork meant he was off balance, and he started to fall. I flashed my sword forward, connecting the pommel with the back of his head as he fell. The blow accelerated his dive, allowing me to draw back and kick him in the gut, hard. I turned back to the street as the second, and a heartbeat later, the third thug arrived. The two newcomers gaped at the bodies, the pooling blood, and me, but I was in full swing now, raging as I'd recognized another of them, one who'd kicked me in the face with his shiny fucking shoes. He'd laughed as I'd cried out, but he sure as shit didn't when I swung for his throat. He dove aside, hitting the ground and rolling as I recovered and swung again. The reverse attack served nicely for his friend, with a little correction. As my sword swung up, his scream rose in pitch as his balls cushioned the blow to his pelvis, and I stepped forward, my left hand releasing the pommel of my sword to grab his shirt collar. He dropped his bat, and I drove the pommel into his mouth harshly, yanking him forward at the same time before pulling back and smashing the crossguard into his temple. He fell to the ground, groaning as I released him, and I turned around, jumping backwards and stumbling over the moaning man as the second swung for me with his cricket bat. I backed up again, falling into stance out of habit. As he swung, I countered, his overhand meeting my own, and as I grunted and shoved, I threw him off balance. The footwork that Marcus had drilled into me saved me, and I followed him, reversing the swing and striking upwards, catching his attempt to bring the bat around and smashing it from his hands. I swung my blade up, flipped sides, and brought it whipping around to smash it into his neck with a scream of effort. Time seemed to drop into slow motion as the blunt blade brutalized his neck, the flesh bending to one side, while his head and body seemed to fold around the blade. I felt the neck snap, and I pulled back, twisting at the hip and kicking him in the chest, Sparta style. The corpse collapsed as I turned to face the remaining two. The second was still kneeling on the ground, clutching his privates in his own personal world of pain, while the first had forced himself up, his bat in hand. He was clearly still dazed, but his stupor warred with the principles of my entire life, being taught that violence like this was wrong, and feeling sickened by the lives I'd already taken. I forced the thoughts down and slashed out at him. He jumped back, causing me to panic as he regained his footing and advanced, too fast for me to dodge. He brought his bat up over his head, about to smack it down onto me. I couldn't bring the blade around fast enough, and he was inside its length anyway, so I lunged for him instead, dropping the sword and grappling with him. We both fell to the street, rolling, punching, and shouting in an animalistic brawl, the world reduced to a confused blur as we both reacted instinctively, lashing out ineffectually before he rolled again, and he came out on top. He wrapped both hands around my throat and squeezed as hard as he could, pushing down and crushing my windpipe more and more by the second. I panicked, flailing at him, and tried to pry his hands away frantically. Seconds passed like hours until I finally remembered a scene from a movie. Desperate for air, I reacted as the world began to grow dim around the edges. I let go of his hands, the shallow furrows I'd torn with my nails ineffective, and instead grabbed his head by the temples, driving both thumbs into his eyes. They felt like overset jelly, a slick coating on the outside. Just as I was beginning to black out, my thumbs popped into the sockets, squashing the malleable orbs to the sides. He released me with an awful scream, and I shoved him back, twisting aside and grabbing at my throat as I hoarsely wheezed in a breath of sweet, sweet air. I panted and coughed, crying as I got enough air to restart my brain, and I glanced over at the man I'd just blinded. It was telling that here, even in broad daylight, nobody was in sight. Here in England, estates meant something very different to what they did in America, I'd learned. There they'd be known as slum ghettos, or worse. Clearly, in this estate, cries for help were ignored as signs of weakness, even before the world had gone to shit. I rolled over and forced myself to my feet, wiping eye gunk from my thumbs as I picked up the nearest weapon, a cricket bat. I turned back to face the man who was screaming and pawing at his face, drew back as I sank into my stance, and swung for the fences. The crack was loud enough that I was never sure afterwards, even as I replayed it in my mind, if it was the bat breaking, his skull shattering, or both. Either way, he collapsed soundlessly to the earth, blood pooling around his head. I felt ice cold, empty inside as I scanned the street. They were all dead or unconscious, save one, the man who'd never have kids. Not that any of them ever would now if they hadn't already. I discarded the useless remnants of the bat, snapped in half as it was. The top only hung on by a splinter. Picking my way around the spreading pools of blood, I bent to collect my sword, sweeping it up and glaring down at the lone survivor as he tried to drag himself away. Clearly I'd done more damage than I thought, as his left leg evidently wasn't working. He didn't make it far. "Why?" he cried, rolling back and looking up at me as I loomed over him. "Why are you doing this? Please, no," he blubbered. I felt my lip curling back in disgust. This little fucker was a murderer, or at least an attempted murderer, and he and his friends had chased me down, intending at minimum to mug me. They'd already tried to murder me once, even if he didn't recognize me today. Now, because he lost, he wanted mercy? Because he was on the receiving end, he thought all should be forgiven? I growled as I reached down, grabbing him by the throat. "Tell me where it is," I said in a low, hoarse voice. What? He stuttered fearfully. "Where is it?" I screamed at him, shaking him back and forth like a rat caught by a terrier. "Where's my watch?" I demanded furiously, but he just gaped at me in confusion. Then I saw it. The light dawned, and he stared at my right cheek, following the thin scar that ran up and disappeared into my hairline. "No, you're dead?" he whispered. I smacked him back, slamming his skull off the asphalt and making him cry out. "Last chance!" I raged, straightening up and stepping over him. I lashed my sword down as hard as I could, smashing him in the left clavicle, the snapping sound forcing his scream. With his left arm entirely useless and his right reaching to cradle the fresh injury, I braced my foot onto his throat and pressed down just enough to cut off the air. "Where's my fucking watch?" I whispered icily, watching his eyes bulge. He tried to grab my foot, but he had no leverage where he was, and he knew it. I pressed down harder, and he tried to talk, the smell and spreading darkness across the front of his jeans revealing that he'd lost control of the remains of his cock. I let up slightly, and he wheezed in a breath, gasping out a single word. "Boss!" "Where?" I growled, and he answered, tears drawing tracks in the dirt on his cheeks as he whimpered out all I needed to know. I glowered down at him, and I knew I'd done more to him than hurt him. I'd broken him inside. He was no threat now, and with a little push, he never would be again. "Listen to me," I said quietly. "I'm going to kill him, and everyone else in your shitty little gang. You're going to live, but only for now, because if I ever hear about this shit happening here again, I'll come for you. I don't care if it's got nothing to do with you. It's still you I'll come for, you and everyone you love. So remember that. Next time you see some little shit acting up, you'd better stop it before I have to, or you'll be the one I come for." With that, I removed my foot, turning away from him in disgust. Something inside me had changed further. What had begun with the attack, the fight, and then the sight of Miss Piggy and her husband closing the door in my face had been finished here. Matt, the nice guy, had died somewhere along the line. This new world didn't have room for a nice guy. Not anymore. It might in the future, but right now, it needed something else. Something more. I didn't know what it was yet. but I knew I was going to find out. Chapter 6. I quickly searched the others, finding nothing of value besides a nice diving knife strapped to one guy's ankle. I took it, attaching it around my own leg and rolling my pants back down to conceal it. Sighing, I picked up my sword and examined it sadly. The blade had a kink in it, and the hilt was loose. The pommel tightened up when I twisted it, but shaking the weapon caused it to slowly loosen again. Despite that, it was the weapon I was going to use to clean the estate up. I took a minute to use the bleach wipes on everything I thought I touched. Not that I thought I needed to now, but it was better to be safe than sorry. I found the scabbard, sheathed the battered blade, and shrugged it onto my back again, then got onto my bike. Without a backward glance, I pedaled back up the hill. It was slow going, especially as I was aching in various places. Aside from all the fighting, I hadn't cycled in years, and my throat was throbbing painfully, but I fought to ignore the pain and glared ahead as I went. I turned back onto the adjoining street, pedaled up to the top of the road, and then out into the main road again, finding it strange to realize how silent it was. There was nobody but an old man in sight in the distance, and there'd been a lot more people walking around when I come in the opposite direction. The screams. I shook my head in disgusted understanding. They all ran away rather than trying to help, I muttered to myself. The old man was panting, yet still steadily making his way in my direction. I looked at the box he was carrying, noticing the bandages and medical supplies that filled it, and I frowned, pedaling up the hill to meet him. You okay?" he asked me, trying to catch his breath. The man was genuinely concerned, I realized as I came to a halt. "I am. Are you?" I asked. I heard screams, shouts for help," he said, pointing over his shoulder to the houses further up the street on the far side. Some of the structures were okay, neatly maintained, rather than the majority nearer the estate, many of which had steel shutters covering broken windows. "I had to go to get my box." He was shaking, and I felt terrible for him, both for the world we were suddenly thrust into and the state he was in. He must have been in his late 80s at least, and yet here he was, trying to help. "It's okay," I reassured him, but he shook his head anxiously. No, it isn't. You don't understand. Those boys, they do things, terrible things. They've got someone. They must be hurting them. I heard the screams. I tried to call the police, but there's no power. The phone, it won't work," he insisted, clearly panicking. "No, look, what's your name?" I reached out and placed my hand on his shoulder, my heart clenching at the fear and desperation on his face. I'm Wilfred Owens." "Mr. Owens, you're not wrong about what they do. Those boys are like rabid animals. In this world, when the police don't come when you need them, there's only one way to deal with a rabid animal. Do you understand? What do you do with a rabid animal?" "You put them down. I had a dog once as a boy." He began shaking, gaping up at me with horror. "Yes, you put them down. I'm sorry, Mr. Owens, but they tried to kill me, and I did what I had to do. It was their screams that you heard. They won't attack anyone else. Not ever again," I said firmly. He stared at me in silence. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed and surety, he shook his head, glaring up at me as he took a step back, followed by another. "No, son. No, you didn't," he glared up at me. "No matter the stuff those boys been doing, they're just kids. They need to go to prison or in the army. That'd sort them out. You don't put a man down, not like a dog." He started to back up slowly, eyeing me like I might attack him in any second, suddenly noting the blood spatters that covered my clothing. "Well, we'll have to agree to disagree, Mr. Owens, considering they tried to kill me yesterday," I said, pointing to my face. He peered at the healed injury myopically, then shook his head. "Son, that scar's a month old if it's a day, so don't try that shit with me. Those boys weren't anywhere near so bad till that Damon got back out of prison, and he's only been back a week." "Damon?" I asked, leaning forward. "The one they call the boss?" "Huh. Doesn't surprise me. That boy's always been trouble. But you listen here. Those boys ain't all bad. Yeah, maybe some should be put to sleep, but we don't do that. Not here. That's something for the police to take care of, not the likes of you and me." "And if I ride on, and Damon sees you with something he wants, sees someone you love alone?" I asked, and he paused, standing there a moment. His eyes clearing, he looked back to me and cocked his head to one side. "You thinking of going looking for him? Boy, you don't stand a chance. He's bigger than you in every way, and he's not just bad. That kid's evil, bad in the bone. Last time I heard he lost a fight, he was 12, got caught hurting a puppy, and the guy who loved that dog kicked his ass. A week later, that guy was in intensive care. Burglars, the police said. Never caught them, but we all knew. Kid was taken away for a while. Then he was back, then off to prison. And now he's back again. Every time he comes back, he's worse. But then it's time he didn't come back, isn't it?" I insisted. He hesitated, considering me, the knowledge of the threat the kid posed, warring with years of closely held beliefs and a fear of being involved. He opened his mouth a time or two, but he ended up shutting it each time without saying anything. I nodded to him slowly. "That's what I thought too," I said quietly. "One of those boys you tried to warn me about is probably still alive back there, but he won't be feeling good, I promise you. If you want to help him, he's in that direction, bottom of that street." I pointed down the hill behind me. "You'll probably be able to see him from there. The rest of his group, well, they're not going to be a problem anymore. Good luck, Mr. Owens. I hope you get through this either way." I nodded respectfully in farewell, turning and glancing along the road. I drew in a deep breath as I thought about what I was about to do and the decisions I'd made to get to here. And I decided it was time to check the notifications before I did anything else. Current level of core assimilation, 25%. Estimated time for increase of assimilation is 1% per hour in current low mana density. Move to an area of higher mana density to decrease this time. Congratulations, you have defeated 5 opponents classed as local thug. Thug level 0, you're level 1. XP awarded 125. Congratulations. You have gained a level in ambush. You receive 5% increase to damage dealt while evading detection. Because you have gained this level in a sub-skill of stealth, you have also received the requisite levels in stealth, granting a 3% reduction in chances of being spotted. Increase your skill to further improve your damage bonuses. Congratulations, you have gained a level in dodge. You receive 1% increase to chances to evade damage. Increase your skill to augment your ability further. Congratulations, you have gained 3 levels in longsword. Because you have gained this level in a sub-skill of blades, you have also received the requisite 3 levels in blades. Increase your skill to improve your abilities with this weapon. You have generated a quest. Quest: clean up the estate. You have learned of a small gang intent on building their own fiefdom in a nearby estate. Remove the gang by any means necessary, and you will receive the following bonuses. +1 to top 3 attributes, +1 skill point to allocate, +1 class perk, 250 XP. Note, rewards have been increased on this quest due to level of difficulty. You have reached level 2. You receive 5 stat points to invest in your attributes, +1 skill point. You have 5 stat points to invest. XP required to reach next level, 160 out of 200. I read through the notifications hurriedly, noting that the rewards were no different for killing or sparing an opponent. As long as they were considered defeated, that was good enough to gain the XP. The next level required 200 total XP to reach it, and I currently had 40 points in the tank, as it were. Adding to that, I guess that I got a skill point every other level, maybe more, maybe less, but I had one now. I considered it putting into blades, but as I'd leveled it 3 times in a single fight, I decided there wasn't an immediate need. I'd save it. I also gathered that if I took care of the gang, I'd at least reach another level as well. I could then use those points to boost my wisdom and, as such, my control, up to a level that would enable me to eject the core and install it somewhere safe. That meant I had to decide. Did I put these 5 points into definitely getting the attributes up in an attempt to deal with the core now, or did I risk it all, dumping them into something that would help me in the fight and go clean up the neighborhood? I considered for several seconds that turned into minutes, but when I looked over my shoulder, I saw the disappearing back of old Mr. Owens as he vanished down the indicated street, hurrying off to help the kid I'd just fucked up. That made the decision for me. He and others like him could hate me all they wanted for what I did, as long as they were alive to do it. If I left the gang alone for now, by tomorrow they might have killed him or someone else already. I pulled up my stats and skimmed them quickly. So far, I was above average in both intelligence and dexterity, but I was going to face a gang, and one that loved dealing out punishment. I had 3 logical places where I could commit the points, which I believe would make an immediate difference: strength, endurance, or agility. Strength would give my attacks more damage. Endurance would allow me to fight for longer, which was appealing, as I'd definitely been lagging by the end of the fight there, and my breathing had come hard and fast. Agility would hopefully boost my ability to dodge attacks. I considered them for a minute, before deciding if I was going all out and risking it all, then I might as well risk it all properly. I slammed all 5 points into strength and confirmed it, grunting in shock as my body felt like it was being torn apart. I hunched over the handlebars, clenching the grips in pain and trying not to scream as I felt my muscles writhing around. It took less than a minute, but when I could breathe again, I flexed my arms and stared in amazement. My top had been reasonably tight-fitting before, not insane, but fairly tight. Now I was moderately concerned that if I sneezed, I'd shred it. I reached out and felt my biceps, my forearms, my traps and thighs. I was a beast. Seriously, my muscles were hard, healthy, and I felt a subtle ache like I'd just finished a damn good workout. My first thought was that I needed a mirror, and the second was that I was seriously pissed about all the hours I'd wasted in the gym over the years, when all I had to do was kick some assholes to shit. My next thought was that if the gang boss, Damon, had found out how to level, I might be fucked. I swallowed hard and looked around, counting the streets that led off the main road where I stood, thinking about what the kid I'd questioned had said. The 3rd street leading off on the left-hand side, I decided. That was probably the one he had meant. I stood up on the pedal and pushed down, skidding slightly as I took off like a rocket. I'd pushed off hard, sure, but I was headed slightly uphill. Instead of starting off a bit quicker, I must have nearly doubled my speed, and as I pumped harder, I was amazed at the result. The change to my strength hadn't been a minor one, and it was affecting everything. I mean, that upgrade must have piled the muscle on everywhere. I felt stiffer, and not in a fun way. I mainly noticed it across my shoulders and hips, and as I cycled forward, I could feel slight restrictions in the way I moved that I'd never noticed before, not to mention how uncomfortable my clothes felt. The thing was, though, my legs were so much stronger, it was insane. I could feel the changes, and when I considered how I'd normally work at the gym, I thought I knew why. There, I'd concentrated on my arms, my shoulders, and my stomach, as that was what society said a man should do. I knew that I should do my legs as well, and I did, a bit, but that wasn't so much what women seemed interested in, so I'd neglected it in comparison. The stat boost had fixed that by essentially almost doubling the muscle mass and efficiency across my entire body, and I guessed that I would look insane now when I was naked. The thought of my ex seeing me like this, considering the guy she'd left me for, made me grin for a second. until I realized in my daydreaming I'd passed the street I wanted and was heading off on a tangent. I turned down the next one instead, figuring I'd take it and take a left at the bottom, which would ultimately take me to the same place. But as I turned down the street, I suddenly found myself weaving in and out of parked cars. This street actually still had people living in it, or so it seemed. Windows were shuttered, but I caught glimpses of fearful faces peering out, and I growled to myself as I tore down the bank, headed to the bottom of the street. The decline was steep, and by the time I'd passed the dozen or so houses sheltering people, I found the estate falling deeper into disrepair again. Blazing down the last stretch, I shot out onto the street at the bottom, taking a left, and again, I found myself surrounded by boarded-up houses. There was silence down this way, and the stink of smoke hung in the air. I followed the directions I'd been given, taking another cross street to the right and heading down to the old railway tracks and the abandoned munitions plant. I slid to a stop in the middle of the street, looking around. I was standing where he told me to go, I was sure of it, but the house he'd said to look out for, a big one with a blue door, wasn't there. I searched the surrounding buildings, trying to work it out, when a burgeoning sense of danger rose in my mind. I frowned, looking around in an attempt to figure out where it was coming from. That hesitation nearly cost me my life. I stretched while I scanned the area, trying to loosen up the muscles in my back and neck without thinking about it. Luckily, it was that change in posture that caused the arrow to hit me in the thick muscle of my shoulder rather than sinking into the back of my head and killing me outright. I cried out in pain, staggering to the side, then saw a man rise up from the flat roof of a nearby house and draw his arrow back, his bow bending as he took aim. I froze, then took off, tripping and staggering as I jumped off the bike and ran for the nearest cover, a recessed doorway that was boarded up. 2 more arrows hit the ground near me as I ran, and shouts and laughter rose around me from the houses I'd ignored. I grunted in pain, reaching over my shoulder and grabbing at the arrow that was already stuck in me, fighting down panic as I realized I couldn't get it. My brilliant idea of boosting my muscles like an Olympic athlete had left me unable to bend in certain ways, and the goddamn arrow was literally just out of reach. To add insult to injury, I couldn't get back out of sight in the doorway without driving the arrow in deeper. I slapped at my shoulders, then twisted back as another arrow clattered off the brickwork near my head, and I growled in anger. I didn't have time to fuck about with this. I grabbed my scabbard and gave it an experimental tug, feeling it catch on the arrow, and I nodded to myself in grim determination. Then, before I could think better of it, I yanked the scabbard forward and off my shoulder. The strap, which had been on the far side of the arrow, hit the shaft and half tore it out before something gave way in my back and the arrow bent. It was hanging from my torn skin, and I was trying not to bite my own tongue off as I slapped my hand back, finally catching the trailing fletchings of the arrow and pulling it completely free. "Hey, asshole!" a voice jeered, and I thoughtlessly leaned out before jumping back to flatten myself against the door again as 2 more arrows ricocheted off the stone near me. "Pass my arrows back, will ya?" the voice continued, to the rising laughter of others. "You want the arrow?" I called out, looking around desperately. I grinned to myself as I realized the wood at the top of the door was hanging slightly loose. "Throw them out, nice and slow," the man replied. Ignoring him, I turned, grabbing onto the boards and heaving with my new strength. They resisted for a second, but a loud crack resulted in half of the covering coming away in my hand. I spun, bracing it out into the street, and an arrow slammed into it a second later. "Well, come and get them," I shouted, turning back and punching the old door as hard as I could in the middle of the center panel. It cracked easily, and I yanked my fist back, punching again and splitting it wider. Reveling in my new strength, I continued wrestling a section free, pulling some of the surrounding material with it and exposing the dark interior. I drove myself inside, struggling through the jagged opening, but managing to pull myself through. In the chaos, I took an arrow in my calf, while others slammed into the ground and doorframe around me. I fell to the floor, my sword still in the scabbard, and grunted with the impact. Fighting through the pain, I dragged myself to my feet and hobbled out of the hallway. I hurriedly took the second door, finding myself in a small, bare room. The windows had been boarded over, and a stinking puddle of standing water and mold festered in one corner, rising damp and spores spreading across the inside of the walls. I grimaced as shouts filtered from outside and hid behind the door as best I could, again cursing my new size as it felt harder than it should have been. Voices raised in question, then anger, followed by someone shouting orders. A few minutes later, as I worked the arrow out of my leg, clattering and crashes grew louder as the front door was forced in fully. Come out, wherever you are," someone called in a sing-song voice, and I gritted my teeth, waiting for them to advance down the hallway. "Look," another voice said, clearly calling back to someone else. "Blood! I told you I got him!" "Bollocks! That's probably from my shot," the singer retorted, and I peered down at the arrow clutched tightly in my right fist. The ceilings were too low in here, and the hall was too narrow to use the sword, so it looked like I would be defending myself with an arrow, and I reached down, gently bracing my sword against the wall, and drew the diving knife, swapping the arrow to my left hand and gripping it halfway along the shaft, tip upright. The sound of footsteps drew closer, accompanied by doors being opened before they paused right outside of the room. "There! More blood! He's in here!" I closed my eyes for a second in self-recrimination over my stupidity, then stepped out to stand in front of the doorway. Steeling my nerves, I drew a deep breath and crouched, as though getting ready to run a 100-meter sprint. As soon as the door opened, I was off, clearing the tiny distance as the man on the other side came into sight, his hand leaving the door handle and going back to his bow. I covered the space between us in a heartbeat, slamming into him and stabbing the knife into his gut, then the arrow. Roaring, I spun my suddenly screaming, shocked, and surprisingly light meat shield to the right, using him to intercept the arrow his friend fired off, and lifted him using the convenient handles I'd just driven into him. He screamed again, dropping the bow to grab at the knife and arrow as I rushed forwards, slamming him into his friend. The pair went down, and I swept up the second guy's bow, grabbed an arrow, and fired it out of the door, getting a scream as someone didn't dodge fast enough. I lashed out, kicking and stamping the two on the floor, concentrating mainly on the man under my shield, as he still had a chance at survival, while the dark, fast-flowing puddle of blood on the floor said the first didn't. Dropping to a crouch, I pulled up a handful of the first man's arrows from his hip, then stabbed them all down at once into the second's throat as he managed to shove his friend off him. His eyes went wide as his fingers came up, and I plucked one arrow back out, ignoring the spray of blood that was released. Once I knocked the arrow correctly, I drew back on the bow and waited. I'd never used one of them before, but the flashing orange light gave me a hint, and I concentrated while aiming. Do you wish to assign your unused skill point to archery? Yes, no. I frantically spammed yes, and the opaque screen vanished just as a head popped up in the doorway. I fired, missing, unfortunately, but the skill point had delivered a rush of vague knowledge, and when I yanked free the second arrow, I held both it and the bow slightly differently. I drew back smoothly, and when the head popped up again, the man stepping into view with his bow drawn back, my arrow flew first, and it flew true. The bolt slammed home into his chest, just below the sternum, sending him crashing to the floor with a scream as his arrow arced out of sight. I drew a third arrow from my impromptu quiver, which had just stopped twitching and spurting, and I fired it at my opponent as well, grimly satisfied as it sank deep into his chest on the left side. I knew it would have struck a lung, and that should put him out of the action. I grabbed more arrows, sheathing my knife, and slowly backed up, ready to fire. I kept my eyes trained on the end of the hallway, ignoring the weak burbles and wheezes from my first meat shield and the much louder cries for help from the man I'd just riddled with arrows. Backing into the room where I'd taken brief refuge, I grabbed my sword and hurried upstairs, the narrow, steep path nearly making me fall as my legs screamed at me. Somehow I made it, ducking out of sight to the left as more shouts came from outside. I moved through the rooms, searching quickly until I found what I needed. An old, boarded-over balcony door, one which led out onto a small area that overlooked the side garden to the right and the street to the left. I peered out between the slats of wood, counting 4 of the thugs there, with 3 more hurrying across nearby roofs to join in. From this angle I could see the plank walkways that had been cobbled together to let the gang run from house to house, all but invisible from the outer streets. I also spotted a house further in, a street or so away. The windows revealed people moving around inside and occasionally looking out, clearly trying to see what was going on. A small balcony on one of the upper floors supported a huge man. A young, dark-haired, topless girl stood next to him, holding on to his waist as he drew on a cigar and watched his men. The boss, as I guessed only the boss would be that unconcerned at watching his people die, was easily 6.5 feet. His build was heavily muscled, despite his size, as so many that tall were typically weedy. He had poorly drawn tattoos sprawled across his chest, a close-shaven scalp, and a goatee. Ratty blue jeans, gold bling on his wrists and around his neck, judging from the shine in the sunlight, and silver aviator glasses further enhanced his thug demeanor. I glared at him, even knowing he couldn't see me, then turned my attention back to the men gathering below me. Studying the windows, I realized the boards were on the other side, so it'd be obvious when I forced my way out. When I tried the nearest window, it didn't budge. Inspecting the frame closely, it was clear that it had been nailed shut at some point in the past, and someone had painted over the nails. So that wasn't going to open anytime soon. I decided I needed a 2-stage approach to the next fight. First, the simple bit, kill as many of those fuckers as I could. Second, I needed something to open the window with, and there were at least 7 more mobile battering rams below. So that was useful. I didn't really know where the change I'd experienced was going to take me, the loss of fear to some degree, and the determination to take this gang down. But I was starting to see what the Marines meant when they said that thing about enemies to the left, to the right, behind them, and in front. That meant they're exactly where you want them. I couldn't remember exactly what it was they said, but it was something like that, and I was really starting to feel it. Each opponent was walking XP, as far as I was concerned. I peeked back through the boards at the house at the end. The man I assumed was Damon picked up a shotgun and pointed it into the air, some of his men cheering as he did, and I did a double take as the girl walked back out into view. "What the hell?" I muttered, unsure if I should be appreciating the view or feeling scared. She still had her impressive tits on display, but for some reason she had donned shoulder pads and was settling spiked headgear into place over her dark curly hair, one that looked like it had started life as an American football helmet. Her jeans appeared to have armor stitched onto them, and a baseball bat reflected the sun disturbingly as she lifted it into the air with a bloodthirsty scream. "Are those fucking razor blades?" My jaw dropped in horrified disbelief. I'd been thinking I might need to rescue her, and that she might even be grateful when I did, but judging by that display, hell no. She was clearly there by choice. She and Damon vanished inside, and I swallowed hard, rethinking my plan. Armor would stop the arrows, and I only had 5 more. I had a knife, which was good, but no armor, and my sword was too big to be used indoors. I shook my head in frustration as I considered the numbers arrayed against me. I just needed to defeat them, not necessarily kill them all. Ultimately, I needed to destroy the gang, effectively breaking them up. That'd be enough to finish the quest, I somehow knew. Damon and his girl emerged from the house at the front of a group of 5, maybe 6 people. I'd taken 5 down earlier today, 1 yesterday, and killed 2 downstairs, leaving a 3rd that was dying right now. That made a total of 9. 7 milled outside the front of my building now, and 7 or 8 more were incoming from various directions. My best chance was to break them up. Defeat them in detail, I thought it was called. I took a deep, determined breath, then eased my way to the top of the stairs, leaving my sword by the window in the front room I just left. I stabbed the arrows into the rotten wood of the floorboards at the top of the stairs to keep them close at hand, embedding the knife into the plasterboard of the wall nearby, where I could grab it easily. I took a single arrow, fitted it to the bow, and kept the point trained on the floor below. My eyes followed the shadows moving as the gang made their way inside, blocking the limited light. I took care to keep out of sight as much as I could as one of them started peering around the corner of the stairs. I ducked back just in time, it seemed, as I heard him whispering to his friend before he started climbing up the steep stairs. I took a couple of deep breaths. When he was nearly at the top, I spun, leaning out. I'd had my foot drawn back, ready as I twisted around, and I drove it forward with as much force as I could muster. The steepness of the stairs and the way he was leaning forward combined to bring his head close to the perfect height. My foot slammed into the bottom of his chin, driving his head back with such terrific force that he was literally lifted from his feet, the blow cutting off his surprised cry of warning with the end of his tongue. He was apparently one of those people who habitually gripped his tongue with his teeth when he was nervous or excited, and that ended badly for him as he cartwheeled backwards, blood spurting from between clenched teeth and the remnants of his tongue. I swore in sudden pain, staggering as I tried to put my foot down, and I felt the result of my kick. I'd forgotten that I'd changed into my trainers, and the difference between using steel toe-cap boots and trainers to land a powerful kick on bone was immense. Hissing, I pulled back and straightened up, drawing back on the bow and aiming as they fell down the stairs. The first man was squealing like a stuck pig and thrashing around, while the second tried to catch himself and figure out what was going on. The pair of them fell backwards, clattering and screaming, and I fired, missing completely. I swore viciously and grabbed a second arrow, drawing back and aiming, waiting until they came to a bone-crunching stop against the radiator at the bottom of the stairs, before firing again. I ignored the first man, who had gone still after slamming into the radiator. Dead or unconscious, I didn't really care. This time, the arrow sunk deep, slamming into the second man in the groin and making him scream over and over as he clutched at himself. I stepped back into hiding and waited, listening to the shouted questions and the injured screaming for help. It took a handful of seconds before someone darted in, grabbing the guy with the pierced pecker, and dragged him out of sight. I waited, watching and wincing as I thought about the pain that guy must be in. I'd had the option to go for the chest, but I'd recognized him at the last second as one of those who'd attacked me. He'd been the one with the barbed wire around his bat who'd cut off my escape and broken my arm, and I'd changed my aim deliberately. I didn't regret shooting him like that. I just hoped it never happened to me. There were a few moments of relative silence, broken by screams and moans and a bubbling cry as the man with the severed tongue woke up and started to crawl away, before a voice called up to me from below, out of sight. "So, who sent you?" someone shouted, and I stayed out of sight and remained silent. "Come on, don't be shy. Was it Mickey? Timo? One of the Manchester lot wanting their money? Come on. Either you tell me, and we can sort this out, maybe even give you a job considering all you done here, or I set fire to the house. See how long you last." The last bit carried a tone of hunger, and I guessed that was what he was planning on doing either way. "Last time offered, but hell, maybe I'll send up some more people to play first, see what you have to say for yourself after that," he offered, waiting for a beat before moving back and saying something I couldn't make out. Then someone stepped around the corner, and I felt my butthole twitch. It was a bull of a man, one I'd not seen before, but he was holding the section of the door covering that I'd ripped free earlier. The bugger wasn't that tall, but fuck, he filled the stairwell, he was that broad. "Well, fuck," I muttered under my breath, stepping out as the huge man lumbered up the stairs, hauling back on the bow, and then freezing in shock as the man stopped partway up, grinning at me malevolently. He ducked back down, and a shotgun appeared over his shoulder, pointed right at me. I tried to move, but I was too slow. Raucous laughter burst up from below. It fired, dozens of pellets piercing my skin as I frantically dove aside. I cried out in pain as I felt literal hot lead poking holes into my skin, burying themselves deep in my muscles. I slammed into the floor, gasping in shock as the world briefly flared into white-hot agony. My adrenaline took over quickly, dulling the pain, and I grunted as I rolled to the side, reaching out with my left hand and grabbing the knife where a stray pellet had knocked it free of the wall. I tried to move my right arm, but it was a sea of pain and blood, and I gave up after a single attempt. Instead, I stabbed out with the knife, digging it into the rotting floorboards and hauling on it, dragging myself forward. My right leg, arm, and chest had taken the majority of the pellets, and I grunted in pain as I kicked out with my left leg, pushing myself forward, desperately trying to escape. I'd maybe covered 3 feet, if that, before something slammed down hard onto the small of my back, and I screamed in pain, my left leg collapsing. I tried to move, finding that Nothing below the impact point was responding, and I almost gibbered with fear. Someone stepped past me and stomped down on my left wrist. I wrenched my gaze up, finding a maniacal grin and a fantastic set of tits that would have normally commanded my full attention. Today, though, I fixated more on the bat that was being waved in front of my face. Razor blades had been embedded in it in all directions, and they were dripping blood. My blood, I knew with chilling certainty. I winced at the crazed look in her eyes as she started to whisper to me. "You came for us, but you don't know. No, you don't know the truth of the new world. You think it's still the old one, but it's not. This is our world, where the strong get to do what they want. Your false lord is dead. Priest tried to tell us, tried to say it was wrong. Guess what we did to him?" she asked, waving the bat in front of my eyes again. You gonna guess?" "I said guess!" she screamed, louder than I could believe from such a slender frame. "Guess, guess, guess!" She started chanting, capering around like a chimp on acid before halting suddenly and dropping to the floor to lie next to me and whisper in my ear. "You don't want to play?" She pouted in a sad little girl voice before smiling suddenly. "That's okay." She kissed me quickly on the cheek, bouncing back upright to announce to someone out of sight. "He doesn't want to play," she called happily, skipping back to kick me in the face hard, sending me spiraling down into darkness. Again. Chapter 7. I had no idea how much longer it was before I woke up again, only that I'd not expected to, and that multiple notifications were flashing for my attention. I was tied to a chair, upright, and in a hell of a lot of pain. I tried to lift my head and got a surprise when I felt something in my mouth. Pushing at the obstruction with my tongue, I tried to shift it, realizing it was a ball gag. I had a horrible thought about who might have used it before me. Then my hindbrain shouted up to my full brain that it was far more important to wonder how the fuck I was going to get out of here rather than whose kinky sex shit this was. Luckily, it had only been wedged in my mouth and not braced, so I managed to spit it out after a few seconds, and then spent a few seconds more of spitting in an attempt to get the taste out of my mouth. I shifted my head, looking around the room blearily as I worked my aching jaw. I was tied up in a small, dark room. What looked like bed sheets were stapled to the windows, and bare floorboards had been covered in a collection of mattresses, used needles, and empty cans. 2 figures lay slumped in the darkness. One was staring unseeing at me in some drug-induced catatonia, while the other snored his head off in the corner. I shifted, biting down hard on the inside of my lip at the pain, but after a few seconds it died away, and I tried moving again. My hands and ankles were tied to the chair, an old office piece with the casters ripped off the bottom. The arms of the chair rattled as I shifted, and I visually followed the cable ties that dug into my skin. They'd been attached under the arms of the chair, so I couldn't simply pull them off, a small analytical part of my mind noted. I started shifting slowly, testing my body and my restraints. After a few minutes, I slumped back, breathing hoarsely in pain. I looked around the room again, but nothing had changed. Druggy 1 was still staring, but could have actually overdosed, and I wouldn't be able to tell, thanks to the horrific smell and lack of movement. Druggy 2 was still snoring. I took a deep breath and brought up my notifications, scared of what I was going to see. Whatever changes touching the core had wrought on me with my sudden hyperspeed healing ability was great. As I now had the use of my body again, it was just painful. But the assimilation... Current level of core assimilation 29%. Estimated time for increase of assimilation level is 1% per hour in current low mana density. Move to an area of higher mana density to decrease this time. Fuck. That was a 58% chance of dying now. Not good at all. I guess that meant I'd been out around 4 hours, and judging from the faint hints of daylight around the bedsheet curtains, that'd make sense. Shouting and catcalls sounded in the distance, and somewhere closer, overhead, I could hear rhythmic grunting and moaning. Clearly, batshit Betty was having fun. I tried to get my hands free again as I brought up the next prompt. Congratulations, you have defeated 5 opponents classed as local thug. Thug level 0, you're level 2, XP awarded 125. Congratulations, you have gained 2 levels in ambush. You receive a further 10% increase to damage dealt while evading detection. Because you have gained this level in a sub-skill of stealth, you have also received the requisite levels in stealth, granting a further 3% reduction per level in chances of being spotted. Increase your skill to further improve your damage bonuses. Your progress to level 3 is at 165 out of 200. Well, that's just fucking peachy, I muttered, shaking my head, as a long, drawn-out scream of pleasure rang out above. Glad someone's having a good day, though, I shuddered, forcing my thoughts back to my current predicament. I reached down under the arms of the chair and started feeling around. After a few seconds of blind groping, my fingers found something. A wingnut. The metal screw was holding the arm in place, and I grinned with relief as I started to slowly twist it. It took longer than I expected, mainly because, while my left was okay, my right arm was still considerably weaker, and the more I moved, the more little rivulets of blood escaped from my wounds. A handful of desperate minutes passed with me slowly turning the nuts as best I could, feeling the arms growing looser and looser, until I heard footsteps approaching outside the room. I quickly lowered my head and pretended to be asleep, unconscious, or dead, whatever. "Hi. What you doing?" a voice called from the doorway as my head hung down. By sheer force of will, I kept my eyes closed, ignoring the crazy lady. The soft sound of bare feet pattered across the floor, then a hot, breathy whisper brushed my ear. "You awake? Want to play? I can play nice," she promised huskily, and I felt a hand slowly run up my left leg before settling on my crotch. I kept as still as possible, doing everything I could not to respond, not to flinch, or, well, stiffen. I managed it at first, but after several panicked heartbeats, her voice changed, no longer speaking to me. Now she sounded like she was talking to herself. "What's in here, then? Dee won't mind if I take a little look?" The hand undid the zipper of my jeans, pulling it down and reaching inside. I felt her take a hold of me, freeing me from my pants, before the hot breath I'd felt in my cheek was suddenly playing elsewhere, lower. "I wonder what you taste like, Maybe just a little lick. What demon doesn't know won't hurt him, or me? Or maybe it would. Maybe he'd hurt me good." She mumbled and moaned, and I flinched as I felt her shift her grip, forcing me to respond despite my fervent wishes. She looked up, shocked, as I moved, and I reacted instinctively, stiffening but staying as still as possible, given that she was holding on to me far too tightly for me to do anything else. I just sat there, staring furiously into her eyes at a range of an inch. "What the ever-living fuck are you doing?" I whispered to her in shock and disgust, remembering at the last second that when I had been tied up, I probably looked like I was dying. Bang. There went the element of surprise. "You're awake," she purred with a feral grin. Checking to verify that my hands were still tied, she shifted her grip, wrapping her fist around me comfortably, then slapped her other hand down hard on a very sensitive part of my anatomy, like she was determined to get the last bit of ketchup out of the bottle. "Ah!" I cried out, and she jumped back, laughing, then turned around and shouted upstairs. "Dee, he's awake. Can I play with him?" There was a brief pause. Then a deep voice called back down tiredly. "Have fun, babe. Just make sure he's ready to talk when I come down." She turned around slowly and fixed me with a mad smile, then brushed her hair back from her face, sauntering in. I'd been deliberately not looking before, but now I couldn't help but notice her shirt, unbuttoned down the front, black lacy panties and stockings, She grinned at me as I looked and ached. "You like? Maybe if I'm nice to you, you'll tell me what I want to hear?" she asked in her best sex kitten voice, and I grimaced. "Lady, you're all kinds of fucked up," I muttered, not sure where I'd heard the line before, but determined it never been more suited to someone. "Oh, I am," she whispered in delighted agreement. Dancing across to the guy that was staring fixedly, she reached down and prodded him, then poked him in the eye. He didn't respond at all, and I mentally moved him from the drugged-up box to the dead-from-drugs box. She leaned down, sniffed him, then licked his cheek. She maintained eye contact with me as she giggled and sauntered across to the snoring man, then danced back a step or two, wound up, and kicked him as hard as she could. He awoke, crying out in pain, wheezing and clutching at himself as she giggled again. He instinctively rolled toward her, growling, then saw who it was and backed up. "Oh, come on! Nobody wants to play with me, you know," she pouted, turning back to me and dancing across the room, before spinning around and darting back out of the door. I started yanking at the restraints again, feeling them give more and more, but it wasn't enough to free me before she returned. She dragged a chair in with her, excitedly yanking it along before plopping down into it across from me. 2 other gang members walked in after her and settled down on the mattresses to watch, but she seemed oblivious to them, even though one started flicking his lighter so it sparked to life, then blowing it out and doing it again over and over. "So, Dee wants you to talk," she whispered, biting her thumbnail and staring at me coquettishly. "Wanna make a deal?" She leaned forward, smiling sexily, before leaning back and putting a foot on either of my shoulders, then nodding downwards. I stared fixedly at her, not giving her the satisfaction, and she huffed out a breath, sitting back upright and staring into my eyes so closely our noses were touching. "Look, I need you to tell me what you know. So, here's the deal, okay? You tell me everything, and I'll give you a nice, long, slow blow, right? Or," she whispered, leaning back to pull something out from behind her back. Holding the object up between us, she shook it so that I couldn't help but recognize it. It was a fucking cheese grater. "Or I play with this, she pouted, lifting her hands and pretending to cry anime style. "Or we go for option 3, I whispered to her, shifting as best I could in preparation. "Okay, what's that?" she whispered excitedly, leaning in to put her nose against mine again, a huge, insane smile stretching her cheeks. "I break out of here, fuck you up, kill all your friends, and walk out the front door after setting fire to the house and pissing on your boy Dee's corpse?" I forced a smile in return. "Oh, I like that. How are you gonna do it?" she breathed excitedly, and I flicked my eyes to her breast pocket. She looked down and then back up, understanding what I'd seen when she leaned forward. A small flick knife. "My knife?" she asked curiously in her little girl voice. "But even if I let you have it, you're all tied up." "Yeah, except for one point," I whispered to her, jerking my head back and to the right. She grinned at me and leaned in again. "I've broken the chair," I slowly whispered into her ear. She looked back at me, then down, then back up, as though not understanding. Taking advantage of her momentary confusion, I jerked my hands up with all my now considerable strength. The arms on the chair, loose as they were, barely slowed me as they broke free of the rusted chair. I grabbed her by the throat with my left, tore the knife free with my right, then pulled her close before throwing her back from her chair into the guy closest to her, who was struggling to his feet. She tumbled into him with a squawk of protest, and the effort sent me over backwards. I flicked the blade free and yanked at the restraints on my ankles, digging the blade in and cutting them away, nicking myself shallowly on both legs in the process. Rolling aside, I jumped up and drew the knife back, flinging it at the man on the far side who was also climbing to his feet, slowed by shock and drawing his own knife. My appropriated blade smacked into his head high on the right side, drawing a scream from him as it cut him deeply before glancing off. The other two were still shoving at each other, trying to get up, as I stepped over to them and loomed over the girl. I picked her up by the shirt collar and one thigh, dragged her backwards, and spun her around like I was trying out for the shot put before slamming her into the guard, hard. They went down with a sound like coconuts hitting at the fair, and I jumped on the guy who'd been kicked by her, punching him hard and knocking him out easily enough. With everyone in the room taken down, I strode to the door, cautiously stepping to the side of it and sweeping up the knife dropped by the guy with the head wound. He looked up at me from between hands that were covered in blood, shouting out in alarm. He's free!" he screamed, and I glared at him, swallowing hard before stabbing down, taking him in the throat as he gurgled in horror. I kicked him back and waited, the sound of running feet and voices rising in question. I waited until they got closer, then stepped out, punching forward with the knife to take the guy with a mohawk in the stomach. I quickly tore it back, grabbed a hold of his shoulder, and pumped it back into him again and again before yanking it sideways and shoving him back as his guts fell out. Two more thugs were barreling down the hall. Running feet echoed from elsewhere in the building told me they were all coming for me. I realized suddenly that I wasn't afraid, not even slightly. I'd gone right out the far side of fear and into full-on beast mode, with a side of disgust. These people were scum, not even human to me now, and they needed to be removed from society. I lunged at the next guy who was sprinting at me, shabbily dressed in jeans and a death metal t-shirt, a pathetic attempt at a beard that was just painful to see, no chin, and a long greasy ponytail made me grin, knowing I was actively doing him a favor by killing him. He raised his club behind his back and screamed at me, swinging it high overhead, obviously planning on smashing it down onto my skull. Unfortunately, he'd forgotten two important details. First, I wasn't going to stay still long enough for him to hit me. Secondly, and arguably most importantly, he was indoors, in an old house with low ceilings. His club hit the roof, bouncing backwards and hitting the guy who was running behind him. The greaseball turned to see what had happened, then clearly remembered where and what he was doing and spun back around, just in time to take the punch I'd wound up for him. He fell like he'd been hit by a thunderbolt, and with my strength being at Olympic levels now, it probably felt like one as well. He collided with the man behind him, who was already clutching his face and slowing from his friend's blow. I stood over them both, stabbing down with the knife once, twice, 3 times, pulling the blade back as blood sprayed up. I lifted my gore-spattered face, glaring at a guy who'd skidded into the hall, bounced off the wall, and then turned and tried to reverse course. He tripped over his panicked feet and slid across the floor, kicking and slapping at the ground as he tried to stop. I reached down to my right, swapping the knife to my left hand, and swept up a club, heading after the guy as he scrambled to his feet and sprinted for the stairs leading up. "Yoo-hoo, D," I called up. "I'm coming for you." My shout was cut off by the boom of a shotgun, and the guy who was sprinting upstairs fell back down, half his head blown away. Swearing filtered down from upstairs as D shouted to someone else. "He's half dead. You saw him when we tied him to the chair. Get down there and finish the fucker off." "You finish him off. All I've got is a knife," someone else called out, and I grinned, turning and heading back down to the other end of the hall. 2 doors led off the hall on my right, one on the left. As I'd come from the first one on the right, I checked the left, finding a small room full of boxes, TVs, computers, coffee machines. All sorts of appliances and electronics were stored there, boxed up and abandoned. Clearly, they'd looted some major store or something. I looked in on the room I'd come from as I passed it. The girl was stirring, but the guy I slammed her into wasn't. I clenched my fist and moved on, unsure how I was going to resolve that. I'd been raised to believe that no man should ever hit a woman. Using her as a club had kinda swerved that issue, but I knew it wasn't going to go away. I pushed open the next door and glanced inside before pulling back as an arrow slammed into the door frame right next to me. "He's here!" A panicked, high-pitched voice shrieked from inside, and a second arrow slammed into the far wall. I debated what to do before grinning as I remembered something I'd seen one of the guys in the first room playing with, and I ducked back to collect it, ignoring the moaning and dazed crazy girl on the floor. It took a second or two, but I soon found the lighter. Stepping to the storeroom, I found a rolled-up pile of bedding that stank to high heaven. I bit back a gag as I wrapped it around a club that was on the floor next to one of the corpses, then lit it, waited until it was burning merrily, and returned to the room with the archer hiding inside. I waved the torch in the doorway, and a second later, an arrow glanced off it. I risked a glance inside, briefly glimpsing the man hiding at the far end behind a pile of crates and boxes. I located a good target and twisted, lunging across to the far side of the doorway as he frantically drew back and fired another arrow, which bounced off a wall inside. I stepped back out into view and threw the burning mess off to the right, where it smashed into a cupboard, wiping out several of the half-empty bottles placed on top of it. They fell as if in slow motion, and we both stared at them as they tumbled over and over. The crash and tinkle of breaking glass as the bottles hit the floor was eclipsed by the whumph as the alcohol hit the flames, then spread across the narrow walkway between the boxes. I glanced up, catching the look of horror on the skinny guy's face as flames licked up across the space between us. I nodded to him once, stepping back out into the hallway and closing the door. He started to scream as I turned around and made my way back to the room I'd first woken up in. I moved quickly to the girl, who was just starting to sit up, rubbing her head. She glared up at me through a mess of blood, her nose having clearly been broken when she impacted the other man, and her eyes blazed at me, as though I'd been the unreasonable one. My cock was still throbbing, and not in a good way, as I came to a halt over her, hauling her upright and spinning her around. I twisted one arm up behind her back and put the knife to her throat as I forced her out of the door and towards the stairs. "So, wanna have some fun later?" she asked me, trying to reach up and lick my cheek. "Shut the fuck up, you crazy bitch," I muttered in her ear, shifting her so her face was further away from me. She moved up the stairs happily as I directed her, before stopping halfway and pressing her ass back against me and giving a little wiggle. "I can be good," she whispered, licking her lip clear of blood, and I pressed the knife harder against her throat. "You'll be fucking dead if you don't do as I say," I growled at her. Tell me what to do then," she whispered playfully, and I glared at her, unsure how to handle her. I was certain of two things. No matter what I said, she was going to have an answer for it, and she was clearly all kinds of crazy that I didn't really want anything to do with. Despite how pretty she was, topping it all off was the sure and certain knowledge that sex with her would be an experience, one I'd probably not survive. I shoved her up the stairs and called ahead of us. "Put the gun down, Damon. I've got your girl." "Keeper," a voice called back down, and I growled to myself as I forced her up onto the next floor. We emerged into a hallway that led both to the right and left, with two doors on the far side, one behind me at the other end. "Where are you?" I muttered aloud, unthinkingly. "He'll be in our room at the end," she whispered to me, winking. "Or maybe I'm lying?" "Die!" Someone screamed from my left, and my head whipped around as the thick-bodied bull of a man sprinted out of the door behind me at the end of the corridor, even as I heard the boom of the shotgun again from the opposite end. I grunted, feeling a few stinging cuts as pellets tore across my flesh. The girl, however, screamed in pain, sagging in my grasp. I dropped her in shock, looking up in time to see Damon pumping the spent shell out of the shotgun before lifting it again, aiming for me. I pushed off as fast as I could, colliding with the big man and twisting my body around. The second shot went off, taking a nearby section of the wall out, while a few more pellets buried themselves into my skin. The big man also grunted in pain as his larger bulk took a few projectiles, but it didn't stop him from grappling me to the ground, his left hand grabbing my right wrist and slamming it down hard as I tried to stab him. I brought my knees up between us, pushing him back and punching out with my left fist as he focused on slamming my right wrist down repeatedly until I lost the grip on the knife. He went for it, while another man approached with a meat cleaver. D hovered somewhere behind him, swearing venomously as he tried to get his shotgun reloaded. "I'll kill you," The big man swore down at me, his breath foul, as I punched him, my left fist glancing off his cheekbone. He lunged again as I tried to shove the drop knife further away, and I felt his weight shift across my legs. Man, the fucker was heavy, but we were also at the top of the stairs, and he'd given up all stability in his desperation to reach the knife. I grabbed onto his top and pushed up with all the strength I had, shoving him aside into the banister. The rotting railing lasted less than a second before it snapped, an entire section of wooden spindles fracturing as he fell through them with a cry, and disappeared down the stairs. I rolled to my side, twisting as the meat cleaver slammed down inches from my head. Instinctively, I grabbed the knifeman's arm with my left hand and started punching him desperately with my right, while whipping my right knee into his face. He fell to the side. I instantly rolled onto him, ripping the meat cleaver out of the wooden floor and slamming it down with a strength driven by desperation. He tried to block with his forearm and screamed as the blade sank through flesh to smack into the bone. I yanked the blade back as his blood spurted out, spraying across me, and I grabbed his arm with my left hand, pulling it aside as I struck again. This time, the hit was good, sinking into his skull with a crunch. I tried to lever it out, but couldn't. Just as Dee's grunt indicated that he'd finally managed to get the shells into the shotgun and close it back up. I got to my feet, seeing only one way to go, and sprinted at him as he leveled the shotgun. I dove to the right, making it most of the way into the nearest room before he managed to pull the trigger. I screamed as my left hip took most of the blast, knocking me off course and sending me to the floor with blood running from my side. Before I could think of what to do, Dee was standing over me, panting in rage, fear, and adrenaline. "You're a dead man," he screamed at me. "Who sent you? Who?" His eyes bulged with fury as the shotgun's barrel wove back and forth over my face at point-blank range. "You're... Mum," I said, grinning up at him as I laid back, relaxing despite the pain. I couldn't see any way out of this, and I could hear the crackling of the flames downstairs as the building was consumed. I might be dead, but at least I would have managed the task I'd set myself, and the surrounding area would be safe from this gang. "She said she wished she'd swallowed you," I muttered, then lifted my right hand and gave him the finger. "You're a fucking dead man," he whispered, moving the barrel to aim directly at my forehead. "Yeah, well, it's been tried before," I said, shrugging, pretending not to care, and refusing to be afraid. I closed my eyes as I coughed again, swallowing hard and preparing myself, fully expecting to die. A scream rang out, followed by the shotgun blast close enough to my head that I felt my eardrum on that side burst, but the buckshot slammed harmlessly into the floor at my side as my eyes flew open. I looked over to see Dee falling backwards, blood spurting from the back of his legs as his girl grinned at us both. She lay where she'd dragged herself, her left arm, most of her chest and lower body a complete mess of shredded flesh, blood visibly pumped out of her countless wounds. With her right arm extended, the knife she'd used to hamstring her former partner and killer clattered to the floor as Dee landed, clutching at his leg. I rolled over, the world seeming to spin and pulse as my head pounded in time to the blood that dripped from my ear. I glanced back at the girl, who was grinning at me with blood-stained teeth, before Dee heaved himself sideways and bashed the shotgun butt into her face. Her head slammed back into the floor with a crunch, and he screamed something incoherent at her, hitting her again, and then pulling back to repeat the blow a third time. I lunged for him, grabbing his uninjured leg and hauling myself up his body as he spun the shotgun around and planted it against my cheek. We froze, looking into each other's eyes, and stayed like that for a countless series of heartbeats. "Fuck! Away!" he growled after a handful of seconds spent in joint paralysis, and I frowned. Why hadn't he pulled the trigger? The last few seconds came back to me, and I counted, one blast in the hallway and one in here into the floor. "You're out of rounds," I whispered, and the fear in his eyes confirming the truth as he tried to deny it. I grinned, and he pulled the trigger defiantly. We both froze again, but only for a second as the click of an empty chamber echoed around the room. I drove the shotgun aside and hauled myself further up his body, ignoring his attempts to hit me with the stock, and punched him in the face. He let go of the shotgun and grabbed my left hip, where his second-to-last shot had caught me, and I screamed in pain, using the agony to drive my next punch. I felt his left cheekbone and nose break as my punch landed, the back of his head smacking into the floor and rebounding. He tried to grab onto me, his fingers wriggling to get inside my skin, and I roared. His eyes widened in shock at my unhindered attack, stunned as my fist landed again. I drew back and shifted my weight in order to use both arms and started punching. After a dozen blows, he wasn't moving anymore, and the mass I was punching had become far more shapeless. Huffing from the exertion and adrenaline, I scanned the room to check for any further threats, while my questing gaze fell on the girl's face. Grateful that her eyes had already glazed in death, I interlocked my fingers, lifting them overhead and slamming them down in a hammer fist that smashed the front of Dee's skull in. I collapsed to my right, panting and coughing as the smoke rose, and I reached out to her, gently closing her eyes. She was batshit crazy, but her help was the only reason I'd survived. She must have known she was dying and had instead decided to get revenge on her boyfriend for abandoning her as expendable. The room was starting to fill with smoke, and I laid back down, in too much pain to care that it'd all be over soon. I swatted out at a blinking light that was annoying me until I realized what it was. I coughed again and pulled up my notifications for what I thought would be the last time, my mind idly reflecting on how weird my life had become. Quest complete. Clean up the estate. You have defeated the gang. Their headquarters is in ruins, and less than 10% of the gang still live. Those who do live have sworn in the darkness of their souls to do better, lest they attract your ire again. +1 to agility, constitution, and dexterity, +1 skill point to allocate, +1 class perk, 250 XP. Congratulations, you have defeated 10 opponents classed as local thug. Thug level 0, your level 2, XP awarded 250. Congratulations, you have defeated 1 opponent classed as Gang Lord. Gang Lord level 0, your level 2, XP awarded 50. You have reached level 3. You receive 5 stat points to invest in your attributes. You have reached level 4. You receive 5 stat points to invest in your attributes and gain 1 skill point to allocate. Your progress to level 5 is at 115 out of 500. You have 10 stat points, 2 skill points, and 1 class perk to allocate. Please allocate these within the next 24 hours, or they will be assigned randomly for you. Congratulations, you have gained 2 levels in dodge. You receive 2% increase to chances to evade damage. Increase your skill to augment your ability further. Congratulations, you have gained 4 levels in unarmed combat. You receive 8% increase in your chance to inflict critical damage. Increase your skill to augment your ability further. Congratulations, you have gained 3 levels in small blades. You receive 6% increase in your chance to inflict critical damage. Increase your skill to augment your ability further. I remained on the floor, my head spinning as I tried to make sense of the welter of notifications flooding my vision. I read through them as quickly as I could, coughing more and more as the room began to fill with smoke, before I grinned to myself. I still had a chance. I pulled up my character sheet, quickly slamming the points home in a frenzied attempt to save myself. 5 points into wisdom to bring my control to 10, 2 points into constitution, bringing that one to 10 as well, and triggering the increase in the value of the health it generated from 10 to 20. I held off on assigning the remaining 3 points, just in case, and confirmed my choice, before screaming until I broke off into a coughing fit. I writhed around, coughing until I retched and threw up a thin bile across the floor, but as I blinked my eyes open, I found that I could see and focus much more clearly. I slowly pushed myself upright, grimacing as I felt the pain of my injuries rippling through me. Thankfully, it was manageable now, and I could feel the pellets being slowly pushed out of my body as I healed. I peered around the room, then growled aloud as I spotted the watch on Dee's wrist. It was my granddad's watch, and I moved quickly, stripping it from his cooling corpse. The timepiece was covered in blood, both from him and me, but I felt immeasurably better to have it back. I coughed again, turning and considering the flickering flames that were climbing the stairs. Feeling the wash of heat that rolled through the room, I was dismayed to realize that there was only one window, and it was small, barricaded with a crossbar that had been nailed across it. I shook my head. I wasn't getting out that way. I slowly pushed myself upright, continuing to cough, and made my way to the doorway, wincing as the heat intensified. I backed up, covering my mouth, and then ran out into the hall, turning right and heading to the furthest end of the hallway, away from the stairs and the corpses. I staggered into the room at the end, finding that it was indeed, as I'd hoped, Dee's room. The entire space had been stuffed full of loot, piled around a massive bed and a sex swing rocking gently in the breeze from a harness chained into the ceiling. Shaking my head in wonder at the pair of them, I moved on quickly, stumbling to the double doors that led out onto a balcony. I threw them open, peering along the side of the building. Flames rose from the windows and open door below me, the concrete yard appearing to be the only place I could safely get to. I swore, looked back inside, and grimaced. There was a way to make my landing softer, but it'd no doubt be less pleasant than landing on the concrete would have been. Despite my rapid healing abilities, I knew it was better not to push my body any harder today wherever possible, so I hobbled back in and grabbed the mattress, dragged it to the balcony, and threw it over, trying to touch the thing as little as possible. I took one last look around. Seeing my sword propped against one wall, I grabbed it and left behind the rest of the crap that they'd filled the room with. I clambered over the balcony railing, hissing with pain, as I threw myself over. I plummeted to the mattress, bouncing and tumbling off it, feeling defiled for touching the damn thing after having heard the pair of them going at it when I'd first reawakened. I lurched painfully through the old wooden gate and managed to make it a dozen or so steps down the street before I fell. Once I'd caught my breath, hissing with the pain, I forced myself back upright and made it another 20 yards, only to slump down against the wall, watching the flames rise as I collapsed fully, groaning softly. Chapter 8. I laid motionless for another 20 minutes or so, watching the house burn down, and noting the total lack of anyone coming to help or to investigate. Sighing, I concentrated hard, and a screen popped up for me. Do you wish to eject the dungeon core at this time? You will have 108 seconds to place the core and activate it before it will become unstable and detonate. Host has a sufficiently high level of control to be able to assume full command privileges over this dungeon. Do you wish to assume control? Yes, no. Estimated area consumed by dungeon core detonation, 1.672 square miles. What happens if I take control? I wondered aloud, only for a second screen to pop up. If the dungeon host ejects the core and assumes full control over the nascent dungeon, host will be able to design, assign, and alter the dungeon priorities, including but not limited to growth, loot, dungeon creatures, research and development, mana purification control. If this is the host's intention, it is highly recommended that the dungeon core is relocated to a high mana density area before placement. Okay, define the priorities, please? I asked the air nervously, well aware that the longer I kept this damn thing inside me, the better the chances that I'd die, and I was already bleeding heavily. Growth. Dungeons require mana to grow and to maintain essential functions. There are 3 accepted methods for the dungeon to access said mana. 1. Ambient mana collection. Mana is drawn in from the local area, purified, and released back into the ether. Unpurified mana greatly increases the chances of monsters spawning in the surrounding area, while purified mana has been linked to increases in the health, well-being, and intelligence of creatures in the surrounding area. 2. Direct assimilation. Mana is drawn from a direct source of mana, such as a nearby subspace rift. This is by far the most effective method to grow a dungeon, but also the most expensive and difficult to arrange. 3. Mana drawn from life forms. This, combined with the ambient mana collection, is the standard method of growing a dungeon. When adventurers or living creatures enter the dungeon's area of influence, it begins to draw the corrupted mana found within their forms into itself. Mana released by life forms at the point of death is absorbed at a higher rate. Loot. Dungeon fairies traditionally assign a portion of the collected mana to generate random loot in order to entice adventurers into the dungeon depths, as opposed to those who simply gather at the dungeon entrance to cultivate mana, enjoying the increased purification that the dungeon provides. Dungeon creatures. Each dungeon generates creatures to roam its depths, stirring up the mana that accumulates and gradually increasing the mana of one strand or another. Depending on the overall aim of the dungeon fairy, certain creatures may be prioritized over others. Example: goblinoid races generate earth mana consistently, while nature mana may be drawn from woodland beasts such as bears, panthers, and horned rabbits. Research and development. All dungeons that are designated to grow more efficiently must eventually unlock research and development options, enabling directed growth. Example: a dungeon specializing in metal production may choose to develop base golems that are armed with drilling tools to replace the standard first-level rockworm design of Gatherer. Mana purification control. Specialized mana purification dungeons have been set up on several Cynthian worlds to cleanse, purify, and regulate ambient mana. This has the environmental effect of systematically raising the local life forms from their low-level existence to a Tier 2, 3, or even 4 civilization. A dungeon set up for exclusive mana purification will draw in the local mana and purify it at a much greater rate than a standard dungeon. As such, standard dungeons on these worlds are deployed at a 1-to-6 ratio. What the fuck? I muttered, reading over the details and shaking my head as I made the connections. Is this a Cynthian world? I asked, but there was no response. Hey, I asked you a question, I shouted, then groaned as pain shot through me at the movement. There was an abundance of silence, and I slumped back, listening to the crackle of the flames and hearing the occasional crash as glass shattered from the heat. Luckily, the house was a freestanding one, so I hoped it wouldn't set fire to anything else. But still. Okay, I continued under my breath. I guess the creature in that crystal was the dungeon fairy that had been assigned to the dungeon core. Well, it's toast, and I'm now the host. I could eject it, but it'd still kill me if I didn't claim it. Simplest solution is I claim it then so I can set its priorities. I can make it purify the area, fair enough. That'd probably be a good thing, but there's no way to tell for sure, really. The way these prompts were laid out suggests that this is now classed as a Cynthian world and that they've seeded these fucking dungeons around. I shifted, gritting my teeth as I forced myself to my feet and started to walk along the wall slowly, heading back toward the house I'd been captured in. That means they've got plans for us, possibly to raise our tier, whatever the fuck that is. Either way, though, I'm betting this means the power isn't coming back on, and that the whole world's gone to shit. I scrubbed my face with my gory hand. And I've clearly gone mad talking to myself. Meh, only way I'm gonna get a good conversation, I guess. So, world's gone to shit, and I'm in control of a dungeon, one I need to eject fast before it kills me. Where the hell am I going to find a high mana area, though? A map popped up in my vision, the local area overlaid in blues, greens, yellows, oranges, and reds. I searched for my current location, discovering that it was classed as a yellow zone, and where I lived was orange. Okay, so if here is green at 1 point an hour and home is orange at half a point, I guess the reds are, what, no mana? Logically, then, the blues are the place to be, I muttered, absent-mindedly rubbing my chin and missing the flakes of dried blood that fell off. I studied the map closely, figuring out locations and trying to guess where I could set up that nobody would notice, as the last thing I wanted was for people to actually stumble into the dungeon. Maybe one day, yeah, fine, but for now, I needed to figure this shit out, and once the government got wind of it, they'd no doubt nick it, if it had half the potential I was starting to suspect it had. I traced out streets and locations, grinning to myself as I fixated on a bar I'd spent many a happy night in. It was on Collingwood Street, a great little bar and nightclub called House of Smith, and it had closed down a week ago for renovations. Given the way the world was going, it had probably never reopen, and it was slap bang in the middle of the deepest blue area I could see. Feeling unexpectedly pleased, I selected that as my intended location and grinned as a softly glowing star appeared on the map before I banished it with a thought. Now that I was able to properly see again, I looked around, trying to figure out which house I'd been driven into earlier. I found it after a minute and staggered over to it, but when I reached the doorway, I started to curse. I hadn't held on to much hope as I'd walked, but seeing that my new bike was missing, I shook my head dejectedly. That had been my best chance to get to the House of Smith without dying, and it was gone. One of the little turds I've been fighting had probably nicked it, parking it up somewhere stupid. Knowing my luck, it was charring nicely in the damn house behind me. I sat down, grumbling to myself, and tried to come up with another plan. I was still bleeding, and once again I'd lost my damn bag. Unless... I headed deeper into the house, searching quickly and stepping over the bodies that were beginning to reek of death. It took a few minutes and a lot of cursing, but eventually I found my bag. They'd clearly missed it in the corner of the room behind the door, as its contents were undisturbed. I sighed gratefully as I dumped out bandages, protein bars, and drinks. Quickly stripping off down to my boxers, I used a wadded-up bit of bandage soaked in antiseptic to clean my wounds, then set to putting bandages over them. After 10 minutes, I eventually gave in and changed the bandages to just cover the biggest wounds, as there were far too many to bind them all individually, and if I managed it, I'd end up looking like a mummy anyway. I dressed in the spare clothes I'd brought, and feeling at least a bit better, I headed back downstairs, dismissing the prompt about leveling up my first aid skill. I stepped out into the setting sun and checked my surroundings. The house was still blazing merrily, but still there was nobody about. Considering the way that kids would travel miles to see a fire, yet there were none in sight, the entire area must have learned not to come this way. I set off walking, cutting down alleys and up streets, passing old red-bricked houses from the 40s and white stucco-coated houses from the 70s, wandering through overgrown gardens and past yards abandoned by all but the weeds, and wondered what the hell had happened to the estates over here. I'd known they were rough, but damn. Behind the main streets, it appeared as though people had just slunk away to live anywhere else. I eventually made my way back to the main road and started to encounter occasional people again. They were few and far between, but every so often I'd hear the sound of kids playing behind a wall or shouting at each other, quickly shushed by an adult. By the time I got out of the area and had crossed into Gateshead properly, the sun had fully set and night was falling quickly. Occasional candles lit up windows here and there, while the majority stood dark. People had already learned not to draw the attention of outsiders. I assumed they opted to stay in rooms that weren't as visible from the road. By this point, I was feeling much stronger and healthier, thankfully. Whatever change the Corps had wrought with regard to my healing was lovingly accepted. I checked my hip during one of my breaks, finding that the bandages were actually holding half a dozen pellets that my healing body had evicted. I checked over my body and found a few more and other bandages, as well as a load of sore spots with fully healed over skin where the wounds were shallowest. I was still walking carefully, thanks to my bruised tail, primarily due to Batshit Betty's attempt to get out the ketchup. I checked it when I got changed and found that it was black with bruises, making the second time that it happened in my life, and for a far less fun reason than the first. I dismissed the idle thoughts and moved on, hoping it'd heal soon. As a new notification bloomed for me, I sped up, motivated by the warning that I really didn't have long left. Current level of core assimilation, 31%. Estimated time for increase of assimilation level is 1% per hour in the current low mana density. Move to an area of higher mana density to decrease this time. Knowing that I was now facing a 62% chance of dying with every single percentage point increase made my heart race, and I swallowed hard, shaking myself and starting to jog, despite the pain it caused me. I passed along Durham Road, coming up to past the Saltwell Park turnoff, when it hit me like a bolt from the blue. A circus had been set up on the fields there. I'd heard about it. It was supposed to be there for 2 weeks. If memory served, I'd actually been told about it by Kelly. She said she lived over here somewhere. I knew I'd never be able to find her house. Hell, all I knew was that she could see the park from her bedroom window, but what she'd said came back to me suddenly. These beautiful big horses. They're running all over the field with the gypsies watching over them. I couldn't remember much more, but it didn't matter. That was what I needed. A damn horse. I changed direction, jogging down the side street past the care homes and the new estates built after the college was torn down. Once I turned right, I could see the park, despite approaching it in utter darkness. The clouds that scudded low overhead were thick and black, the promise of rain clear enough in the air that I knew I needed to move quickly if I didn't want to be soaked. Right now, however, that was the least of my problems. I could make out the boundaries of the park by the mass of black shadowy trees, but little else was visible in the gloom, and I stumbled on, keeping my right hand on the railing as I jogged along, hunting for the gates into the park. The area here was so dark I had to resort to feeling the bars as I walked. It took a while. I was gloomily convinced that I'd probably started about a foot from one of the entrances, judging by how long it was taking to find a way in, but eventually I felt it. The tall, spike-topped fence gave way to an arched opening, one that was in turn filled with a ramshackle wooden barrier. I halted, running my hands over the rough boards and squinting, trying to see, as I felt the first few light raindrops landing. I started to swear. Someone had made a barrier across the entrance, a big one, which ran at least as high as I could reach and filled the entire space. I searched the opening back and forth before growling to myself and setting off jogging again. I couldn't help wincing at each footfall as my remaining wounds were jostled. I ran off and on for nearly 10 minutes before I found the next entrance. I cursed softly at finding it similarly blocked off, but this time at least I could see better, the trees being further back and not casting as deep a shadow. I searched about, finally finding a handhold I knew I'd be able to use, and started to climb, disappearing upwards into the darkness. It took far longer than I'd expected, having to feel each time for a handhold as the heavens opened above me. A long, low rumble of thunder filled the night, as I finally felt the top of the arch and clambered over it. I dangled over the other side, still unable to see anything, before closing my eyes, dropping into the darkness, and landing hard. I fell to the side, hitting a square-shaped brace that my hands determined to be a park bench support. I pulled myself up onto the bench and sat there, listening and hoping that nobody would come, while simultaneously hoping that someone would and that they'd help me. Finally realizing that I would likely die of exposure if I stayed where I was, I clambered back to my feet and set off. Whoever had closed the park entrances had clearly wanted to keep everyone out, so I had to guess they'd have a way to make sure nobody did what I had just done. I walked on, arms outstretched and ears listening, my eyes little used to me under the trees. I tripped over what seemed like everything in the park, only my memories keeping me even headed in the right direction for the field. Eventually, my ears perked up at the sound of laughter up ahead. I slowed, listening hard before moving closer. I'd been hoping to do a deal with the gypsies for a horse, but now I was starting to worry. The time I'd spent lumbering around in the trees could have gotten me at least a mile down the road, probably closer to 2 or 3, and I had to bet the gypsies weren't going to want to part with a horse for anything I could afford. I cautiously came out of the trees near the boating lake. The sound of heavy rain drumming on the water to my left encouraged me to turn to the right, squinting hard and stumbling along, trying to make sure I didn't fall in the lake. Despite the downpour I was trapped in, that was all I needed. I knew if the gypsies were here, they'd have to be close by, as the other fields were smaller and separated off by things like tennis courts and play areas. The main field would be the best one for their tents and caravans, and I thought that should be located to my right. I wandered forward blindly for a dozen or more steps before feeling the edge of the lake suddenly come up and jumping back, only to knock over a stacked pile of beer bottles with a tinkling crash of glass breaking. The cacophony of startled dogs frantically barking rose somewhere ahead, and I almost wept with relief. Even a shouting rose to join the barking. "Who's there? What's that? Shut up, you damn dog!" That last shout was followed by a yelp, and the barking from several dogs broke off, while one sounded like it had been kicked. I growled to myself, my hopeful outlook on this little adventure suddenly dropping into my boots. I hated people who were cruel to animals. I couldn't care less about people, generally, although beating kids was a big no-no, but hurting your own damn dog? "Speak up! Who's there?" A new voice called out. Female and full of authority, and several lanterns were lit off to my right. The flare of a match moved from one to another, carefully shielded against the rain. Suddenly, more appeared, until at least a dozen were lit, and people started to move outward. Looking for me, I realized. "Shit," I muttered, shaking my head at my stupidity and sending droplets flying. "I'm here," I called out, watching the majority of the lanterns snap around to my direction and start heading towards me, with a squelch of muddy, waterlogged ground. The other lanterns seemed to be searching around just in case. "Look, I'm alone. I just need some help," I called out, and a handful of seconds later, a trio of lanterns were in close enough proximity to me that I had to lift my hand against the glare. They'd put mirrors in the back of the small square boxes with a handle affixed on the top. The result was a reasonably powerful, easily directed light. A collection of different colored candles puddled in the middle of each box, giving the air a slightly odd mixture of scents. "Who be you, laddie, and why do you be here?" a man's gruff voice demanded. I rubbed water back from my face, looking in the direction of the voice. "I'm Matt. I'm lost. It's pitch-fucking-black, and I really need some help. I'm trying to reach the gypsy camp," I called out, before being cut off by the same voice replying in a growl. "You found the camp of the traveling people? What do you want with us?" "Fuck," I murmured, realizing that I'd pissed them off already, yet having no idea why. "Look, I need to buy a horse. That's all." I'd called back to the owner of the voice, only to be met with laughter that rose all around me as shuttered lanterns were open to shine on me. "Horses be worth more than sports cars these days, bonny lad. You carrying a gold bar in that bag?" A female voice asked from my left, the rolling burr of Ireland clear in her voice. "I wish," I said, shaking my head and looking in the direction of the lady's voice. "Look, seriously, I don't need it for long. I just have to get to the center of town tonight, and then you can have the horse back." "You think ye be the first to plan on helping yourself to a horse of ours, laddie?" the female voice called out, and I spoke up quickly. "I don't expect it for free. I can pay, or at least I can give a check. Hell, I don't even want to keep the horse. I just have to get to town tonight," I said desperately. "How'd he get in?" someone else called. "If there's a breach in the fence, we need to fix it immediately." "Shut it, Dara," the male voice near me snarled, stepping up close to me. "Well, laddie, where'd you get in?" he demanded. "Ah, Christ, look at him!" The female voice interrupted again, stepping forward into the light of the lanterns and pointing hers at my face, then moving the light over my body. As much as I'd managed to heal since the fight, I was still clearly injured, and the torn mess of my clothes, mixed with the blood-soaked bandages, showed clearly that I was hardly a threat to a big group. "Ma, we've got a wounded one here." A handful of seconds hung in the air before another female voice rang out in response. "Bring him in, Hannah, and someone get the king," the voice replied, scratchy and filled with irritation. I was grabbed by the scruff of the neck by one of the men, who tried to drag me forward. Finding me heavier than he expected, he grunted and tugged again as I slapped his hand away, glaring at him. Two more grabbed onto me, and the barrel of a handgun was suddenly pressed to the underside of my chin, making me freeze in place. "I'll tell you now, laddie. Dinna mistake the lady's kindness for weakness, all right? You'll no be the first one I've killed." "And neither will you." I snapped back at him before I could think better of it. "That's so, is it?" he asked softly, moving in close and staring searchingly into my eyes. "Aye, maybe it be true of that," he muttered eventually, then turned his head to call out into the darkness. "Brian, Hannah, keep your guns on him. Got the look of a tiger, and he's killed before he says. I believe him." Behind the lights, the clicks of safeties being taken off was the only response, and I grimaced, thinking about how it was really time I learned to keep my fucking mouth shut. "Come on, then. Let's go see the king." The man nodded to the side, his gun trained on me, and I felt a sudden lightness on my hip. I reached down, finding the knife I'd had folded up and sticking out of my right pocket was gone, and I swore again, splashing through the puddles after the girl who was leading the way. "We'll take him to Ma. She'll have the king woken and brought to her. This one won't last long if he does not get some help." The female voice, Hannah, I guessed, said decisively, prompting a growl from the first man. A dozen steps more, and I was ducking under a dark canopy, then being led through a maze of interlocking cloth barriers until I emerged in the middle of a clearing, one that was suddenly well lit by a campfire. I turned around in confusion, not understanding how they'd hidden this. "Oilskin cloths on the outside," one of the men said, grinning when he saw the confusion on my face. "Reflects the light and heat back inwards, makes the camp warmer, and keeps prying eyes out. More overhead, and you'd be surprised by how much cloth it takes to make a big top tent," the girl said, stepping in close and examining me, before nodding and leading me off to one side. "We put up the big top, push the vans around it, and cover them in oilcloths. Ain't nobody finding the people when we didn't want to be found." "It's impressive," I admitted, following her to a section of the big tent which appeared to be an aid station. As I looked around curiously, I observed that the interior had been portioned off into smaller private areas, with a communal area for food prep, storage, even what looked to be a section for the animals off to the side. I couldn't help but smile at the dignified nonchalance of a large black cat that strolled through the middle of the tent, rubbing up against legs and being cursed as he tripped people who weren't expecting him. "Over here, bonny lad," the girl said, and I hurried to catch up. Then slowing as a tall, raw-boned woman stepped out of a section that had been out of sight and gestured to me to follow her. We moved into a cordoned-off space, and I found her sitting down on the far side of a small brazier, staring at me. "Let's be seen to the wounds first, laddie," she said, and I shrugged. "I'll be all right. Don't worry. It's a horse," I started to say, only to feel the cold press of the handgun at the back of my head again. "Or I could shut up and let you have a look," I amended quickly. She smiled coldly at me, shaking her head once in annoyance. I quickly stripped off my soaked top. Then, at a nod from her, I sighed and removed my trousers as well, with the younger woman undoing my bandages. I reached for them once and got the handgun jammed into my ear in warning. "Listen, I've had a really bad couple of days," I growled at the guy behind me with the gun. "So how about you quit that shit right now?" "Or I could just shoot you now. Make sure you're not a threat, aye?" he sneered. The tall woman snorted at him. "Or you could all stop your shit. Keith, drop the attitude, and you," she said, her eyes pinning me to the spot, "quit rubbing him the wrong way." "I'm sure as shit not rubbing him the right way," I muttered, catching a snort from behind me as the gun was taken away. "Right then. I'm Queen Esme, and I do all the doctoring for the people. Who be you, and why are you so covered in wounds?" I'm Matt, I said after a pause, in which I considered lying and figured I didn't need to. I just wouldn't tell the whole truth. I got jumped by a gang of thugs along the road to the industrial estate in the valley. They tried to kill me. It ended badly for them, I said simply. "And nearly for you too, laddie," Esme countered, slowly circling me as she inspected my injuries. "I'm seeing the wounds and the healing. So, how about you cut the crap, and we make a deal? One time offer only." "Go on," I said, watching her warily as she circled me. Keith and the girl who I assumed was Hannah leaned against posts on either side of me, watching the exchange. "You seen anything unusual of late?" she asked slowly, watching my eyes as she came to a stop. I flinched, and she nodded. That's what I thought, laddie. Tell me what you saw. Tell me what you know, and why, and maybe the people can make a deal with you." I stopped. I couldn't tell them about the dungeon core. First, I'd sound mad. Second, if they did believe me, it wasn't something I could prove without ejecting it. That could destroy the area unless I planted it, and this place was shit for it. If they did believe me, I didn't see a way out without a fight for control of the dungeon either. I sure as hell wasn't going to tell them about the ship, but maybe... Look, I don't know what's going on, but I'll do a deal. One of you lend me a horse or even just ride along with me on the back, drop me off in the city and fast, and you take the horse back. Do that, and I'll tell you what I suspect and what I've seen. Deal? "Depends on the tale, laddie," Esme said, sitting back down in an old rocking chair and watching me. "Hannah, go hurry up your da. Something tells me he'll want to hear this, and only the king can make a deal this strange." "But, Ma," the girl, Hannah, started to complain. "But nothing, lassie. Get your da. Mr. Muscles will still be here for you to leer over when you get back, if and you be quick." She waved Hannah away, never taking her eyes off me. "Fine," she snorted, turning and heading off. Our little section of the tent was silent for a long moment before I finally asked the question. "So, are you going to help me with my wounds then?" I said, looking at Esme. "Do we need to?" she asked, and I froze, getting a cackle from her as she scored another point. "You need to learn to lie a bit better, laddie. That rabbit in the headlights look is going to get you killed." Well, shit. I glanced around the room. Another chair sat off to my left, and I made my way over to it, ignoring Keith as he reached for his gun again. Whatever these people had going on, I was becoming more and more certain they weren't going to kill me yet, not unless I made them do it. And yet, something felt very wrong here. I dragged the chair back to where I'd been standing and put it down. "How about some dry clothes and a hot drink?" I asked, getting a snort from Esme. "How about the truth first, and then we'll see. I ain't wasting gear on someone we're going to be burying." "Well, I started to say, trying to figure out what I could and what I should say. Something felt really off, and not the least the fact that they had guns, let alone in open sight. Guns were common when I'd visited family in America, but here in the UK? It was only a few years ago that the armed police stopped getting huge complaints when they were seen out and about with weapons. The fact that they had them here and... "Who's this den?" A voice interrupted from behind, and I spun around to see a new man enter the room. He was short, middle-aged, and had a wide, friendly smile on his lips, clapping Keith on the shoulder as he passed him, before sitting down next to Queen Esme and folding his hands over his belly. "Seems you've got a tale to tell me, my lad. Better be a good one. I'll not be pleased at being roused out of bed." I noted the way he squinted at me and glanced at Esme before forcing another smile. "Little early for bed, isn't it?" I asked carefully, and he glared at me. Okay, moving on. "I got jumped in the estate next to Team Valley, and..." "Let's start at the beginning, laddie," Esme said flatly. "I'll be betting you not always heal this fast." I glanced down at the exposed wounds. and one picked that exact time to slowly push out a shotgun pellet. It fell to the floor, and Hannah swooped in, picking it up and examining it. "Shotgun? Looks like birdshot, Ma." She tossed the shard underhand to Esme. The tall woman examined it and passed it to the king, who glared sourly at not receiving it first. "Look, it's not like I know a lot, okay? I was on my way home a few nights back, drunk out of my skull and soaked to the bone, when the sky went mad. Lines and fire all over it. The clouds were heavy, it was pissing down, but I could make out the lines even through them, so fuck knows what it looked like elsewhere." A short, middle-aged man strolled in, looked me over, and went to stand next to Esme, his hand resting on her shoulder as I talked, with Hannah following him and stopping on the opposite side of Esme to listen. "I'd lost my keys, so I ended up wandering around a bit out in the night. Waited the rain out near a baker's shop. Once the fire in the sky died down, I got someone that was opening up his shop to get me back inside my house. I crashed out for a bit, came to, and there was no power. Assumed it was a power cut, but clearly it's still going. I tried to go to work. I work in the valley, and I got attacked on the way. Mugged. Long story short, now I'm here heading back to the city. Weird thing is, I'm healing fast, like insanely fast." I finished. "I bet you could tell the history of the earth in less time than it takes to boil an egg, laddie," Esme muttered, shaking her head. "What you said might even be truth, as near as I can tell. But there's a lot you're not saying." "What about you?" I asked shortly. "I don't know any of you. You expect me to tell you my life story?" "I offered a deal, laddie, and you've not broken it yet. But I've not heard anything that makes me want to help you neither." "Well, you've told me fuck all yourselves," I growled, drawing a laugh from the seated man. "True. Matt, is it?" he asked, and I nodded, still bristling. "Well, Matt, you see, we've been attacked 3 times, and that's just today, by people trying to steal our horses or our gear. We've had lit torches thrown at us and turned away beggars by the dozen. Almost 100 new families have joined us, claiming some old traveler blood. So it's a time of change, all right? Now you've come here demanding a horse, one of the most valuable things we own, and you're telling us nothing. A few details isn't that much to ask, now is it?" He smiled genially and spread his hands wide. His voice was smooth, relaxed, and his accent gentle, the Irish burr almost hidden, but his eyes. I instinctively didn't trust this man in the slightest. His smile never reached those predatory orbs. "Look, I don't know what happened. You think I'd be here if I did? I'd have fucking armed guards and be working for the government." He snorted at my proclamation and shook his head. "Nobody that knows anything would be working for the government, Matt. Those that know what they're doing make the government work for them." "Yeah, well, I don't know about that," I muttered. "I just need to get back to the city." "Tonight?" he asked, grinning deeper at my affirming nod. "Why not? Stay a while. We've got food, and I know that's in short supply these days, only going to get worse. And you're injured." "No," I said shortly. "I have to get to the city now, tonight." "And why is that, The predatory gleam in his eyes sharpened. I just do," I started to say, and he cut me off. "I don't think so, Matt. There be something you're not saying. Clearly you've lost a lot of blood, but you heal fast, faster than any I've seen, and you know something. Something your eyes say is important. Fine. If you're not willing to help me, I'll just get dressed and go." "I think not," he said coldly. "You've good as admitted you know something, and what kind of host would I be if I let a guest go out in the middle of the night? No, you'll stay with us tonight, and we'll talk in the morning. Maybe then we'll send you on your way with a little help. Maybe not. And just to make sure you tell us the truth, you'll be staying the night with a few other guests. I looked to the others in the room, reading disappointment from most and maybe disgust on Hannah's and Esme's faces, but Keith just grinned at me, stroking the butt of his gun. "You can get dressed now, boy. You'll be staying in the special quarters at the back," the king said, walking out of the small enclosed area. For the first time, I noticed the man who left with him. He was short, blond, and rough-looking, but it was the gear he wore that got my attention. It was a filthy but clearly new set of police-issue body armor, spotted with dark patches, which, I guessed with a sinking heart, were blood. And he was carrying a semi-automatic rifle. As soon as he stepped out of sight, another man stepped in, a club in his hand, and he glared at me, softly patting the end into his other hand. "So, that's it? I come to the traveling people asking for help, and I'm a prisoner?" I spat at Esme, and she shrugged, looking slightly ashamed but firmly following the king's orders. "A prisoner? No, a wee honored guest, that be all. And you're about to meet the animals. Time was people paid a lot of money to meet them as close as you'll be. Besides, times be hard, laddie. Maybe this'll help you remember that now to be free, you think on telling us what you know, and a word to the wise, lying be a big mistake. Now, Ma, he'd just be tired, stressed, and hungry. Maybe we could help him a little, give him a drink and some food?" Hannah asked, glaring when Keith blinked at her in shock, then shook his head. "It's a new day, Hannah. Don't you be forgetting it," Keith said, his lip curling in a sneer as he faced her. She scoffed, storming off in disgust. Esme glared warningly at him, sitting down heavily and staring off after her daughter, clearly thinking. Keith drew his gun again and told me to get dressed. I pulled my sopping wet clothes back on, shivering at the frigid touch, before being led by the other man from the little private area. They guided me, none too gently, to the back of the area, past a dozen or more families, and then out into the night. Once we stepped out into the rain, I froze for a second, hoping that they weren't just going to shoot me. Grunting their annoyance, they shoved me forward, then turned and walked along the outer edge, ducking back inside another, smaller tented area. This one was totally different. Where the main tent had been warm, full of light and laughter, even a little low music from a few people in the center, this tent was lit by only a single lantern, and had been filled with large cages set around the perimeter. The first one held a bear, the second and third contained a lion and a pair of hyenas, respectively, all of which were fast asleep. The others I didn't get the chance to focus on before Keith shoved me again. I loved animals normally, and I'd usually have been over the moon to see them up close, despite the cages, but it was the other occupants of the cages that made me swallow hard. A divide had been placed within each cage, a loose one that could be easily withdrawn, I guessed, and in the other half of each cage was a collection of men. 3 in with the hyenas, 2 each in with the lion and the bear, and as I was roughly shoved to the back, I saw what I'd missed when I entered. The 4th cage, one without a barrier, was getting one slotted into place, and the occupant of it, a large white tiger, didn't seem happy about it. "Guess who?" Keith called out to the big cat, ignoring the other 2 men who were guiding the divider between the bars. As soon as it saw Keith, the tiger's ears flattened and it hissed at him in fury. He spat at the tiger, gesturing to the small space in the cage that had been cordoned off. "There's your bed for the night, Matt. Bet you can't wait." "In there?" I squeaked in a seriously unmanly way. I swallowed and tried again. "Okay, you've had your fucking joke. Now, seriously, I'm leaving," I started to say, when the lights went out as Keith slammed his gun into my temple, sending me to the floor. Chapter 9. I woke slowly, another flashing notification pulsing away in the corner of my vision, making me shake my head as a migraine banged away in rhythm with it. I shook my head again, stopping when the pain made me want to throw up, and I shifted, trying to get more comfortable, only to hear a screech of claws against metal that made my eyes fly open in shock. I had been laid against the bars of a cage. The floor was wood, the bars metal, and they extended up and over to interlock, curving down to attach to the wagon bed on the far side. The room outside was dark and silent, but the cage itself was partitioned off by a plate of metal with something on the other side that was growling in fury. The events of the night came rushing back, and I swallowed hard, pushing myself back as far from the divider as possible. The flimsy metal trembled as something slammed against it. I kept telling myself it wasn't really the tiger. People didn't do this kind of shit, not really. But peering around in the gloom confirmed that others had been placed in other cages. I heard their soft sobs, saw the defeated, panicked looks on their faces, and I felt an urgent need to use the toilet rising. My cold confidence in the fight against the gang, nowhere in sight. I moved as quietly as I could up against the door of the cage, reaching out and trying to feel for the latch. It didn't take long to find, but neither did the huge steel padlock that kept it closed, unfortunately. Dejected, I sagged down before trying to open it anyway. A small, desperate part of my mind told me that maybe it wasn't locked. Not really. People didn't do this. It was just a cruel joke. I tugged on the lock frantically, making it clang and clang as the bolt shifted in its housing. The tiger behind me growled and snarled, banging on the divider. I looked back, shaking in terror, and realized the divider was bending in the middle as the tiger desperately tried to reach me. The ends of the crude metal partition were slowly pulling together to slipping inside the cage. When that happened, I knew instinctively that it was all over. "Stop, you idiot!" Someone hissed from one of the other cages, but I was past reason, shoving desperately against the lock, and I started to shout, rousing the other animals to roar and scream as well. "Help! Someone help!" I screamed, shaking the bars. After a few minutes, Keith strolled in with the king at his side. They stood there, watching me and smiling as I panicked. "Fucking hell, man, come on, I'll tell you everything," I called to them, desperation filling me. I'd won the fights against those scumbag thugs because they were thugs, but this was a fucking tiger, a creature that evolved to kill, and I was in a tiny enclosed space with it, unarmed and terrified. "And just what do you think I need to hear?" the king asked calmly as he lit the end of a cigar, puffing it to life. "There's a dungeon. I've got the core," I shouted, and he tilted his head to one side in question. What?" he asked slowly. "A dungeon. Look, I don't know why. It was in a ship, a fucking spaceship," I shouted, seeing them exchange a long look. "It's controlled by the core, but I need to get it to the city so it can feed off the mana. If I don't, it'll explode." "Sounds like something I'd be interested in seeing." The king shrugged. "Thing is, though, we've already gone through the bag you have. Ain't nothing interested in there." "It's in me," I interrupted, my words falling over themselves in my desperation to get them out. "I've got the core in me." "Really? What, stuck up your ass?" Keith asked, snorting in laughter. "No, you fucking idiot," I snarled at him. "It's inside of me. I can't eject it without a place to put it or I'll fucking explode." I pressed myself against the bars as hard as I could, desperately trying to get through to them as I fixed the king with one eye. "If I eject it, it'll explode, but the longer it's in me, the better chance it'll explode anyway. I need to get downtown to get it out safely." "Really? Well, maybe tomorrow we can talk about it, when you've calmed down." The king eyed me dismissively, starting to turn away. "I won't be here tomorrow, you fucking asshole," I screamed. "And neither will you." Current level of core assimilation 34%. Estimated time for increase of assimilation level is 1% per hour in current low mana density. Move to an area of higher mana density to decrease this time. Estimated area consumed by dungeon core detonation, 1.672 square miles. 68%, I shouted as he looked back at me. "I've got a 68% chance of dying in the next hour, and the fucking detonation will cover 1.672 square miles. "That's very specific," he growled suspiciously, moving in closer to me. He reached up and tapped the bars of the cage, eliciting a snarl from the tiger, who clearly hated him. "Listen, Matt, I don't care what kind of shitty issues you've got going on in that tiny brain, but you're going to tell me what I need to know, because you're not coming out of there until you do." With a cruel smile, he took a deep drag on his cigar, blew it out into the tiger's face, and walked away. I yanked on the bars and shouted for him to let me out and that I needed help. The tiger next to me went crazy, spitting, hissing, and smashing into the barrier between us, and the world broke down into an insane mess of howling, growls, and screams. It felt like forever, the time passing in a cacophony of noise and fear, but eventually I felt hands wrapping around my own where they clutched onto the bars frantically. I looked up slowly, my eyes taking a long while to focus, until I saw her face. It seemed like hours before I remembered who she was. Hannah. In all that had happened so far, I hadn't paid attention to her looks before now. She was short, red-haired and round-faced, with enough curves that she'd get a second look in almost any company, and those deep green eyes were full of smiles. I gazed desperately into them, and she kept talking softly to me, making me realize she'd been speaking for a while. "It's all right. Shh, just calm down, bonny laddie," she whispered, and I nodded, stifling my panicked cries. "That's it. Just breathe with me. Slow. In and out. Come on, let's get that heart rate down." I swallowed, my throat feeling like it was full of razor blades, and coughed, an involuntary sob escaping me as I tried to understand what had happened. I glanced fearfully to the side, my panic spiking at the sight of the bent metal divide and the bloody furrows carved into the floor where it had twisted, rising up far enough that the tiger's claws could get underneath by a few inches. I gaped back at her, my eyes going wider, and she shook her head. "It's all right, Matt. Dinno worry. Simo is calm. Me ma made him a wee snack. He's eating it now, with a few extra herbs on it, so he's not going to give a shit about anything, so long as you do not rile him up, okay?" She rubbed my hand soothingly. I nodded slowly, not trusting my voice, and tried to shift my hands, wincing as pain lanced through them. I'd been holding the bars so tightly and for so long my fingers had cramped, and then I'd kept at it. Now they were like claws as I pulled them free. Hannah reached in through the bars, and I flinched back. She backed up, nodding in understanding, and spread her hands wide to show me she wasn't going to try anything as she continued speaking in a low, calm voice. "Me ma talked the king into letting me calm you down, as people were starting to get scared." She shook her head. "People still be getting used to the ways of the people, and they do not need to hear you screaming for help. He's told them all you're a dangerous criminal, said you attacked a wee lassie and tried to rape her, so most of them don't mind you being kept in a cage, even if they didn't know you're sharing it," she explained, shrugging. "Thing is, Matt, in the camp of the travelling folk, there be an unofficial leader, the one everyone listens to, but he's got little more power than that. Then there be the king. The king of the Roma be our true king, and we all swear to obey him. He makes the laws, and his people enforce them. But with the world all gone to shit, me dad decided we needed a new king, especially as so many want to join us now. So he and me ma are the new king and queen of the Roma, for us at least. That means he needs to be seen as a father figure, nice and kindly, while his men, like Keith, they do the enforcing. You understand? He's got a lot of stress, and he's just trying to find his way. No, I was outside the tent, so I heard what you said to me, Da, but I need to hear it true for myself. What's going on? What's this about a ship and a dungeon? Come on, lad. Tell me, and let me help you." It's a dungeon, I whispered, sagging against the bars, too wiped out to try to hide anything anymore. I found a ship crashed in the forest, some kind of alien thing, I guess, found the dungeon core, and it went into me somehow. Now I'm its host. It said it needs a mana-rich area, or it'll fail or die or whatever, and if I eject the core, I have to plant it or it'll explode. Unless it gets planted, though, it's still collecting mana, and every time it ticks up a point closer to being full, there's a significantly higher chance that it'll explode inside me. "What's the chance now?" she asked casually, and I looked up at her sharply, catching a sudden caring smile. I shrugged, even as a warning feeling pulsed through me, making me pay more attention. Current level of core assimilation, 35%. Estimated time for increase of assimilation level is 1% per hour in current low mana density. Move to an area of higher mana density to decrease this time. Estimated area consumed by dungeon core detonation, 1.672 square miles. 70%, I said, and she nodded slowly, clearly unsure if she should believe me or not. "So, if it's real, this dungeon thing, what could it do?" She leaned in, gripping my hands tighter. I paused, wondering at the new look in her eyes. She'd gone from friendly, concerned, and caring to hungry. I coughed, rubbing my head as I tried to think, and her demeanor shifted, smiling again and rubbing my hands with her thumbs as I tried to decide if I'd seen what I thought I had. "I don't know. It makes things, I guess. Loot and monsters, buildings. I don't know," I said eventually, exhaustion filling me. "I literally just know that it's dangerous if I don't get it out and set it up, and that it's valuable, but beyond that..." I slumped, my knowledge and my energy spent. She nodded slowly, releasing my hands as she looked off into the distance. "A dungeon, you say? One that might be able to make things. Could it make food? Medicine?" she prodded, and I shrugged. "I guess so. If it's anything like I'm imagining, it could make anything. It's already helped me to heal. Look, Anna, I just don't know, okay? Can you get me out now, please? I told you everything," I whispered, swallowing hard. "Soon. Do not worry, Matt. This will all be over soon," she promised softly, and this time I saw a clear look of greed flash across her face for a second before she smoothed it away again. I paused in thought, and spoke up quickly. "Oh, it's classified me as the host, so I'll have control over it. I think it dies if I do, even once it's deployed," I added quickly, just in case, drawing a smile from her. "Oh, don't worry. I'll make sure you're okay," she assured me, smiling as she moved in close again. When she reached out and offered her hands, I took them, hesitating and wondering if what I'd seen was all in my head. "I'm going to go talk to me ma now, see if I can get her to help me, and we'll see what we can do. You just stay here, calm and quiet like, okay?" I clutched desperately at her hands before she pulled them away. "It's all right. Do not rile Simo up, and you'll be fine, okay?" She flashed a smile, then rushed away. I looked back at the metal barrier, my scalp prickling at the way it had bent and the marks carved in it, and tried not to give in to the panic I felt building. I sat as far from the bent divide and, by extension, the tiger as I could manage, huddled up to the bars as I tried to get my brain working again. Hours seemingly passed, but I couldn't say how many, or even if it truly was hours rather than minutes, but Hannah was finally back, slipping into the room and hurrying across to me. Crouching, she pulled keys out from her pocket, pressing a finger to my lips as I started to speak. "Listen, I've got a friend to help. He's keeping watch out the front, so let's go. I've got a horse out the back. I'll take you back to the town, and you can show me this dungeon, right?" she said, smiling at me. "Maybe I can stay with you for a bit, make sure you're okay. Just tell me where the dungeon is, just in case we get separated." She kept her voice low and her eyes friendly, though that hungry edge was starting to return to both. "It's part of me, so it isn't set up yet," I muttered. Then, reading the darkening look in her eyes, I went on hurriedly. "I'll let you know where to go, as I know it'll tell me." She glared at me for a second, before smoothing her face back to her usual friendliness. "Okay, you direct, and I'll get us there. But you got to be quiet, right?" she said, and I nodded my agreement as she unlocked the small door and helped me crawl out of it. I almost fell to the floor as she let me out, backing away warily as she closed the cage quietly, locking it up and ignoring the other whispered pleas for help. I suddenly noticed that the door in the tiger's cage was too small to be for the tiger, and I frowned, trying to figure out why it'd have a small hatch as well as an entrance, but I gave up, feeling too tired, stressed, and ragged to care, even as I tried to ignore the others the way she did. "Here," she murmured, passing me a handful of things, my wallet and keys, I realized, pocketing them. "I couldn't get the rest, but I figured you'd at least need these. Come on, this way." She grabbed my hand and led me to the back of the tent, lifting a flap slightly to uncover a peg that had been tugged free of the ground. We crawled out, and I caught the disgusted look she gave me as I passed her, my pants displaying clear evidence that I no longer needed to use the toilet. I almost said something pointed about being locked in a fucking cage with a goddamn tiger who was trying to kill me, but in the end I bit my tongue. I needed her help, and I saw the way she tried to hide her revulsion behind a kind smile. She guided me through the darkness, running across the field to a line of horses that were tied up nearby. Gesturing silently, she took me to a single horse on the end of the row. The animal had its bridle on, with a blanket draped across its back, presumably because a saddle for two wasn't invented or comfortable or whatever. Either way, she mounted the horse and swore at me when I suggested taking a second horse for myself. "No," she snapped. "There's no time. They'll find you're gone soon. You don't want to be back inside, do you? In the cage with the tiger?" she hissed threateningly, glaring at me in the darkness. "Okay, no, I'm sorry," I said quickly, fear making my voice crack. Taking her offered hand, I almost managed to accidentally pull her off the horse as I clambered up. It was uncomfortable. My only experience of horse riding had been limited to a holiday with an ex, which had left me crippled for days. I held tight on to Hannah as she slowly directed the horse across the field in the darkness toward a hanging lantern. 2 men were stationed by a gate that was open, and she kicked the horse hard, sending us through the gap before they could do more than shout half-heartedly after us. I looked back as we galloped into the night, to see them simply watching us. And my bad feeling grew worse. "Where are we headed?" she asked me again, and I brought up my map in my vision, telling her to take a right at the end of the path we were on. The loud clatter of hooves and her seeming unconcern made me more and more sure of what was happening. I directed her as we went, clattering along the dark streets and across the highways. It didn't escape my attention that she shut down any conversation that didn't revolve around the dungeon as too risky to talk right now. When we finally made it across the high-level bridge into Newcastle itself, my anxiety started to spike further. The occasional thugs and idiots that were drawn out into the night by the sound of the horses' hooves always fell away behind us as Hannah dug her heels in. I hung on for dear life, the intensifying mana concentration making me feel sicker by the minute. We passed the old castle, and I had a momentary thought about using that instead of House of Smith, fantasizing about having a castle, until I saw the flickering candles glowing through a curtain high up. Someone had already moved in, it seemed, so I shrugged and checked the latest flickering notification. Current level of core assimilation, 41%. Estimated time for increase of assimilation level is 5% per hour in current higher mana density. Move to an area of higher mana density to decrease this time. Estimated area consumed by dungeon core detonation? 4.324 square miles. Oh shit, I gasped, and Hannah froze against me. What? She asked sharply, pulling the reins and bringing the horse's canter down to a slow walk. I started to speak, then picked up the sound of dozens of horses behind us somewhere, and stared at her wordlessly. She forced a look of shock, then spoke up. Oh no! They must have followed us! I recognized the look in her eyes, the contempt she was badly hiding behind the mask of beauty, and I forced myself to stay calm, acting like I believed her, while I wondered how stupid I had been to fall for her false kindness for even a second. Yeah, we need to split up, I said abruptly. What? No, she snapped. I mean, he'd get lost without me. She grabbed onto my hand as I started to take it from her waist. No, you don't understand. I just got a warning. I'm not going to last, I cried, tearing my hand free and tumbling off the back of the horse, somehow barely managing to keep from slamming into the pavement. The dungeon is the castle, you see, up there? I asked, pointing upward at the light that flickered gently. She glanced up, then back to me. That's my partner. Look, draw them away, then circle around. If there's no explosion, then come back, meet me there, and I'll show you the dungeon, okay? You trust me after all, don't you? I snarled at her, my anger at being conned leaching through into my voice at the end. I darted forward and slapped the horse on the arse as I'd seen on TV, startling it and making it bolt while I turned and ran for the castle. She struggled to get control of the horse again. Once she'd calmed it, wrenching its head around hard enough that I thought she was trying to break its neck, she raced back to where she'd last seen me, swearing sulfurously. I darted across the street when she'd been preoccupied with the panicking horse, ducking down the alley between two bars and trying to ignore the things I might be stepping in as I tried to get out of sight. The thunder of dozens of horses drew close as Hannah shouted out into the night. She'd evidently raced across to the castle and noticed what I'd seen earlier in passing. The gates were closed and locked solidly. I know you're here, Matt, she called, all trace of false friendship suddenly gone as the other horses drew in around her. We'll find you, and whatever you're hiding. The voice of the king rang out, calling instructions to the other riders. Find him, find out what he's hiding, and do it quick, he snarled. Panting heavily, I frantically raced along the alleyway. By the sound of their hooves, the horses were starting to spread out, and lanterns were being opened to lend higher visibility to their hunt. I ran, the alleyway unfortunately leading me away from my intended destination, but as I took a right, sprinting and grunting in pain and fear across the road I wanted to be on, I caught glimpses of the lanterns swinging from riders' hands as they started to search the streets. Move out, get a perimeter, then close in toward the center. Don't let him outrun you, I heard Hannah shout, and I cursed myself for thinking she was pretty. My heart hammering, I sprinted up to the next street, taking another right into an alleyway and crashing into the tightly locked gates with a groan. I'd forgotten about the fucking gates. I looked up, squinting into the gloom. I was sure that someone would have heard that noise and nearly gasped with relief when I spotted a section where a bit of the ornamental scrollwork had come away. It was narrow and jagged, but it was my only way into the back alley, and I took it, clambering up desperately. Hoofbeats clattered along the streets, getting closer, and I pressed myself into the brick facade tightly, barely fitting behind the outcropping as a light shone down in my direction, freezing me against the wall. I waited breathlessly, listening to the horse snort as the rider did something, but then, blessedly, they moved on, and I grabbed the loose section. Flaking rust came away under my grip as I pulled as hard as I could. The sharp, degraded, rusty metal edges cut into my skin, but I barely felt the pain in comparison to the wave of relief when it moved. First one, then another rivet popped free before it began to peel back easier. I stopped, leaving a space that was tight. Damn, it was tight, but I needed to be able to close it after me. I pulled myself up, shoving and wriggling my body into the gap and through, leaving skin and blood behind, but the hardest part, once my upper chest was through, was having to yank my body after it, clinging to the bars and knowing what was coming. As I dragged my legs through, with nothing to hold on to above that section of gate, I fell head first onto the cobbled street. I grunted, slamming into the stones and rolling as best I could. I winced at feeling the fresh injuries. My nose breaking again, another tooth possibly. Nope, definitely being lost. A noise from the street sent me frantically crawling to the side of the bins I could smell in the darkness. I dragged myself into the piled-up, reeking bags and curled up as best I could, thankful that the bins were overflowing, while also being disgusted by the squish and stench. I laid there, shivering in the weird warmth of rotting garbage, choosing to be thankful that it hadn't been the glass bins, when a light shone down into the alley. I stayed as still as possible while the beam angled around, before letting out a little sigh as it finally moved on. The sound of hooves traveling down the street in the opposite direction made me sag in relief. I stayed put for a slow count of 30, just in case they were fucking with me. Confident that no sound or light had returned, I crawled out and headed deeper down the alley. One hand on the wall guided me along, my fingers feeling in the pitch darkness for the familiar outline of a carving on the wall. I almost missed it, but years of sitting next to it made me almost laugh out loud with relief as I felt it. I traced it to be sure, suddenly more grateful than ever that I'd frequented the multiple bars that opened out into the shared alley so often. I moved the 3 feet along the wall until I found the edge of Florita's emergency exit. I carefully felt around the top of the door frame, knowing what I was looking for after a friend who worked there had taught me about it. My fingers rummaged around the outwards projected lip of the door. There, a little bolt that was stuck upwards. "Thank you, cheap-ass bar managers," I muttered gratefully, pressing down on the bolt. It resisted for a second before clunking down and releasing the latch. I had no idea why it worked, and I didn't care either. It had something to do with the remote locks, Ben had said. I didn't give a shit. I just slipped inside the bar, closing the door softly behind me, and breathed a sigh of relief. I moved across to the bar top, knowing even in the pitch black that it would be to my right. My hands found the long dust sheets that hung down to protect the stock. I moved around the edge of the bar, slipping behind it. My hands reached cautiously along the counter as I stared blindly, searching under the bar for the manager's stash. It took a full minute, and I was starting to worry that they'd removed it while the refurb was taking place, but eventually I found it. A little lacquered box at the back behind a pile of paperwork. Pulling it out, I popped the lid, feeling the familiar cigars and an old Zippo lighter. The damn thing was older than I was, probably by a factor of 3, but it worked when I sparked it to life carefully. I knew the front of the building was well secured against thieves, so I wasn't too concerned about anyone busting in by surprise, and I set off through the adjoining room, making my way into Madame Q's. It had been bought out a few months back and annexed to be part of the new House of Smith, as 3 bars rolled into one, Madame Q, Florita's, and the original House of Smith. After talking to Ben, I'd learned the new design had a lot of additional space in the basement, space that would be fantastic for my specific needs. I hurried downstairs, almost falling in my rush, and opened the heavy double doors into the stripped-out nightclub. I lifted the Zippo overhead, ignoring how hot it was getting, and grinned. It was perfect. The mirrored wall reflected enough light that I knew where I was, even as I headed across the floor to the manager's office at the back. I felt a twinge of disappointment at finding the room had been stripped of everything, bar an old, well-worn chair, a bottle of whiskey, and some paperwork on a desk, with a half-empty steel waste paper bin. I lit the paper in the bin, closed the lighter, and dragged the blazing bin and the chair out into the center of the room. Finally safe for a moment, with a source of light, I sat down with a groan. Sighing, I pulled up the prompt and took a last look at it. Current level of core assimilation, 43%. Estimated time for increase of assimilation level is 6% per hour in current mana density. Move to an area of higher mana density to decrease this time. Estimated area consumed by dungeon core detonation, 5.189 square miles. Do you wish to eject the dungeon core? Yes, no. Yes, I said simply, and the world dissolved before me. Chapter 10 I blinked. No longer in darkness as the world transformed. Wire-framed drawings of this building and those that surrounded me flared to life. Red outlines of people and horses were frozen in the act of exploring the street above me, and smaller shapes glowed below and around the room I was hovering in. I could see sewers, pipes. Hell, I even saw the tip of a large cave system deep, deep underground beneath my location, 100 meters or more down. I saw everything, the entire building and all of those in the local area, and I zoomed through them mentally as a single glowing star of energy pulsed and flickered before me. I darted back to where my body remained physically, to find a green figure collapsed in the chair, arms thrown back as though in pain. Well, fuck, this doesn't look good, I commented to myself. A flicker caught my attention, and I turned my vision sideways without moving. I couldn't describe it better than that, even to myself. I just seemed to slide the world along, while my sight remained in exactly the same place. Suddenly, a new screen waited for me, one that was steadily counting down. As it fell, a figure alongside it grew less and less defined. That figure was me, I realized, and I froze, then frantically inspected the screen. It was the same map I'd seen before, just localized in the room I was in, and I suddenly understood. Whatever I'd done in ejecting the core, the process had slowed time locally somehow, but that action was using a tremendous amount of mana to maintain it. It was ticking down, increasing the chance of a failure and a detonation, as well as my own personal death, for every second I wasted. I frowned, trying to figure out what it wanted. A second later, it became clear as I unconsciously shifted the glowing star, and the room altered with it. I needed to pick a position for the core, and I needed to finalize the design for the room before it would do whatever it was going to do. Be born, I guessed. I concentrated and shifted the core back to the most solid wall and imagined it being secured there, safely fixed away from the plumbing, just in case. The room blurred as time resumed, and I collapsed to the side, the chair tipping over and sending me crashing to the floor. I laid on the floor for a while, groaning, as I pulled up the notifications. Current level of core assimilation, 0%. Dungeon core has been placed and is absorbing mana. Full control privileges will be released at 100% charge. It is recommended the core is not disturbed until primary activation has occurred at 10%. Current charge, 7%. Estimated time to full charge, 15 hours local time. Basic functions will be made available to Dungeon Master in 1 hour, 6 minutes. I collapsed back with a sigh of relief, dismissing the prompt and slowly climbing to my feet. Once I'd set my chair back upright, I turned to face the glowing dungeon core. It hovered in the air between two spikes of a silvery metal that protruded from the floor and ceiling, the shining surfaces sharpened to a keen point around an inch from either end of the core, which spun gently in the air between them. The core itself was the size of my thumbnail, and it glowed with a gentle radiance. I slowly approached it, staring at the actual core, and wondering what the hell it actually was to be able to float like that. It was clearly crystal, and probably naturally grown, judging by the rough, unpolished edges. I reached out to touch it, then thought better of it and moved back, sitting in the chair and sighing with relief. For the first time since I'd left Marcus's shop, I felt safe. More or less. I'd been stabbed, shot, clubbed, and beaten, thrown into a cage with a tiger, and subjected to a horse ride that had mainly been intended to injure my balls, judging from the way Hannah had ridden, but at least I'd made it here alive. Hannah. Now, there was a debt I'd have to settle at some stage. Hannah, the king, Keith, all of them. I wondered just what was going on there, and how many of the people they were sheltering actually knew what they were up to. Well, for the first time since waking up in that forest, I wasn't close to death, or even dying at all, as far as I knew, so I did what any man would do in those circumstances. I took a big damn swig of the whiskey I'd found and settled back in the chair, going to sleep. It was a good few hours later when I opened my eyes again, awoken this time by a tingle of warning and a sense of desire, hunger. I sat upright, looking around blearily, but I found nothing. The waste paper bin had long since gone out, and the steady glow of the core filled the room. I frowned, staring closely at it, and I concentrated on the feelings coming from it. An image appeared before me, showing the area again. More people were moving around, including some at the front of the building I was in. I almost panicked, thinking they were the gypsies, until I realized they were wandering up and down the street outside. There weren't many of them, and they seemed to be walking with purpose, but I almost slapped myself as I realized what they were. They were people, just walking around wherever they wanted in the city. They weren't out to get me, they were just out. I watched them for a few minutes, sorting through the feelings. After a few moments of investigating, I was able to identify the warning as coming from the core because people were so close to it, and the hunger because it wanted to eat them? No, that was inaccurate. I knew immediately. It wasn't interested in them per se. It specifically wanted the corrupted mana that they'd absorbed. I suddenly knew that life attracted mana, and that unless a person cultivated it, purified it, and worked with it, improving their body, the buildup would not only eventually kill them, it could transform them, converting a normal life form into a mana-twisted version of itself. A sudden thought of mana twisting people and turning them into savage, feral nightmares came to me, a warning of sorts. I also knew, although how I couldn't say, that if the feral monsters grew powerful enough, they'd come for the core. One of the core's defenses, when paired with a dungeon fairy, was to build multiple floors. Each one would be filled with traps, and the core would circulate the corrupted mana into designated areas, where it would build up naturally. The core would concentrate on gathering and purifying the corrupted mana, and it would use that mana to create dungeon monsters. These were creatures that it either researched, found, or designed to perform functions of the dungeon, including drawing in adventurers, clearing the local area, exploring, or even performing specific tasks for the dungeon, such as crafting or research. I sat there, working through the processes in my mind. There were multiple types of focus for the dungeons, but the main reason they existed, at least as far as I understood, wasn't to kill people, despite what I'd learned from the games I'd played. They were purposefully seeded to cleanse the mana in an area, to stop the corrupted mana from becoming too strong and warping people and animals into ferals, who'd seemingly kill anything. The dungeon's primary purpose was to clear the surrounding area of harmful shit, and within that designation, they were compelled to construct items and grow. I had sudden visions of shining cities that flew through space, havens of safety and tranquility where nobody wanted for anything, items ranging from glowing swords and armor to small spacecraft were grown and given to the residents as they went out to save others. That was a genuine possibility, I suddenly knew. As my dungeon was now, those benefits were at the far end of the spectrum, but it was doable, and what did I have but time? I concentrated, and a screen popped up, indicating that the dungeon was at 42% charge and full functionality would be granted at 100%. The 10% minimum had been surpassed, though, which gave me access to the screens I needed. I started to flick through them, reading and learning what the hell was going on. I quickly realized there were 5 established pages. The first, and clearly considered to be the most important, was mana flow and core status. The second was dungeon design, then monsters, then loot, and finally, research and development. Mana flow and core status was simple enough. It showed the current state of the core, which was charging and at 43%. The percentage ticked up visibly while I watched it, but was currently classed as a stone core, and as I focused on that label, a new detail popped up. Stone core. Stone is the assigned designation for the primary dungeon core and represents the first of many of the accepted ages for most star-faring civilizations. Increasing the quality of the dungeon core through direct upgrades, mana infusion, and redesign will result in higher-grade mana absorption rates, as well as increases in the size, quality, and capabilities of the dungeon. For further details, please see the assigned dungeon companion. Well, that's just fucking peachy, I grumbled aloud, grimacing as I considered that the assigned dungeon companion was dried to a husk and sitting on my bedside table at home at the moment. I shook my head and moved on, noting the representation of the core resembled a pebble. Finding nothing of further immediate value, I dismissed it and went to the next page, figuring I'd get more details once it reached 100%. Part 2 was dungeon design and indicated a grand total of about 1.5 feet in radius around the softly glowing core. There was, of course, bugger all I could do there, so I moved on. Monsters and loot were both much the same. Each was grayed out as currently unavailable, but it looked like anything that I created as a dungeon monster would need a portion of the dungeon's mana to keep it going. Loot was assigned from any blueprints the dungeon had access to and would drop upon the death of a creature or when a receptacle, like a chest, was generated. Current loot blueprints? None. I snarled with frustration, flipping irritably to the final page, Research and Development, letting out a relieved sigh when I saw that there were finally options. I could assign a portion of the absorbed mana to a research node, and it would slowly chug along until it unlocked a blueprint. I guessed that they were all locked away inside the core somehow, but I wasn't sure. Maybe the magic friggin' pixies delivered them when I was sleeping and nicked any teeth that were going spare on the way out. I shrugged, dismissing the method as unimportant while bringing up the options. The following research is available. Core upgrades. Research into core improvements will unlock the path to higher tiers, increased mana absorption rates, and increases in the size, quality, and capabilities of the core. Dungeon upgrades. Research into dungeon upgrades will provide blueprints for specialist structures, facilities, traps, and special magics. Monsters. Research into monsters can provide upgrades to existing dungeon creations, provide insight into hunting and eliminating mana-warped threats, and further options, depending on the specializations chosen. Loot. All loot must originate from somewhere. Loot research reveals methods to upgrade the standard basic designs, provide magic options, stat boosts, and higher-tier drops. Research nodes. Investing in research can provide a dungeon with additional research nodes. Please note, the maximum research points assigned will always affect the outcome and quality of completed research. I sat there for a while, processing all the options, trying to get them settled in my mind. As near as I could figure, I had a few priorities. First and foremost, I had to defend myself. There was no point in doing anything else if I was dead. I had to get the dungeon to take control of the entire building, and then I could reinforce it or whatever. Second, I needed food. God, I needed real food. I didn't know what the chances of a steak dinner were, but I'd take anything over the goddamn protein bars. Adding to that, the entire world had relied on transport facilities that were now toast. Ideally, I needed to set something up that would enable me to provide food for others. At minimum, I wanted to be able to bring a few friends inside to keep them safe, so that must fall under the dungeon facilities, I guessed. An odd thought ran through my brain, that if I could find that Kelly, having her here would go a long way toward making my life better. Hell, any kind of company would be good, just someone to watch my back. I needed monsters to protect the dungeon, yeah, but for now, I needed to hide. No need to draw attention when I couldn't defend myself. Yet. Third, I needed to start generating loot. If I could just drop the loot into a chest or something, there was nothing stopping me from picking it back out. That could solve my food problem, and give me some clothes as well, which was something I desperately needed. Research felt like a tricky decision. I'd always loved games like Civ, and the infrastructure versus production versus research decisions were traditionally something I loved to balance. Now, I was pissed that it even existed, with how limited my resources were, but I decided I'd figure it out. Somehow. For now, I needed to wait, letting the core charge up fully. Once it was full, I could get started on the next phase. Maybe tomorrow I'd head out and try to find some food and a change of clothes. For now, I needed to stay hidden, and that meant scouring the building like a starving rat, praying there was food to be found somewhere. I got up and took my new best friend, the lighter, to start searching around. The downstairs bar area where I'd placed the core had nothing. Neither did the surrounding rooms, which were set up to lead off the main dance floor. Luckily, on the upper floor, I found and kicked in a locked door to a storeroom that held all the stock that they decided to keep safe from the renovation. There wasn't much in the way of food, since most of it was alcohol, but 3 boxes of crisps, what the Americans called chips, had been stacked in one corner, and at the very back, furthest from the door and buried beneath a crate of vodka, was a crate of mixers, so at least I wouldn't be down to drinking booze constantly. I made a few trips to bring most of the fruit juices and the crisps down. Then I spent over an hour cursing and losing my temper as I wrestled the biggest, comfiest couch that I could find down to my new core room. It was a pain in the ass, but eventually I maneuvered it inside the space and collapsed onto it. I drank some fruit juice, made a trip to the mercifully still plumbed-in and working toilet, and spent the next few hours walking back and forth around the room, most often with the map up, so I could be sure nobody was trying to get inside. It was early evening by my watch when the core finally reached full charge, and I sagged into the couch in relief, bringing up the Dungeon Core management screen. Dungeon Core, classification, stone, charge 100%, ambient mana absorption, 6 points per hour, pph. I studied the self-explanatory details, few as they were, and I nodded in comprehension. There really wasn't much I could do with it yet, beyond checking to verify that it was okay, I guessed. I moved to the next section, glad to see that dungeon design was unlocked and that there were options available to me. Current dungeon area, 16 square meters. Options available. Alteration/expansion. Once again, the interface seemed clearly simple and designed for fast access. I looked around the room, suddenly aware that the area where I stood looked slightly different to the rest of the room. My immediate surroundings, presumably inside the dungeon's area, were slightly sharper in texture. At least that was the best way I could explain it. Colors were brighter, and it was as though I was watching the room in HD as opposed to SD on a movie. I walked over to the edge of the dungeon's influence and stared. After a few seconds, I found the boundary on a wooden plank on the floor. A line of slowly growing detail inched along the floor, almost unnoticeable, and when I made a mark with a fingernail and watched intently, the detail gradually absorbed it. I straightened up, nodding to myself in satisfaction. Clearly, the dungeon took time to claim the area, and the options I'd been given were limited to concentrating on growing that claim or working on it as it was. I sat on my couch again and selected expansion. Instantly, I felt my point of view change, and I shook myself, landing back in my body a millisecond later. I tried again, and once again I shifted, seemingly fading out of my body and into the core. I looked around the room and found my usual battered meat suit slumped on the couch. With a little mental effort, I mentally zoomed over to it, its form highlighted in my ethereal vision. Human host. Class unassigned, level 4, HP 200, MP 200, stamina 70. Permeate? Yes, no. I hastily selected no and moved back. In a fit of curiosity, I moved out to the office chair I'd been using before I had liberated the couch. Simple office chair. Class, furniture, non-magical, non-enhanced, level, NA. Permeate, yes, no. I selected yes and felt a dip in the mana stored in the core. I watched curiously as the chair was slowly saturated with mana, and a second prompt appeared. Design accepted. That was it, nothing else. I waited, but when nothing happened, I focused in on the chair again, this time getting a new series of options. Repair/absorb. I selected repair, and the chair seemed to melt partially, the cracked and battered leather flowing, then reforming, the metal frame tightening. The chipped paint seemed to become liquid for a second, then flowed back to normal, and I grunted in surprise. The damn chair looked amazing, like it had just been bought. I shook myself out of the core and stood up, moving over to examine the chair and running my hands over it. It was a seriously huge improvement, and I grinned, thinking about what I could do with my clothes. I flew back into the core again, examining my tattered, filthy clothes. Elated, I was about to start repairing them, and by extension cleaning them, when I noticed the core. It was down to 70%. Shit, really? I groaned, realizing that it'd take at least the rest of the energy in the core to make my clothes fresh again. I concentrated on the chair again, bringing up the same options, but this time repair was grayed out, leaving only absorb. I shrugged and selected the solitary option, watching closely as the chair seemed to dissolve into a rush of matter that streamed into the core. Core charge level 100%. Excess matter has been lost. Seriously? I cried out, back in my body as I gestured angrily at the core. You couldn't have warned me of that before, like a, hey, by the way, there's more here than I need to recharge, are you sure, or something, motherfucker? I growled in annoyance as I stomped around the room. I tried not to think about the fact that I could at least be wearing some clean clothes at the moment, but it was hard. I forced myself to sit down, still muttering, as I pushed myself into the core again, looking out at the world. I reselected expansion and felt something different, but in what way I couldn't say. I moved out from the core to inspect the area where the dungeon influence and the real world seemed to meet. I could feel a change, a resistance along the edge, and I reached out, feeling resistance, like a rubber membrane stretched between me and the world. I pushed out, and the dungeon area slowly flowed forward, the mana from the core sinking into everything around me. It was weird, as I could feel the mana permeating the air with little resistance, but as I pushed over to a series of recessed booths in the wall, places where I'd sat and shot the shit with friends dozens of times over the years, the mana seemed to slow, taking longer to sink into the wood and leather. I moved slowly, steadily pushing out around the room and claiming it all. By the time I'd reached the far side of the dance floor, near the restrooms, I was exhausted and happily fled back to my body. Core charge level 16%. I flopped back on the couch, breathing heavily, and took the time to rest. I was finding the expansion process a weird experience, as my physical body felt totally fine, but my mind was wrung out. I felt as if I'd just finished a nightmare exam or something. I checked the core and found that, with the increased area covered by the dungeon, I had more options to absorb stuff. I pulled one of the booths apart, refilling the tank to nearly 50%. Satisfied for the moment, I moved to the research screens, selecting core, and read through the options spread out before me. Core was at the top, with 3 lines leading out from it, heading downwards. Going from left to right, I saw Tier 1, Bronze, Mana Absorption, and Upgrades as options. Selecting each gave me a brief impression of the details. Tier 1 Bronze was an overall upgrade to the next tier, as Stone was apparently Tier 0. Upgrading to the next level would be a serious upgrade, something I mentally compared to going from a tiny Fiat car to a small one. It was still a little car, with limited luxuries and capabilities, but it was an upgrade to everything. Mana Absorption was a specific upgrade to, surprise, surprise, the rate that I could draw in mana. I compared this to upgrading the engine of the car. It wasn't going to suddenly be able to do 200 miles per hour, but it'd be faster than it was, and it would go up the hills better. It was always going to be a limited upgrade, as it was constrained by the size of the car and the design, but it was better than the bog-standard version they sold it with. Lastly, I looked at the Upgrades tab, finding that it gave the sense of minor changes, like replacing the stereo or changing to leather seats. Minor details, but significantly cheaper to do than a full turnkey upgrade. Unfortunately, it required prior research to populate the options or require that it be done manually, somehow. I sat and thought for a while, staring away into the distance, not really seeing anything. I knew I needed to improve the core, otherwise it would take forever to get anywhere with it. Ideally, I needed to push the dungeon area out to the street and all the way to the top of the building, claim all of it, and then reinforce it. To reach that boundary as things were now, the job would probably take close to 2 weeks, judging from the time that last expansion had taken, and while I could absorb things, using them to recharge the core, I needed to save some for emergencies, and some for, well, life. I settled on mana absorption as a compromise. I needed to pick up the speed, and while I wanted to jump all the way to the highest tier of core right away, thank you very much, I knew it wasn't going to happen like that. As soon as I selected the research, I got a slider, asking how much mana I wanted to invest into RP, or research points. They worked on a 1-to-1 ratio, it seemed, so I put 3 out of the 6 coming into it, sighing as it flashed an acceptance and vanished. Looking back around the room, there was nothing else I could do but wait, so I had a few packets of crisps. Cheese and onion, thankfully, was an option. I also took the time to have the dungeon absorb all 12 bags of tomato sauce flavor with a shudder of disgust. I got 3 points of mana for the lot and viewed it as a good trade. I settled back to drink some lukewarm orange juice, then relaxed, waiting for something to happen. I wondered how my friends were doing, worrying about what could be happening to them while I idly chilled in my dungeon basement. I wanted to go to them to get out and help, but I knew I couldn't. I needed to get the base ready first. Then, and only then, I could get out there and bring people back. I couldn't afford to let someone else steal it from me. With that pleasant thought, I shifted around, trying to get comfortable, until I finally fell asleep. Chapter 11. I woke up hours later, bleary-eyed, as a terrible sense of foreboding filled me. I sat bolt upright, searching the room. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, I then reached out to the core, and my heart started to race. I could see the outlines of figures moving around upstairs in Florida's. While I could sense their location, I wasn't able to determine who they were or why they were there, and I frantically dived into the dungeon design section, fleeing from my body back into the core. I was at 68% mana, and the space controlled by the dungeon had grown, seemingly infinitesimally, past what I last remembered it being. I ignored the rest of the room, though, and floated straight to the stairs leading up to the next floor. I pushed and prodded, moving the bubble of control steadily through the door and to the bottom stair, then slowly edged upwards. Each step took more energy than the one before it, and I saw my charge dropping quickly. I reached 10% mana with 6 steps to go, and suddenly felt a change as the dungeon refused to push any further. I started to panic at the sounds of people moving through the building, clearly searching. I dove back downstairs and grabbed at the remaining 2 booths in the room, absorbing them both and receiving 16 and 22% respectively due to their size. It took over a minute to convert each, and when I flew back to the stairs, now at 48 again, I could not only hear people clearly talking, but I could see the flickers of light as they searched through the bar. Almost gibbering with the fear of being discovered, I climbed all the way up to the doors, deciding to include them too. I racked my brain frantically for a way to protect them, then dipped into the alteration option, highlighting the doors, thinking I needed to change them. Limited options flooded my mind. They were simple. God, they were depressingly simple, but they were all I had. I could cover them to look like a plain brick wall like the ones downstairs, remove the doors altogether, or fill the space with wooden planks. I could also transform them into solid stone, but I didn't have enough mana. It also seemed that I couldn't make anything that wasn't creatable by a similar level of technology to the stone core's tech level. There had been other options to replace the doors with other types of doors I'd examined downstairs, but they'd been marked as too advanced for the core and remained grayed out. I decided on the brick wall. The bar had put them up all over the standard gray concrete walls, and there were more upstairs, so hopefully it'd blend in. Failing that, I didn't know what I'd do. I selected the wall, and the view changed to allow me to place it, lining it up and smoothing the edges as best I could into the existing unclaimed brickwork. It would take a few minutes, and the facade would never stand up to real scrutiny, but it was all I could do with the time I had left. As soon as I confirmed my choice, the mana flooded out, sinking into the doors and blurring them. The wood ran like honey, slow and thick, seeping out and shifting in size and color. I sensed one of the figures on the other side move into the room I was working on, and I prayed fervently that he wouldn't spot the wall that was growing across the doors. "What the hell?" I heard a rough voice call out, and I froze, opting to frantically force more mana into the process a second later when the voice went on. "Look at this!" he hollered deeper into the building to someone else. "Jackpot!" A second, then a third figure joined the first, striding straight past the wall that was forming in the darkness as they headed into the open storeroom I'd raided earlier. "Looks like someone found it already, but there's still loads of booze," a sharp voice said excitedly. "Get out there and get the cart. We'll get it loaded up and clear out as much as we can. Johnny, you're staying here. Make sure nobody comes back for this shit. It's ours." I heard laughter and agreement, and I sighed as the wall finished forming, thankful for the combination of darkness and poor light from the torches, paired with greedy idiots to let me hide the stairs. I fled back to my body and watched them on the map for a while. Their red figures moved backwards and forwards to the alley outside, clearly robbing the bar blind. I felt my anger growing as I watched them. I knew it was ridiculous. After all, I was literally stealing the building, but they were robbing my favorite bar. I growled softly as I watched them, wishing there was something I could do about it, before I felt my eyes drawn to the Monsters and Loot tab. I smiled evilly. As I pulled it up, I saw that I had 3 options for monsters at the moment. They were all grayed out, but that was fine. I was down to 12% charge, after all. Monsters. Common grade. Vermin. Rats are a common pest that are ubiquitous across the universe. Vermin of this type vary in size and limb count, but often conform to similar local design. Cost. Vermin spawn in packs of 3 for 5 mana each. Maintenance is 1 mana point per day per individual. Mammal. Goblins as a species have multiple variations, ranging from the lowest caste, who are barely sentient, to the high Gurnai, a race that suffers little interaction with lesser species due to the enormous gulf of grace and beauty between those races and their own. The most basic can be spawned as dungeon monsters. Utilizing their species' polymorphic tendencies results in greater enhancements than are commonly available. Cost. Goblins spawn individually for 5 mana each. Maintenance is 2 mana points per day per individual. Reptilian. Kobolds are a common, highly structured, caste-driven species. Semi-sentient kobolds are a standard sight in dungeons due to their advanced trap-making skills and low cost. Cost. Kobolds spawn in packs of 3 for 10 mana each. Maintenance is 1 mana point per day per individual. I read through the details quickly, nodding in consideration as I calculated the initial and ongoing costs. I was glad I had some basic options, but also not too pleased about the amount of mana they would require to maintain. I moved on to the loot section and discovered I had to research any weapons above a crude stick. The weapon subcategory was split up into 3 sections: offense, defense, and miscellaneous. Offense had literally a stick in it. A wooden stick, that was it. Defense had a set of fabric clothes that not only looked terrible, but I was 99% sure would feel like sandpaper as well. At least miscellaneous held a bit more, including a design blueprint section that had the chair I'd scanned, along with everything else I'd examined in it. I shook my head at the blueprint section, not seeing any possible use for it, and went back to the main miscellaneous section. It had been populated with a list of small items like nails and the lock from the door I'd examined, planks of wood, etc. And there, amongst all the rest of the random details, were the goddamn tomato sauce crisps. I don't care what else goes wrong in the world. That's a line I won't cross, I vowed to myself, staring in disgust at that affront to the gods. I found a load of random things, but nothing that was useful, until I came to the bottom of the list. I froze in shock. Spellbooks, skill books, and magical items. Spellbooks, skill books, and magical items are limited by the dungeon level, available technologies in the local area, and materials, but there is a chance that these items will drop randomly each time a creature is killed in the dungeon. Current chance of drop, 0.01%. Do you wish to adjust the chance of this drop? Yes, no. Hell yes, I do, I muttered, grabbing it and sliding it along to the maximum. Unfortunately, it didn't really change much. Even if I invested 10 points of mana an hour, the maximum for the stone core, and more than I even passively earned at present, I would manage to raise it to only a 1% chance. Damn it, I groused, slumping back on the couch, before sitting back up as I realized something. I'd been planning on summoning creatures as a last resort, something to defend my dungeon against the assholes out there, but now I wondered if there was a better way to use it. I could summon the weakest creatures available and kill them myself. Yeah, it would cost me in terms of mana expenditure, that was a given, but if I did it, say, once a day to use it as a training method, I could get myself up to the point where I could defend myself properly and I could collect all the loot. Even better, I could use only what I wanted and absorb the rest back into the dungeon. I could research weapons that I wanted to use, armor. Hell, I could find a goddamn gun, then just shoot the fuckers. I started to get excited, before remembering the issues I'd had creating the wall across the entrance to the stairs, and I dove back into the screens, reading and examining the details. After another hour, I felt I had a better grasp on things, and I dismissed them while I considered what I'd discovered. The tech I could replicate was dependent on the core and its capabilities, which meant I was stuck with extremely low-level tech for now. That explained why the weapons were limited to a stick, rather than starting with a sword or anything more useful. They'd be available only when I lifted the core to a level of bronze or iron. It seemed that I could absorb anything, and certain items were omitted from those rules, such as food. I could make the crisps, after all, so it was a relief to know that food was apparently not going to be limited to grains and shit. A brief note had indicated something along the lines of sustenance differing to such extreme variables among worlds that it was exempted from the core level requirements. All I needed to do was absorb examples of different foods, and I would have the core produce them for me. I nearly wept with joy. I also learned that I could repair more complex things like the chair, but I couldn't actually make them from scratch yet. That meant, in my mind at least, that it was a setting in the core, a program that said, if X, then Y. It was also way beyond my ability to change it, though considering the fact that the core could somehow alter matter at a fundamental level. I resolved not to touch it, at least not for a long time. Realizing that I had been reading for a while, I checked the research tab, pleased to find that the mana absorption was ticking away nicely and had a countdown timer of 10 hours to go. I got up and started wandering around the room, bored to all hell, when I froze in sudden fear, looking up at the ceiling as a horrible thought occurred to me, before letting out a relieved sigh a second later. I'd blocked off the upper stairs with a fake brick wall, but there were open air ducts still in place, so even though there wasn't power, there was at least a way for the air to get in. I'd had a sudden, terrible fear that I was going to have to knock that wall down or suffocate. I was about to laugh at my baseless panic when I grunted in shock as I realized what else I'd forgotten about in a place like this, namely, that it had to have an emergency exit. I pulled up the dungeon screen and found the doors a few seconds later. They were on the far side of the room I'd not permeated yet, which was why I'd missed them. I'd seen them earlier when I was exploring a bit with my Zippo torch, but they hadn't registered, as fire doors tended not to when you didn't need them. I made a mental note to change them to a door only I could open as soon as possible. The charge level was too low to be able to do anything at present, and there was literally bugger all I could do with everything else until that improved. With nothing left to investigate, I settled down to watch the people moving around on the map and trying to sleep as much as I could. It was boring. Seriously boring. But I just couldn't risk more. Not yet. I was terrified of losing the dungeon core to someone else who found their way in, or being captured by the gypsies, or another gang again. I laid there in the semi-darkness, the only light in the room being the glow of the core, and I tried not to imagine the shit I could be doing right then. I thought about the foods I needed to collect samples of for the dungeon to absorb and learn. I started a mental list of all the amazing stuff I could get from the nearby supermarkets, and I sat upright suddenly, realizing what I'd been ignoring. The rooms around me were full of cleaning products, stock for the club, chairs, building gear, all of it, and I'd been thinking like I was under siege, planning on holding onto it all for an emergency. There were even 2 more booths at the back of the room, and all I had to do was reach them. I bounded to my feet, rushed to the nearest storeroom, grabbing a case of vodka and dumping it on the dance floor inside of the dungeon influence area, then went back for more. I spent an hour stripping the room out, piling everything up, before I pulled the screen up and began to absorb it. There was a certain amount of wastage. I guess that was the nature of things, but a handful of minutes later, I'd refilled the charge, and I was off again, pushing the boundary out. I moved in and out of the various rooms, stopping long enough to absorb random stuff, but leaving a single room that was full of random shit as my emergency stockpile. The rest of the stuff I came across fueled my expansion, and in 3 hours, I'd reached the emergency fire escape. I absorbed enough that the charge was back to 100%, and then started to permeate the big steel and composite doors. Once I'd fully acquired them, I kept pushing out into the hallway beyond, slowly moving up the stairs. I spread my influence evenly as I went, taking in the walls and floor, the metal stairs, and absorbing any electrical bits as I went. They were pointless at this stage, after all, so they served to fuel my expansion. By the time I reached the doors into the alleyway, I was exhausted again, and I had to stop and rest for a few hours before I could permeate them. I couldn't stop grinning to myself when I'd finally managed it, because it didn't just mean I'd closed off unauthorized access to the dungeon now. It also meant I had a secured way in and out. I found that I could control the doors mentally. They unlocked and locked again at my unspoken command effortlessly, and that meant I could leave. I could go into the city for supplies or weapons and get back in. I fled back to my body on the couch, opening my eyes and staring at the dungeon core as I thought about the possibilities. I knew the safe option was to stay inside, to stay hidden, doing nothing that could bring attention to me. However, I was bored out of my tiny mind, not to mention wearing filthy clothes, starving for real food, and, well, I needed a few creature comforts. I didn't really see any point in staying in my flat anymore, not when I had an actual home that I could endlessly modify, especially one that would be safe and could generate everything I needed. All I wanted was the gear I had in my flat, my personal effects, mementos of my family, photos, my bed, and, God, my books. I'd spent a fortune over the years on my book collection. It was mainly sci-fi and fantasy, but there were all sorts of adventures in there, and they'd help me while away the hours, weeks, and possibly years it'd take me to get this place set up properly. I especially needed to get that goddamn fairy corpse, as it might be possible to learn more about what was happening by having the dungeon scan the thing. I resolved that I would go home today, get a suitcase of gear, clothes, a few bits and pieces, and some creature comforts. Then I could have the dungeon scan them and remake them, if anything happened to the originals. Pleased with my flawless plan, I used the dungeon interface for 2 things. First, I made myself a stick. It was a crappy weapon, but it was still a weapon, and then I checked on the research, finding that it was possible to queue the research up. I chose the stick from the menu and selected Upgrade. The bar appeared to show how long it would take, but without a mana allocation, it was empty. I shrugged and moved on, taking the time to stretch, use the toilet, and drink some warm fruit juice. Then, when I couldn't justify putting my departure off any longer, I went up to the door with equal measures of trepidation and excitement. I checked the surrounding area, found there was nobody in the alley or in sight. Then I cautiously ordered the doors to open and stepped out into the warm morning. I looked around. slightly paranoid that people would be about anyway, but when there wasn't a single soul in sight, I nodded to myself in satisfaction and mentally closed the doors. I took a single step away from my sanctuary, then spun around and made the doors open again, then close, then reopen, just to be sure I could, before nodding again and heading to the edge of the alley, gripping my stick tightly in a white-knuckled fist. I peered both ways, made sure there wasn't anyone in sight, then set off, heading north towards my home. I soon saw my first people, and I noticed the way they froze, glaring at me, before changing direction and scurrying away as quickly as they could. That was the new way of the world, I found, after an hour, by which time I had made it across the city center and was moving quickly up the main road towards my old flat. Each encounter with people resulted in silent stares, followed by watching me as I passed. The people further back in the city, closest to the high mana concentration areas, were the worst, either standing their ground and glaring or running like frightened rabbits. But everywhere I went, people were hesitant and distrustful. I diverted to head past Marcus's shop, figuring I could check on him and let him know I was okay, maybe drop a few hints and make sure he was ready to join me when my dungeon was up and running. He was someone I would want to help, and he'd seem like a good guy, not to mention he'd probably be damn useful. When I got to his shop, though, the doors hung wide open, the goods had been strewn everywhere, no food, just packaging. And when I went inside, it had obviously been ransacked. I headed in deeper, finding nobody home, and when I went downstairs, thankful for my little lighter, I found that even his training sanctuary had been looted. The good steel swords, the gloves, all of it was gone, leaving only a handful of the practice swords in a box at the back. I felt better having another practice sword, gladly dumping the stick, but I still left the building in a much worse mood than when I entered it. I also noted the looks I got from residents peeping from their windows. The hatred, disgust, and fear was clear on their faces. When I called out to ask what had happened and if Marcus was all right, though, I got no answer. People hid, rather than replying. I'd taken a small carrier bag of things I knew would come in useful from Marcus's shop. Flour, powdered eggs, no milk or butter, of course, but jerky and a handful of tins. The little sewing kit I'd spotted on the counter in particular seemed like it might be useful, but the various home staples like painkillers, candles, matches, and so on, stuff that would be really useful, had all been taken long since. I continued down the street quickly, hurrying back to my place with as much speed as I could manage without running. As I marched up to the house, I furtively glanced around. A burgeoning sense of danger grew in my mind again, and I hurried inside, eager to avoid another confrontation. I tried the bottom flat, hoping Paul would be back, but there was no answer, so I started up to the next floor, passing the asshole's flat. I was unsurprised when the letterbox opened and a voice called out to me, "Where's my bike, you thief?" I turned and glared at the malicious gaze of Gerald, squatting down to reply. "I gave it to a whore for a blowjob. Why?" I said, blurting the first thing that came to mind that I figured would annoy him the most. "What? That bike was worth thousands! You fucking idiot! I already told the police. They said they'd be coming for you. You see if they don't." I grinned at him and flipped him the finger before starting to straighten up. I paused, then sighed, and squatted back down to look at him as he screamed to his wife about what I'd done. "Look, I'm sorry. I just wanted to piss you off, okay?" I said, and he spun around, glaring at me. "The world's gone to shit out there. I got attacked and they took the bike. I took it because I was angry at the way you both turned away from me when I was hurt and needed help. You admit it? You admit you stole my bike?" He snapped, and I snorted. "Yeah, I admit it, okay? Look, neither of us likes the other, and that's fine, but seriously, it's getting really bad out there. They're like animals, so just be careful if you go out, okay?" I said, swallowing my dislike of the pair of them. Just because they were assholes didn't mean I was, and the least I could do was warn them. "You don't need to tell me that. The world's full of it. This is all your fault. If your kind just went home and left the civilized people to it, we'd be all right." Miss Piggy started up, and I snarled, straightening up and marching on upstairs towards my room. The door opened a crack, and I saw her face filling it as she screamed up at me. And you can tell your friends to keep the noise down. We'll be reporting you to the Landlords Association for this when it's all over. See if we don't." I froze, frowning at her in confusion. She nodded at me in satisfaction, thinking she'd scored a point, and went on. "That's right. They'll make you move out, and we'll get some good, respectable white people in here instead, not like you and that filthy Scot downstairs." I glanced at the ceiling, wondering who she meant, and hoping against hope that Chris had come around, that he'd stayed, waiting for me for some reason, or hell, maybe it was Kelly. I'd left my keys in the coat I'd lent her, after all. "You just see what the Landlords Association has to say about this, you—" "Shut the fuck up," I snapped at her, shaking my head. "We own our flats, you stupid bitch. Even if there was still a Landlords Association, they'd have nothing to do with us. Now fuck off." I stormed away from her, hurrying up the stairs and wondering who was waiting for me. Running through the short list of possibilities, I reached the door and pulled my keys out and looked at them. These weren't right. My keys had been replaced. There were a half dozen on the ring, but they were all wrong. All that was right was the key ring itself, with the picture of the dog I'd had when growing up on it. I stared at the unfamiliar bits of metal, confused, until the door handle shifted and opened from the inside, revealing a swarthy, grinning face I recognized and a handgun barrel that was pointed at my face. "Fuck. Keith," I muttered in shock, and Keith the gypsy backed up slightly, gesturing for me to come inside with his gun. "Aye, you wee snot. Now get your ass in here, or I'll fucking shoot you right there." I swallowed hard and stepped inside, my heart in my boots and my butthole puckering like it was trying to decide if it was tighter than a duck's arse or bracing itself for a wienering by an elephant. Chapter 12. I moved through the door, closing it behind me at Keith's gesture, and glared at him. "How did you get here?" I demanded, and he snorted scornfully, tossing his head. "It wasn't hard. We got the address from your wallet, swapped your keys out before Hannah gave 'em back to you. Now me and Bar have been bored shitless waiting for you to show up. We almost gave up. Then I look out the window, and there you are, strolling along, happy as can be." He grinned cruelly at me, and I glanced toward the other end of the hall as a second man stepped out, a kosh held loosely in his hands as he smiled. My balls shriveled up at the sight of the weapon. I'd seen one years before, used on a roof tile by a mate who wanted to show it off, since they were illegal pretty much everywhere. It was basically a short handle with a thick spring on the top, tightly wound, and a solid lead tip. When they hit anything, the force was magnified by the coiled spring, and they shattered bones like glass. I remembered the tile smashing, then the kosh bending backwards on the rebound after it had hit the pavement below. The spring had struck his little brother's hand, who'd been reaching over, too eager for his turn to wait. The howl as his bones shattered in his hand had been terrible. I knew upon seeing that, and considering who had been waiting for me, that this wasn't a fight I was going to walk away from with just a few bruises. They were going to cripple me at least, and most likely kill me. "So put that thing down and the bag, now. Then you can tell us all about where you been," Keith growled, and I slowly swung the sword around, off my back, thankful I'd found another scabbard. "This?" I asked, dropping the bag of things from the shop and lifting the sword out sideways, so the tip was about a foot from Keith's stomach. "Aye, we know it's rubber, so don't try anything smart," the other guy, Bar, I assumed, said. "Oh, okay then," I said innocently, wrapping my left hand around the pommel and shifting my right up to grip the top half of the hilt properly, the way Marcus had shown me. "I said," Keith started to repeat, and I lunged, yanking back towards myself hard with my left hand while I drove the sword into his stomach with my right. It had the effect of moving the sword point faster than Keith could see, and it knocked the barrel of his gun aside as he fired. The bullet flew down the hall and lodged in the doorframe next to Bar's head, forcing him to duck aside with a curse as I stepped in closer to Keith. I shoved the gun aside, letting go of my sword with the left hand, and slammed the hilt of the sword into his face with my right, knocking him back. Before he could regain his balance, I dropped it and grabbed his t-shirt collar, yanking him into a headbutt. The gun went off again as he tried to shove me away with his left arm, his right pulling the gun back as I grabbed at it, and I hissed, feeling the bullet score across my ribs before heading down the hall again, making Barr shout. I shoved Keith back into the wall, finally managing to get a hold of the wrist of his gun arm and cracking it against the wall next to his head. I leaned in, twisting around and shoving my back against his chest. He grabbed at my face with his left hand, but I shook it off, yanking his arm harder than he thought I'd be able to, and I pointed the gun at his friend, who was running down the hall, now only a few feet away. The gun went off with a boom, the third shot flashing out and slamming into the charging man. The impact hurled him from his feet in a welter of blood and bone fragments, sending him crashing to the floor with a pained squeal. "Barr!" Keith bellowed, finally grabbing a handful of my shirt with his left hand. I'd frozen, having never shot someone before, and before I could reorient, Keith shoved hard into me, twisting and slamming me headfirst into the wall opposite. The gun was torn loose from both of us, clattering away into the bloody debris on the floor near Barr, who was thrashing and clutching at his chest. Keith started punching, slamming fist after fist into me, howling like an enraged bear as I tried to defend myself. I twisted and kicked out, managing a glancing blow on his hip that forced him back a step, and I lunged back at him. Ducking down and wrapping my arms around his waist, I lifted him and rushed through the open doorway into my bedroom. He was raining blows down on me, kicking where he could, as I half carried, half threw him, slamming him into the dresser. His bulk made the whole thing collapse, as cheap as it was. The clothes, panels, and various crap that had accumulated over the years on top of the dresser fell onto him, burying him as he struggled back upright. Unfortunately for him, his face got to meet my fist coming the other way, as he swiped a shirt off his head. This punch was much better aimed, and I followed through better than I had the last few I'd thrown. My anger at this scumbag breaking into my home to clearly murder me helped to power it, and it connected full force with his nose and upper jaw. His head slammed back, smacking off the wooden remains of the dresser as blood sprayed from his flattened nose, and I stepped in closer, slamming my left in hard, then my right again, as he attempted to defend himself. He was clearly more skilled than I was, but thanks to my stat increases, I had the musculature of an Olympian, and while my dexterity had been constrained by the increased muscle mass, it was still well past the average, at least for now. I slammed fist after fist into his face before grabbing him by the throat and yanking him upright, staring into his one remaining good eye. The other had begun swelling shut already, and had clearly filled with blood. "Where are they?" I asked him, my voice a low growl. "Where are the rest of your friends?" He started to speak, coughed, then spat a tooth out, and managed to glare at me. "Go fuck yourself," he managed to rasp out, and I sneered at him, slamming him back into the wall with my left hand. "Wrong answer," I snapped, punching him in the gut. Then I shifted, hammering first the bottom left, then the bottom right short ribs. I could feel them snap under my blows and making him gasp in pain. "See, this is how it's going to work," I whispered, glaring at him. "Every time you give me a wrong answer, I snap some ribs. Then it'll be fingers, then arms. I'm leaving here right after we talk, and I'm going to leave you to bleed out on the floor. If you're good, maybe you'll still be alive when Hannah and the others come looking. Maybe I'll even give you a message to pass on, or maybe you'll just be dead, just like your mate." He glared at me, blood dripping from his chin, and started to speak, then lashed out, punching me in the face with his right hand as he grabbed my wrist with his left, trying to break my grip. I shook my head, shaking the blow off, and glared at him. The taste of blood filled my mouth from what felt like a busted lip, and I slammed him back again, letting go of his throat and grabbing his right arm instead, twisting it and slamming my fist into the wrist, feeling the delicate bones as they fractured. He screamed, and I grabbed him by the hair, lifting his head and punching him in the face again. "Maybe I don't need you alive to pass a message on, eh? Maybe I should just fucking kill you and write it down?" I snarled to him. He spat out a gobbet of blood, coughing and snarling a response. "I said go fuck yourself," he managed to get out, and I snorted, shaking my head. "Typical gypsy," I growled at him. "Never give up." Fine." I drew my fist back and punched him as hard as I could, letting go with my left as it landed, and he slammed back into the wall, slumping to the floor. I wanted to kill him. Fuck, I really did, but I didn't need to kill him. I could just leave him, and what happened, happened. I checked on the other one, verifying that he was dead already. Blood spread out from the hole through his chest. I picked the gun up, shoving it into my jeans waistband after putting the safety on, determined not to blow my own dick off. I grabbed the kosh as well. A thick leather loop on the base could be closed over the top of the spring, compressing it and making it more or less safe. With all the weapons in my possession, I checked Keith over, finding he was unconscious, and pulled a handful of bullets for the gun from his pocket and a big bunch of keys. The thick roll of cash he had in his pocket might not have much value anymore, but I snagged it too, leaving the pouch of drugs behind. Then I took them on a whim. I didn't trust what he might have. For all I knew, it was a trap, but I might be able to use it in the dungeon. I knew the gunshots would attract attention, as would the blood that I had no doubt was seeping through the floor of my hallway now, so I moved quickly, searching the bedroom. I pulled out my old suitcase, a big one on wheels, thankfully, and flipped it open, chucking a few pairs of boxers, some socks, a half-dozen tops in, making sure I had some thick, some thin, some sports clothes, and some winter ones, as well as a pair of good boots, and stripped off quickly. I knew I didn't have time for a shower, so instead I got changed and made do with that. Dumped the little first aid box I had, mainly bandages and bits and bobs like aspirin, into the bottom of the case as well. I glanced around quickly, grabbing photos and a few keepsakes, then frowned and started looking harder. After a frenzied search, I stood in the middle of the floor, swearing like a pirate. It was gone, the fairy corpse in its crystal container. Some fuckhead had taken it. I knew who it'd be as well, and I spat on the floor. I slapped Keith a bit and poured a can of beer over his face. I refused to waste water, but it was only Foster's anyway. But it was no good. He was out for the count. I stood thinking furiously for a few more seconds, then started moving again, grabbing shower gel, aftershave, and the various other products I used regularly, shaving gear, and a toilet roll. By this point, the suitcase was getting full, so I shoved half a dozen of my favorite books in before filling up every last available space with individual foods from the kitchen, including a very soft bar of butter, which I put in a bag, along with a handful of condiments. I felt a bit daft, considering I had 2 people bleeding out in my flat, one dead and one clearly not far from it, but that was the way the world was going, and I'd given up on most of normal life already. I checked around for the last time, hoping against hope that there was nothing I was missing, then grabbed the rolled-up sleeping bag from under my bed and my pillow, having made up my mind that some things weren't luxuries, and I didn't care what it looked like. I left the flat, knowing it was almost certainly for the last time, leaving a note for my friends who came looking in the middle of the bed. I knew it was a risk, but I felt it was worth it. Guys, remember me at the end of the night. M. I figured it might read more like a goodbye to anyone who wasn't part of our group, but it was a phrase we used regularly, meaning that if we'd passed out drunk or off our heads on the drink, then we'd need to be taken home. As we almost always ended the night in coups, it would be enough for the lads to understand, but almost impossible for anyone else, especially without access to our social media. I carried the case out of the door, stepping over the corpse, and snagged a long coat on the way out, along with the sword in its scabbard before setting off down the stairs. I paused, looking at the door of the middle flat as I passed, then called out, knowing they were listening. They weren't friends of mine. They were there to rob me. They're dead now, and I'm going to Scotland to stay with my family. Good luck. Then I turned and clunked down the stairs, wondering if they'd stay there or run away. Either way, at least if someone asked them where I was, it might leave a false trail. The lads knew I had no family, so they'd know it was bullshit. The gypsies wouldn't. I got outside and started off down the street, deliberately heading as though I was going to leave the area until I was out of sight of the flat, then changing direction down a side street and heading back towards the center. I saw a handful of people as I trundled along the streets, my case rattling as it bounced over the uneven paving stones, and I nodded to the few people that didn't seem hostile. Even so, the vast majority either ignored me or actively avoided me. The only person who spoke to me or made any kind of an effort to be nice was an old priest, when I passed him sitting on a park bench halfway to town. He was old, like in his 80s or 90s, and not healthy like some older people are at that age. His skin was like paper, his hair transparent, and his eyes roomy and barely able to see me a few feet away. "Hello?" he called out in a quavering voice, and I slowed, looking first at him, then glancing around to make sure it wasn't a trap. "Hello, Father," I said quietly. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" A little news would be good. Nobody seems to speak anymore," he said, forcing a smile. "Of course," I said, straightening and putting my case on all four wheels, dipping a hand into the carrier bag I'd brought with me. "Do you need a drink, Father?" He smiled genuinely. No. Thank you, my son. I gave it up long ago." "A soft drink, then?" I offered, holding out a bottle of still juice. He took it with thanks and opened it, taking a long drink. "Thank you," he said afterwards, moving to pass it back. "You keep it. Do you need anything else? A little food?" I asked, and he opened his mouth, then seemed to think better of it. "No, my son. I think you should keep the food. I don't seem to need it as much now," he whispered, and I smiled at him, uncomfortable, but not wanting to just ignore him. "Do you have news, then?" he prompted, and I blinked, remembering that had been his first question. "Not so much. As near as I can tell, there's no real news about the world. The power is off, probably gone forever, and people are changing. They're attacking each other, killing and taking. It's not good, Father," I said sadly. "I know," he whispered, wiping at tears that appeared suddenly. "The apostate has come. The darkness has risen, and the end of days is upon us. The living envy the dead, and beasts are desecrating the graveyards. We have been abandoned." His hands clutched at each other, and he twisted them as though trying to wring the fingers from their sockets. "Oh, sorry," I said, wincing, knowing it was a terrible thing to say, but having no clue what I could say to make it all right. It wasn't as though me saying, "Oh, it's okay, it's not your faith, it's a bunch of aliens, I think," was going to make him feel any better. Still, I had to try. Look, there's a lot of evidence so far that it's aliens, not Judgment Day, okay?" I said, my explanation sounding weak as hell even to my own ears. "It's the end of days," he repeated, slowly shaking his head. "It may not be the way we envisaged it, but we were warned that the dead would rise, the good to the resurrection of life, and the evil to judgment. I've seen them. I've seen the evil crawling across the graveyard, feeding." "Wait, what?" I asked, looking at him in shock. "You've seen the dead rising?" He nodded slowly, still wiping tears from his cheeks. "Fuck's sake, Father, look at me. You've seen the dead rising?" I snapped at him, and he fixed me with a look that told me to watch myself or he'd scrub my mouth out with soap. "Some have already dragged themselves from their earthly graves. They've started to gather. They feed on the weak that try to pass through. I have to try to exorcise them. I have to try to save them, but I cannot. I'm weak. My faith is weak, he mumbled, going back to wringing his hands and softly weeping. I tried to talk to him more, asking him questions, but he started to rock slowly, singing to himself, and I couldn't get through to him again. I set the bag down, pulling a few chocolate bars, another drink, and 2 cans of food out, setting them next to him before awkwardly making the sign of the cross over him and moving on. I wasn't a believer, and I didn't know if I'd done something appropriate, but I knew it had felt like the right thing to do. I considered trying to get him to come with me, but I knew in my heart that I wouldn't be able to and that he'd never understand. I wished him good luck and set off again, trudging on as the early afternoon sunlight changed, the clouds rolling in. I picked up the pace as the wind changed, a chill, blustery squall evident in the distance. I began to grow nervous that I wouldn't make it in time as I started down Northumberland Street, eyeing the clouds over Gateshead that were growing darker. The few people that were still about moved quicker as well. I took the side streets, passing as quickly as I was able, up and down, crossing the city in as direct a path as I could manage, glad when I reached the edge of the high monozone fairly quickly. This time, in an attempt to avoid notice from anyone else in the area, I'd taken a different path. As I passed the old cathedral, I heard sounds from inside, rising through the broken ground floor windows on one side, and I noticed the burgeoning feeling of danger again. I paused, thinking at first it might be the priest I'd seen before, as I heard what sounded like someone crying. I moved closer until I heard giggling, which froze me in place, before a sharp snap of something and growling rose from inside. "No, mine!" I heard a high-pitched, croaky voice say, followed by the thump of something hitting flesh hard. There was a whine, followed by the sounds of someone eating, crunching, and gnawing on something, and I shook my head, deciding I wanted nothing to do with whatever was inside. I started moving away quickly, but as my case dropped down from the curb, I hit a glass bottle, sending it clattering away. I glared down the street at the bottle as it rolled away, then looked back on a whim. I froze, in truth. Staring back at me from the window was a face. It looked like a little girl, her brown hair still plaited and partially covered by a dirty off-white headdress of some kind, the veil twisted and hanging half off. But her face. She stared at me, open hunger in her eyes. Her skin was gray and her mouth ragged. Blood coated her tiny lips and dripped from her chin, falling out of sight. Her eyes were bright blue, but in a way that I instinctively knew was all kinds of wrong. They seemed to glow, and as I watched, she shifted, moving to another broken window, one that was closer to me. She vanished from sight, then reappeared at the other in less time than it would take me to travel the distance. Fair enough, sometimes kids are surprisingly fast, I knew, but as she smiled at me and tilted her head, the movements were sharp, like a bird's, and the second wrong thing became clear. The section of window she was looking at me from was at least 10 feet off the ground, and she'd run to it like she was on level ground. I'd been in that cathedral before, and X had taken me in once to look around, and I knew that there was nothing on the far side that she could have walked across. I heard snuffling coming from inside again, then growling, and when I looked back at the girl, she grabbed some of the glass and tore it free to get a better look at me, ripping the material as though it was paper, not stained glass reinforced with lead. She reached a hand out, as though expecting me to come and take it, and I backed away fast, making her hiss in displeasure. Her flesh was gray and filthy, smeared liberally with blood. The nails were sharp, more like talons, and the skin looked to be scaled. I started backing away faster and faster, and she started to keen at me, clearly angry, and the sound cut through me, making me feel cold and alone. I swallowed hard, feeling numb and afraid. There was no point. a little voice said inside me. No point in going on, not if I was going to be alone. Instead, I could go inside the cathedral. I could be with the girl and the others. I'd never be alone again. No more fear, no more pain. My foot caught on the curb behind me, tripping me and sending me falling. My case and bag clattering to the ground with me, while the sword hilt banged me in the side of the head. And I suddenly felt like someone had poured a bucket of cold water over me. I blinked and shook myself, hearing another hiss, one of fury this time. Wasting no time, I grabbed my gear, darting to my feet and fleeing from the creature. My stumbling feet, still going on autopilot, had been all that saved me back there, I knew, and I was determined to get as far away as possible as the keening lifted into the air again behind me. I ran, my arms full of my possessions, and my heart thudded in time with my feet. I took the far corner as quick as I could, slipping on the cobbles, and had to jump aside as I nearly ran over a short, fat man coming the other way. "Look out!" he snapped at me, jumping back as I dodged to the side. "The cathedral," I said to him, trying to catch my breath. "There's something in there. Don't go near it." "Idiot," the man snapped, shaking his head as I tried to rearrange things in my arms. "You're another fool that's running away because of a power cut. Well, go on, get out. The city and the rest of us will be better off without your sort." I looked at him, my fear clear on my face, and he paused, considering me. I thought maybe, just maybe, he'd listen. Then my hand caught a packet in the bag, accidentally tipping it to the floor along with a tube of toothpaste and some toilet roll. We both ignored the common sundry items, but the little wrap of white paper unfurled, gleaming white powder as innocent-looking as snow blowing from it, and the atmosphere changed again. The man sneered at me in disgust, spitting at me and stalking off, heading toward the cathedral. "Goddamn druggies," he snarled. I shook my head, calling out and trying to explain, but he ignored me, marching on. I watched him go before gathering everything up and moving again, heading up to the alley. The gates were still open, presumably from whoever had robbed the bar last night. I moved to my doors, and they opened for me at a mental push. I ducked inside, dragging the suitcase, feeling relief filling me as I did so. Until an agonized scream echoed up the distance, and I knew it came from the man, having strayed too close to that creature. I panicked, dragging my gear inside and ordering the doors to close before hurrying down the stairs in the dark and rushing out into the core room. I threw myself into the couch and pulled up the map, making sure there wasn't anything in the building or anywhere nearby. I scoured the image for a long time, making sure the area was clear, before finally relaxing. The adrenaline crash made me shake like a shitting dog. I pushed out with the dungeon senses into the room instead, going through the bag first, scanning and making sure it could reproduce the patterns for the food and various items I had brought back. Then, I rolled the sleeping bag out and curled up in it, eating some chocolate and trying to calm myself, before I finally fell asleep. Chapter 13. It was hours later when I woke up. I knew because I was desperate for the toilet, and when I checked, I couldn't see anything happening on the streets outside. My watch had stopped. The wind-up mechanism needed to be rewound, but I had no clue what time it was now, so I shrugged and accepted that it probably didn't matter anymore. I used the toilet and checked the research screens, seeing that the mana absorption research had finished, and the stick was nearly 2/3 of the way to an upgrade as well. I pulled up the completed one, seeing that it was now a blueprint, and it had been automatically added to the list I had access to. Mana Absorption Upgrade 1. Improved conduits have been uncovered, allowing an increase of 0.75 mana per collector per hour. Complete further research to improve this rate of absorption. When I looked over the blueprints, I couldn't make sense of them, but when I opened the design screen, I discovered that the conduit that reached out from the core into the air, apparently just large enough that I could actually see it with the naked eye, could now be improved. I zoomed in using the dungeon senses and examined it. A dozen small filaments reached out from tiny holes in the core and stretched into the air. I selected them, finding that each could access a small amount of the ambient mana and was collecting it, drawing it inside. "How much mana is in the air?" I asked the room in general, but I got no answer. I watched the process for a while, noting the way the thin strands moved as though blowing in a non-existent wind. "Can we extend these?" I muttered, reaching out with my mind and pulling on them, excited to feel them slowly lengthening. I tried harder and then stopped dead as one of them came away in my mental grasp, and the mana absorption rate, which had been slowly climbing as I drew the strands out, dropped again, this time to 5.6, despite the improved collector's research. I swallowed hard and started again, mentally prodding at the now empty hole where the mana collection strand had been. After a few attempts, I got a single strand to emerge again. It was a fraction of a hair in thickness, but as I concentrated on it, I sensed different metals and possibly organics inside of it. I stared at it fixedly, feeding mana into it and carefully regrowing it. It was slow, painstaking work, but after an hour, the core was back up to 6 points, and 2 hours after that, I'd refined the process down enough that it was up to 8 points per hour now. I sank back, my mental goal reached, and I fed the additional 2 points per hour into research, joining the previous 3. The stick upgrade was complete, having finished at some point while I was working, and I pulled it up, groaning as I looked at it. Crude stick to rough stick. Your starter design crude stick has been successfully upgraded to rough stick, improving both durability and damage. Increase this design further to unlock additional capabilities. Damage 2 to 3, durability 4 to 6. What a waste of time, I muttered, shaking my head. It had finished, finally, but man, that upgrade was shit. I pulled up the defense section, dejected to find a collection of rough-spun clothing consisting of pants, soft shoes, and a smock. I just shook my head. Wasn't happening. Nothing in the miscellaneous section was useful either, but bringing up the dungeon section, I saw there were a few new options available. They were split into facilities, blueprints, traps, and magics. I looked over each one quickly, pleased to find that the facilities tab offered living quarters as one of the first upgrades, amongst dozens of others. They were classified as crude living quarters, and I doubted they'd have a more luxurious bed than the one I already had in my sofa, but the thought of running water really made me consider it. I had no idea if that would be part of the design, and betted that it would be a tap if it did, not a power shower. But still. Blueprints were random, it seemed. I might get a really useful blueprint, or I might not, but a feeling told me that blueprints were much easier and faster to upgrade than solid items, so that was a definite option as well. Traps I dismissed out of hand. I needed them, but if I ever got the kobolds as creatures in the dungeon, they'd make the traps anyway. The magic, though, that I was interested in. There was one spell available currently. Fear. Dungeon spells. Fear. Fear is a standard general-purpose spell, used primarily to drive away low-level adventurers or monsters while the dungeon is being remodeled. Cost, 100 mana to cast, with a further 10 mana per minute active. AoE, 5 meters, but can be increased for a further 10 mana per meter per minute active. The upgrade path was slightly different in that it went from level 1 to 5, reducing noticeably in cost and increasing in effect, and there was a new spell to research. The next spell available was Burning Hands. I considered it, I really did, as that could be awesome. Not so much fear, although that could be useful, but Burning Hands sounded both awesome and like it'd help me make short work of the creature in the cathedral. Lastly, I pulled up the nodes options, and my jaw dropped at finding they were essentially magical item generators. They were split into 3 sections: research, environment, and mana. Apparently, I could use research to create a secondary spin-off section that the core would then physically have to build, but once it was done, It would act as a secondary generator of research, which would be great if I had the mana to run it. I looked through the environment version and found it would either generate a secondary bubble that would slowly grow out, attaching a secondary location to the dungeon, or create a specialist environment in that area. I could see that being useful, depending on how efficient it was, but there was little specific detail on either option. Once again, I needed the mana before I could claim a second area, and unless I could recreate the beach in Crete with the hot sun, sand, and sea, plus the booze, food, and women, I wasn't sure about it yet. Lastly, though, mana raised some interesting possibilities, as it was a specialized node that would suck in the ambient mana and convert it to a specific form. The notes used nature as an example, being a mixture of air, earth, and water mana that would increase growth of crops in a set area, or dryads, apparently. Again, interesting, but not really useful at this early stage. I sat thinking, trying to figure out the best way of doing this. I knew that I really needed everything, but in the end, I decided that what I needed to concentrate on was me. The dungeon was seriously important to my survival, I got that, but for now, at least, it wasn't going to bring in a great deal of anything until it managed to upgrade. I could run it like a game, focusing on building up the infrastructure or doing research so that I was ahead of other players, if there were others out there. But this wasn't a game. It was my life. I needed to do whatever gave me the best chance of survival, and falling into the trap of treating the situation like a game could kill me, especially with that creature out there. I needed to be as strong as possible, and I needed to get that goddamn fairy corpse back. I especially needed to be ready if that creature came sniffing around, or if the thieves from upstairs managed to get inside. For now, that meant a slight restructuring of the dungeon and my own priorities. I had 8 points per hour coming in right now, so I could recharge the core to full every 12.5 hours if I put them all into it. For now, I directed 6 points into charging and 2 for research, and I determined that I needed to increase the dungeon above ground, claiming the next floor and all of those that came thereafter. For my security and the safety of the core, I needed to secure the facility, and with that in mind, I pulled up the core research tree and assigned both points to the improved mana absorption option, knowing it'd take a while to get there. Then I emptied out the bags I'd brought and pulled up the dungeon design tab, using the facility to scan everything I'd brought. It took literal hours, examining them one by one, and several times I accidentally did the same one more than once when my mind wandered through boredom. Some items I could assign as loot straight away with no problems, such as food, which was a vast relief. Bandages were available as well, as was the sewing kit, but only a lower-leveled version. The kit contained rough thread and had stone needles, for example. I found that items such as my sword could be reproduced as a wooden club, it just made a bigger one than the standard version. In the end, though, I was ready for the final phase of my master plan. I got up, cleared everything away, and took a few deep breaths, acknowledging my notifications and swiping them aside. Congratulations, you have gained 1 level in firearms. At level 1, you gain an increased chance to hit your target by 1%. This stacks with the class of firearms, such as a 5% chance to hit with energy weapons, becoming a combined 6%. 1% chance of familiarity with unknown firearms also gained. Increased familiarity with said firearm will increase this chance. I grunted, dismissing it and moving on. Congratulations, you have defeated 2 opponents classed as Gypsy Thug. Thug level 0, your level 4, XP awarded 50. I was at 165 out of 500 XP to reach level 5, and I took the time to drop the 3 points I'd kept in reserve into luck, figuring I was going to need it. Then I concentrated and summoned my first goblin, after tying a packet of cheese and onion crisps to it as a loot drop, along with a thing I really wanted, a skill book, spell book, or magical item. I had literally a 1 in 10,000 chance of it dropping, but that was why I'd increased my luck. the creature began to take shape before me, tiny infinitesimal motes of light streaming out from the core and flooding the area. I watched in fascination as it built up slowly in a manner that seemed weirdly like a 3D printer, layer upon layer, until it slowed and then stopped altogether, the final motes settling onto a rough green skin and sinking in. The creature blinked at me uncertainly, then looked around, as if unsure of what was going on. It was short, maybe 2 feet tall, bipedal, with long, sharp-looking claws at the tips of its 3-toed feet and hands. The hands were webbed at the base, with 3 long fingers and a stubby thumb, and its head was massive for its tiny body, with huge ears that trailed behind it as it turned its head. The mouth was downturned like a fish, with only a few large pointed teeth in it. Black eyes with red pupils inspected the walls, and a little tuft of hair lifted from the top of its head, wafting aimlessly. It was built more like a toddler than a small man, with the large bulbous belly that protruded out far enough that it looked like it might overbalance. Thankfully, it wore a tiny loincloth. It looked up at me, chuffing out a sound, and when I didn't respond, it started scratching itself and dropped to all fours, sniffing around the room and wandering here and there. Clearly, a creature summoned by myself didn't view me as a threat, I guessed, and I faced the first major hurdle of my plan. Could I murder a creature I just created? I watched it for a minute until it caught a scent and raced across to my piled supplies. It dove in, and a few seconds later it reappeared, dragging the mixed box of crisps I'd not opened yet. It shredded the cardboard with its nails and plunged its nose inside, sniffing loudly. "Hey," I called, annoyed. "Get off that!" I started forward, and it lifted its head, an unsealed bag of tomato crisps clutched in its teeth. It backed up, tugging at the bag and growling, until the crisps fell free and it started munching on them. "You sick little bastard," I muttered, shaking my head as I saw its choice. The head came up again, and it growled at me, looking from me to the box of crisps and back, before flexing its claws in a clear threat. I quickly revised the opinion I'd held about them not attacking me. I guessed that I was actually viewed as a neutral entity until I did something it considered hostile. Getting between the goblin and food made me a threat, and that made me feel so much better. "Oh, thank God," I muttered, drawing my sword back and dropping into guard stance, feet shoulder-width apart and right foot trailing, sword held upright but the point angled at my target at a 45-degree angle. It growled at me again, then sprang forward, snarling, and swiped at me. I stepped back, then again, getting an idea of its speed and range of movement and attacking as it made its third leap. I stepped forward, swinging across my body from right to left fast, and then stepping back after I'd hit it. It went flying with a crunch of breaking bones, hitting the floor and sliding a good foot before it came to a halt. My sword had impacted just to the left side of its neck as it jumped, snapping the clavicle and several ribs and smashing the small form to the floor, where it coughed out blood and twitched. I stepped in and brought the sword down on its head, killing the goblin quickly. As soon as the creature was dead, I got a notification, and I pulled it up eagerly as the corpse slowly dissolved, leaving behind a single packet of cheese and onion crisps. I nodded to myself in satisfaction and looked at the log. "Congratulations, you have defeated a dungeon opponent classed as Pathetic Goblin. Goblin level 1, your level 4, XP awarded 10. Note, XP is halved due to creature being a summoned monster." That penalty was something I could live with. I got 8 points an hour in mana charge for the dungeon, and the goblin took 5 per summoning, so I couldn't just pound them out. But as a proof of concept, it worked. I checked the sword, making sure it was okay, then put the crisps aside, planning on trying them later. I checked the area to verify that nobody was up above, and nodded to myself. It was time to get some shit done. I had 30% charge at the minute, so I needed to bring some stuff to the dungeon to be destroyed. As there was nobody in the alley or the surrounding street right now, that seemed like the perfect time to do it. There wasn't even a figure upstairs in Florida's anymore, but there was also a lot less in the way of stock from what I could see on the wireframe map. I decided I'd get as much junk down as I could, then push the dungeon control out to the gates to the alley and seal them. Once I had control over those, I could start on the surrounding buildings in peace, stripping them to the ground and sealing the whole place up. I quickly headed upstairs, double-checking that the map was clear before moving outside, and then looking around, just to make sure, as soon as the doors opened. I darted out, picking up the boxes and general debris in the alley, dragging all of it inside the doorway and returning for more, getting everything small that wasn't nailed down, including the bags of rubbish, and piling them inside the entrance before slipping back inside and closing the doors. It took less than a minute to select each item and absorb it, and I grinned as the dungeon jumped up to 49% by the time I reopened the doors, dragging the big wheeled bins over to the door in turn. I quickly closed the doors again and separated myself into the floating, formless control state of the dungeon. My incorporeal mind passed back through the sealed doors, pleased to see that almost a foot of extra space had been claimed by the dungeon into the alley than there had been when I originally took the doors. I nodded in satisfaction that it was still increasing its aura or mass or whatever, and started to manually push it out again. The feeling of a soap bubble slowly expanding was there again, and I pressed it gently but firmly outwards, quickly encompassing the entire bottle bin and sinking inside to select all the bottles, absorbing them as quickly as I could. That gave me another 10 points of mana, and I used it quickly, pushing out further and further. I was finding that the cost of manual expansion was roughly equivalent to each small step I took in my mental form taking a single point of mana. I worked that out as roughly a foot per point and saw that the alleyway, which was blocked by gates that had been forced open on each end, was around 100 meters in length and maybe 5 wide. That gave me, with a bit of mental math, around 1,500 feet to go if I claimed it all, or around 300 if I went in a straight line, then claimed just the gates, leaving the rest to slowly expand out naturally. I checked after claiming the space I needed to drain the bin, and I found I had 55 points left. If I took the minimum 10 that the dungeon needed to keep operating, I could do 45 feet-ish. Nor near enough to claim the section in a day, unless I found a better source of mana. I slowly pushed along the wall toward the gates to my left anyway, figuring that it was better to be busy, when I sensed something. It was small, very small, and close by, and it was full of mana. Due to its size, it wasn't a huge amount, but still it was far, far more than the rubbish had given me, and I looked around in confusion, seeing nothing there with my eyes. I concentrated on the dungeon senses instead, and what I found shocked me. I'd been subconsciously using the visual equivalent of the sense automatically, as that was what I was used to, but as I concentrated on the mana in the alley, not the ambient stuff that was flowing through the atmosphere, but the actual concentrations, I was shocked to realize that it was everywhere. There were piles of it, huddled in the corners of the alley, hiding in the gutters, just out of sight in the drains. I looked up and saw more fluttering from roof to roof, and I realized what the bright spots were. They were the vermin that the city was full to the brim with, the rats, mice, and pigeons, all the things that, as a city dweller, you just ignored and that hid from you instinctively. It was all there, and they were full of mana. I quickly summoned a goblin into the middle of the alley, the swirl of light and energy making things shy away again, but as soon as it appeared, it dropped to the floor, snuffling. I could sense things from it when I was in the dungeon system as I was now that I'd missed when facing it directly, and I grinned as I found out I could influence it. It wasn't a command system like I was used to, at least not like a game where I could point and click and give a command. Instead, this was more like suggesting things. I drew its attention to an accumulation of creatures hiding in a hole in a wall near a drain pipe, and I felt the goblin's focus sharpen as soon as it sniffed them. It scrabbled forward, sniffling, then diving at the hole and ramming its claws in. It scrabbled roughly at the crumbling bricks until there was a squeak, and a single small furry mouse was yanked out of its hole and shoved into the goblin's maw. It crunched down, chewing noisily and swallowing before diving back into the hole, widening it and hunting for more, and I mentally nodded in satisfaction at the single point of mana that it gained me. It wasn't much, but the goblin only cost me 2 points a day to maintain, and it had only been a damn mouse. I quickly summoned a second goblin, impressed on them both the need to not leave the alley and not to be seen by any humans, and set them both at it, the need to feed driving them. In the next 10 minutes, they'd killed 11 mice each for 1 point at a time, a single rat, which seemed huge to me, and it gained me 3 points, and a single terminally stupid pigeon, which gained me 2 points. I couldn't reproduce any of the creatures, and I assumed that was because the goblins ate them rather than the dungeon absorbing them, but that was fine, I decided. The cost of the goblins was 10 points, plus 2 each for the next day's maintenance, and they'd earned me 16 points so far. But when I reached the closest sewer grate, I decided it was time for them to really earn their keep. I assumed control over the grate fully, then sank down into it, sensing the multitude of life scurrying around below, including a few creatures that felt wrong. I decided to play it safe and summoned 2 more goblins, bunched all 5 around the edge of the grate, and then opened it. Instantly, the scurrying mass of rats and insects scattered from the light, and I directed the goblins inside before closing the grate behind them, just in case. I couldn't see what was going on now the grate was closed, but the goblins fed back to me a sense of their condition, and I waited. At first, there was a sense of confusion, then hunger, as they all rocketed off into the darkness, and I hoped they could actually see down there with their weird eyes. The next few minutes were filled with a heady rush of mana and a sense of pain and fear. In the time it took me to shove the bubble out a few feet, the mana stores were almost filled, and I started pushing frantically, forcing the dungeon's area of influence to grow, trying to make the most of it before the mana reached full and started to be wasted. When I'd only managed a dozen feet, the charge reached 100 and I stopped, quickly summoning another 5 goblins and sending them down into the sewers as well. I grinned to myself, thinking that I'd found the cheat, when a goblin suddenly vanished from the dungeon sense, followed by another, and then 2 more. I felt the mana being ripped from them as something else fed on them, and I froze, staring back down the alley to the open grate. I summoned 2 more goblins, then a trio of rats, and sent them in to reinforce the group before backing away and flying back into the dungeon, closing the doors all but a fraction that allowed me to look out, wondering what the hell was out there. The remaining goblins were killed quickly, as were the rats, and I sensed the other vermin in the sewers fleeing quickly as something approached. I shook myself, realizing I was being an idiot, and closed and locked the doors into the dungeon before floating through them and starting to push down into the sewer, remembering that I was incorporeal. I slowly sank down into the sewer. The absence of light meant that I saw the mana that was leaked and absorbed by the creatures around me, and I quickly found the corpses of the goblins, the trail of cheese and onion crisps, an easy way to identify them. I looked around slowly, seeing nothing else. The goblins had dissolved, fair enough. The outline of the crisp packets glowed with tiny motes of mana, and the various sludge, bits of creatures, and the boundaries of the walls around me made it easy enough to see the outline of my surroundings, but I couldn't see anything else. Nothing that could have killed the goblins, certainly. I reached out, slowly pushing the bubble deeper into the sewer, spreading my influence, when a sudden sense of warning filled me. I knew it was from the dungeon itself, and I turned full circle, staring about, trying to make sense of the feeling, but I could see nothing. I could feel the warning growing, though, so I turned and flitted back to the ladder up to the alley above, stopping when I reached it and turning again, thinking to look about, when I saw something move, out of the corner of my eye. I twisted around, catching a blur of movement as something whipped out of sight back into the darkness, and I swallowed hard. I'd not seen much, just a flicker of something as it was drawn out of sight, but it looked like a tail, a white-gray color with bone ridges and a flexible stinger, and it wasn't near any of the goblin corpses. It was much, much closer to me. I backed right up to the ladders, then shot up as quickly as I could into the open air, heading straight for the door into the dungeon when it struck. I felt pain as something passed through my leg, if a mental construct could be said to have one. At any rate, I felt a tug, which vanished as whatever it was retracted, passing through my form, but a second later I felt something else grab at me, and I sank into the door, passing through and stopping on the far side, fear filling me. Whatever that creature was, it could hurt me even in this form. I didn't want to go back out, so I brought up the wireframe map of the area, zooming in on the alleyway, and got another shock. It was empty. Chapter 14. Whatever was out there wasn't registering on the dungeon senses, and it somehow hid its mana signature. The things I'd sensed down in the sewers that were wrong were the size of rats, and this fucker was clearly bigger. I heard it snuffling on the other side of the barrier between us, then prying at the doors. I fled to my body and slowly backed away, bracing myself against the far wall before slipping into the dungeon sense again and forcing myself to think about what I was going to do. I needed to kill the fucker, whatever it was, as it was clearly a threat to me and the dungeon, but I couldn't even see the damn thing, so I needed to come up with a plan. First and foremost, I needed to distract the fucker, though. I quickly summoned 2 goblins and 3 rats outside, the first goblin being shredded apart before it was completed, but the second lasted long enough to scream in fear and then pain as something tore into it. The 3 rats I drove past the killing area and down into the sewers. The first was killed before it reached them, the second just inside, and the third as it started to flee down one side of the stinking tunnel. But that was all right, because as soon as I felt the second one die, I'd ordered the grate closed. It closed easily enough, and the death of the third one made me confident that I'd drawn whatever it was back inside when something hit the grate. Something hard. It started to take damage, and I instinctively knew it was losing its durability. The 10 points I somehow knew the grate had dropped to 8, then 7, then 5, then 4, and finally stopped at 3. As I summoned another 3 rats at the bottom of the ladder, sending them squeaking into the darkness and drawing the creature away. As soon as it was gone, I pulled the grate up in my dungeon sense, staying inside, just in case, and selected repair, or at least I tried to. It was grayed out. I could open or close it, but nothing else, and I swore, hoping the creature wouldn't come back. I waited a handful of minutes and was about to give up when I heard a scream from the alley outside, somewhere down by the end of the street. I swore viciously and slowly pushed myself through the door, seeing nothing in the alley. I looked all around, finding thin claw marks in the door I was sheltering behind and more in the walls nearby. I started to follow them, the sense of danger slowly sinking away, until a second louder scream came from the distance, and a howl of pain. I heard people shouting, and then more screams, and I looked back at the grate, frantically selecting it. It allowed me to repair it this time, and I ordered that done, as well as the door, which had fallen from 30 points to 26, as I tried to convince myself that whatever was happening wasn't my fault. A pained scream rose in the distance, echoing off the buildings around me, and I failed, utterly. My avatar fled back inside as I wrestled with myself, finally swearing and slamming the doors open, running outside in my own body with my sword in hand. I looked from side to side, then up, making sure there wasn't anything lurking in the alley, then ordered the doors to close as I set off running in the direction the scream had come from. "This is such a bad idea," I mumbled to myself as I ran, squeezing out through the wedged bins at the opposite end of the alley to the one I normally left by. The back of the job center sat across the street from me, the cathedral down the road to my right, which I stared at for a second, making sure there was nothing in sight, and then I looked up to the left, where all of the bars and clubs up that way were shuttered. I paused, trying to decide which way to go, then thought, fuck it, and ran to the right, coming around the corner of the job center and facing the cathedral across the road. At first I didn't see anything, but then something skittered across the inside of the stained glass in the tower, something that looked far too long and thin. I swallowed hard and forced myself to look away, down to the left toward the apartments further down the road. I ran that way, searching as I went, desperately hoping I'd see whatever it was before it saw me. I both won and lost that hope when I turned the next corner, coming upon two bodies on the ground. One had been torn half apart, a horrifying mess from the waist up. The other was suspended in the air, getting shaken from side to side as something fed upon it. As blood sprayed from the bites, the creature would become visible. Then the blood would run down or be shook off, and it would fade from sight again. Whatever it was tall, standing on two legs that bent back at the knee like a goat. The tail that flicked and swished in the air was thin, with bumps that made me think of a spine, and finished at the tip with a bulbous stinger like that of a scorpion. The upper half of the body was stained by more blood than the lower, and I could see the arms that awkwardly held the corpse aloft. They were rail-thin, but filled with a wiry strength, changing below the elbow from wiry muscle into long, solid spurs of bone, one jammed deeply into the corpse it fed on. The head was the worst, eyeless, with small holes for ears. The humanoid skull was covered with flesh that was apparently smoothed over the eye sockets, no nose, just slits, and a long jaw that was filled with razor-sharp teeth. The tip of a long, thick tongue flashed out and wiped across its face, spreading the blood about before whipping back inside as the head came down, biting deep. It chewed and slobbered noisily, the reek of the sewers clearly rising from it, yet it stood there, unconcerned, in the middle of the street as it feasted. I paused, knowing there was nothing I could do for the victims, and I wondered if I could get away before it saw me, until a small dog approached from further up the street. It was a crossbreed. My mind, randomly throwing up details, informed me. I stared, hoping against hope it'd choose discretion over valor and flee. Probably a Rottweiler and Pitbull cross, judging from the size of it. It was young, still a puppy, but the leash that flapped as it ran forward told me that it had lost its owner. Somewhere behind it, I heard a child cry out, calling for the dog, and I had to bite down to stop myself from swearing aloud. The creature lifted its head, hissing at the dog, which slid to a halt and started barking at it incessantly. The creature dropped the woman's remains and turned, presenting its back to me. It hunched forward, landing on the bone spurs of its lower arms as its tail whipped up overhead, swaying as it aimed for the dog. Even now, I considered running, or at least slinking away, as I looked at the creature. I was damn sure it was beyond me, until a young girl ran into view at the top of the road, shouting for the dog to come here. At the child's appearance, the creature shifted, focusing in on her, and the tail went still, the barking dog forgotten. I didn't know why it wasn't interested in me at the minute, or if I'd just been overlooked in the search for more interesting prey, but I was damn thankful. Even then, I considered running, even with the child and a puppy in danger, but when it took its first slow step toward them, I moved as well, forcing myself to act despite the cowardice that filled my heart. I ran at it from behind, the noise of my trainers on the cobbles masked by the barking of the dog and the sudden scream of the child as she saw everything, the creature, the bodies, the blood. The camouflage the creature used was good, disturbingly good. It was fading from view even as I rushed it, but the blood that stained it kept it at least partially visible, and that was enough. The creature clearly sensed something as I closed the last few feet, as it started to turn, but by then I'd already swung, doing exactly what Marcus had told me not to do. I swung for the fences, a move that, if you missed, left you totally open to a counterattack as it took you totally off balance. But I didn't miss. I slammed the blunt length of steel and rubber into the base of its tail where it joined the spine, and I felt the impact through my hands as it hit. I jumped back as the thing howled and whipped around, the tail sagging and falling to the ground, useless and broken. It screeched at me, fury, hatred, and pain in full force, and I roared back, my fear gone, now that it was too late to run. I stepped back again and again, shifting my feet as quickly as I could, while I swung the sword from side to side, keeping it back. It glowered at me, its jaw hanging low as it hissed, and the long, prehensile tongue flickered back and forth. It tried to move to my left, and it staggered, its balance off as it tripped on its own flaccid tail. It glared down, wondering what had tripped it. I saw my chance and stepped forward, punching forward with my right fist and pulling down with my left, my two-handed grip on the sword's hilt enough to whip it around with blurring speed. It connected with the creature's left shoulder, and I heard a snap of bones, before the counterattack of the thing's right arm landed, sending me flying. My leg hit a bollard as I flew back, sending me arse over tit, and I slammed into the ground, face first, grunting in pain and shock. I shook myself, looking up, and shoving myself to the right as the creature landed right where I'd been. I rolled again as it lunged for me, and then rolled back, kicking out at its wounded arm. It screamed, buckling and falling on top of me. I had a split second in which I heard my own voice saying calmly in my ear, "Well, that didn't work out quite as we hoped now, did it?" Then it slammed into me. The next several seconds passed in a blur as we thrashed around. It kept trying to bite me or to get enough leverage to lift itself up, and I was frantically fighting to not get my face bitten off. I braced my left hand against its skull, shoving it back as it attempted to sink its teeth into me, then punched it as hard as I could, feeling amazement as it drew back. I'd struck bones when I'd punched it, and I was sure I'd felt them give, possibly break. In that instant, the fight changed as I went back on the offensive. The horrific creature suddenly shifted from a possibly unbeatable monster to one of flesh and blood. I changed my motivation from trying to buy the girl and her dog enough time to flee into a determination to kill this fucker before it got anyone else. I twisted, grabbing at its throat and punching it again and again. It whipped me from side to side, breaking my grip and throwing me into the air before backing up, hissing at me in fury. I rolled back to my feet, gritting my teeth and ignoring the pain of being repeatedly slammed into the cobbles as I faced the creature, the dog still barking. "Get out of here!" I roared to my right, not taking my eyes off the creature. "Get out of here and take that dog with you!" The creature lunged for me, its jaw snapping shut a few inches from my face, and I punched it, then backed up, glancing around for my sword. I'd lost it at some point. I thought it had been when it had hit me into the air, but where? I looked to the right, then the left, searching, but before I could straighten up, the thing was on me, the bone spur of the remaining good arm slamming into me and punching through my upper right shoulder, just to the left of the joint. I screamed, my right arm twisting spasmodically, then hanging loose. I dangled from the impalement. Then I was slammed down into the floor on my back, my head smacking off the paving slabs of the path. Despite the pain, I sneered up at the creature as it hunched over me. As I'd been slammed down, I'd felt something bounce against my chest, and I reached into my hoodie's front pocket in a stupor, desperate for anything I could use as a weapon. I curled my fingers around the grip and pulled it free, pointing up and grinning at the creature as I flicked the safety off. I mentally kicked myself, suddenly knowing that this whole fight could have ended much quicker if only I'd taken the time to think rather than reacting. It hissed at me, opening its jaws wider, and was about to bite when I pulled the trigger once, twice, a third time. The holes the small handgun blew in the creature were bigger than seemed right to me, but I wasn't going to complain as the bullets slammed home. The first took it in the lower chest, lifting it into the air. The second caused a blossom of blood to unfurl at the base of its neck as the top of its spine was pulverized and blown into the air out the back. But the third was the charm. The other two would have killed it, I realized later, but the third impacted just a few inches above the upper lip and took the entire top of its skull off in a welter of blood and brain. It fell backwards, the force of the bullets hurling it from me as I laid on the ground, staring up at the sky and wondering what the hell was happening to me, that these injuries were my new normal. I coughed and reached up toward my shoulder, before remembering what was in my hand and putting it back in my hoodie. I reached up again with my left hand, gingerly touching my shoulder, then my head as I tried to sit up. The world spun from the blow to the head. I shuffled backward, resting my back against the nearest bollard, and looked around the street. The girl had finally got the leash on the dog and was staring at me and at the creature. She was young, probably 10 or so, but I wasn't really good with guessing kids' ages, and I was a mess right then anyway. I coughed and spat some blood on the floor, groaning as I levered myself to my feet. I looked down at the thing, then pulled the gun out and struggled to slip the 3 loose bullets I'd taken from Keith's corpse into the clip. I didn't know too much about guns, not beyond what I'd seen on TV, and that was the first time I'd fired one outside of the ranges in America, so I resolved to look it over when I got back, to make sure I hadn't damaged it or anything. "Hey, mister? You okay?" came a shy voice, and I turned around. The girl had moved a bit closer and was staring at me, in between looking wide-eyed at the corpses and telling her dog to be quiet. "Yeah," I muttered, then coughed and spat more blood on the cobbles. "It's rude to spit," she scolded me, and I grinned at her. "Make sure you remember that when you're older. It'll make you popular," I said without thinking, then coughed again. "What?" she asked, confused, and I shook my head, regretting the throwaway comment. "Nothing, sorry, just a bit confused." I sighed. "Look, what are you doing here?" I fixed her with a glare. "It's not safe, not around here." Spot ran away. I had to catch him," she said in a small voice. "Seriously, kid, next time, let the dog go," I advised, feeling horrible for saying it, but thinking it was the best way to keep her safe. "Oh, and why Spot? He's not got a single spot on him?" I glanced at the dog. "That's why," she said, smiling brightly, and I shrugged, in no state to debate children's logic. "Where do you live?" I asked, and she pointed back over her shoulder in the direction of Gateshead. "Well, that's a bugger. How far?" I asked her, and she sniffled. "By the park." "Saltwell Park?" I clarified, and she nodded sadly. "Oh, fuck that," I said, shaking my head. "Look, kid, it's Amy," she interrupted. "What?" I looked down at her, confused. "I'm not kid. My name's Amy," she repeated stubbornly. "Okay, sorry, Amy, but it's getting dark, and Saltwell Park is a long way from here. Plus the bastard gypsies are there," I growled. "That's not a nice thing to say," she scolded me, and I raised one eyebrow at her. "Really, kid?" I asked, and she glared even fiercer. "Okay, sorry, Amy, but seriously, that's a hell of a long way to go in the dark. How long were you chasing the damn dog?" "All day. He got out yesterday. My mama went to the park to ask for help. When she didn't come back and the bad men told me to go away, I went looking for Spot on my own." "The bad men?" I asked her, then nodded in understanding. "The guys around the outside of Saltwell Park, the gypsies?" She nodded, sniffling and rubbing her nose, and I swore under my breath, having a fairly good idea what had happened to her mom after my own run-in with the gypsies. Is she pretty? Your mama, I mean?" I asked her, and she smiled through her tears, nodding quickly. "Mama is the most beautiful woman in the whole wide world." "Yeah, I thought she might be," I muttered. "Look, kid, you got somewhere to stay?" I asked, and she looked over her shoulder toward Gateshead hesitantly. "Fuck," I muttered eloquently. "Okay, kid, you can stay with me for the night. I've got enough food, and then tomorrow, well, we'll figure tomorrow out tomorrow." "Mama told me to not go with strange men," she said dubiously, and I looked down, seeing the state of my clothes, torn, bloody, and recalling that I'd literally just put a gun out of sight. "Yeah, that's good advice, Amy. Thing is, though, I literally just fought some kind of demon thing to stop it from hunting and eating people, so while I'm not going to force you to go anywhere, I'd ask that if you're not coming, you start running. This area is dangerous, and the further away you are, the safer you'll be." I pulled the fabric back from my shoulder, inspecting the wound and swearing under my breath, then looking at the corpse of the creature and at my sword. I needed my sword, but I couldn't help wondering about the creature. I had a dungeon that could replicate things I brought in, and they left me in control of the creatures I made, more or less. Could I make one of these? Seemed that it'd be a far better hunter than the damn goblins were. I glanced back at the kid, catching her looking around and clutching the dog's lead tight, as though unsure of what to do. "Amy," I said, and I waited for her to look at me before I went on. "I'm sorry about your mom. I don't know what's happened to her, but hopefully she's back home now, waiting for you. Thing is, it's honestly dangerous to try to make your way there now. If you wait until morning, I'll take you home myself, okay? I could do with a little help here, and you'll be safe. I promise." "Promise?" she asked, and I heard the desperation in her voice as she spoke. "I promise. Anything that tries to hurt you will have to go through me first," I said firmly. She nodded and wiped her cheeks, smearing dirt and tears across her face. "Okay, but you'll take me to my mama tomorrow, right?" she pleaded, and I paused, thinking how easy it would be to just lie. "No, Amy," I said after a few seconds. "I hope your mama is at home waiting for you, but I don't know it for sure. I'll take you back to your home, though, and I'll try to help you. That's the best I can promise." "Okay," she said quietly, and I could tell she was on the brink of tears again. "Right then, Amy, I need you to keep a tight hold on Spot and go pick my sword up. You see it over there?" I asked, pointing to the sword. She nodded, and I moved to the creature's corpse as she grabbed my sword. "What are you doing?" she asked, horrified and backing up as I grabbed onto one of the arms, hauling it more or less into a fireman's carry over my left shoulder with a pained groan. "I need it," I grunted out, shifting it until it was as comfortable as I could get it. It wasn't particularly heavy, just awkward. The damn thing was too long in the arm and leg, and as I started stumbling up the street, making sure to head away from the cathedral, I kept almost tripping on its feet, which dangled in front of my own. We walked up the street to the middle of the big market, before turning left and left again, going back down the street that led parallel, finally ducking into the alley at the back of my building. All the while, I was peppered with incessant questions by Amy until we got halfway along the alley and a particularly loud, "But why?" from her provoked a response from the sewer grate. It shook, and the screech of bone spurs against metal reverberated through the alleyway, making us both freeze in place. I swallowed, glaring at her, as I'd been telling her to be quiet seemingly every other word since we set off, and she nodded finally, wide-eyed. I flexed a mental muscle, and the doors popped open to the dungeon. Amy gasped, backing up. "No," I hissed to her. "It's okay, that's where I live." I nodded to the doors, then staggered inside, trying to ignore the screech and battering at the grate. I moved around it quickly and threw the corpse down onto the floor inside the door, kicking it off to one side as she ran in after me, dragging Spot, who had started barking furiously at the grate. "For the love of God, shut him up!" I snapped at her as I closed the doors and sent my mind into the dungeon senses. I reached out and checked the grate, chagrined to find that it only had 2 points of durability left, and that as long as the creature was interacting with it, I couldn't affect it, not even to do repairs. I swore and shook my head, turning to the little girl and the dog. Suddenly I became aware that it was pitch black inside, and while I was used to it, they weren't. "Okay, stay still and stay quiet. I'm moving over to you and I'll carry the dog. You just concentrate on walking down the stairs, all right? There's light at the bottom," I reassured her, moving carefully over to where they had been standing when the closure of the doors had cut the light off entirely. I considered using the lighter, but I figured holding a dog that didn't know me and a flame in the other wouldn't end well. I reached out blindly, and after a few seconds I found the leash. Following it down, I picked the dog up, muttering soothingly to it. Even as I felt Amy grab onto my other arm, I fought to stifle a groan as the wound shifted. We headed downstairs, slowly, moving into the core room after only a minute, where I put the dog down and gave Amy the grand tour. It consisted of Leave that alone. Toilets are over there. There's a couch to rest on and a sleeping bag. Food is over there. And there's my stash of pop and juice. Help yourself. Is this really where you live? She asked me after a few minutes, her eyes being continually drawn back to the rotating glowing core. It is, I said simply. I used to have a flat, but the gypsies attacked me there, trying to rob me, and now I live here. I know it's a bit weird, but it has its benefits. Like what? She asked, and I opened my mouth before closing it with a click. I'd been about to tell her about the core, mainly because it was so cool, and I'd not had anyone to talk to since the end of the world, not normally. I remembered just in time that she was a kid, and she'd tell everyone she met about it if I did. In the end, I shrugged and finished lamely that it just did. Luckily, a screech from outside interrupted our conversation. Quick, hide in the sleeping bag, I told her, and she obeyed, while I sat down on the couch and dove into the dungeon senses, flying up to examine the alleyway. As soon as I reached the doors, I could sense the snuffling of the creature on the far side. I froze, remembering the way that they'd managed to hurt me even in this form. Instead, I turned my focus to the corpse on the floor, glad that this form of vision didn't seem to need light. I pushed the mana into the corpse slowly, permeating it entirely, and grinned to myself when I was given the option to absorb it into the dungeon. I checked the levels, relieved that I was back up to almost 100 points, so I spent 50 points on goblins, summoning 10 of them in the alley. 3 were dead before they were fully formed, their coalescing forms torn apart viciously, but the remaining 7 appeared intact, and I ordered them to kill whatever was attacking them. They turned as one, creating a whirlwind of bloody destruction by attacking an invisible mass, their tiny forms jumping onto the creature and mobbing it, claws and teeth sinking in and tearing strips of the creature free. Unsurprisingly, they didn't last long, even as a group, but they managed to claw and bite the creature enough that, as I sensed the last goblin torn from its leg, the second creature collapsed from blood loss, a lucky bite having severed an artery. Okay, so they're crap individually, but as a mob they're actually useful, I commented to myself, pleasantly surprised at the discovery. Reaching out and absorbing the first creature, I found the influx of mana I gained to be entirely different. New mana form encountered. Your dungeon has encountered a Tier 3 form of mana, Shadow. Shadow mana is a mixture of 3 forms of Tier 2 mana, Storm, Clay, and Nature. The combination of mana has resulted in an aberration known as a Lesser Ghast. Your dungeon has absorbed the new mana form, gaining plus 25 to storage capabilities, plus 1 additional research path, plus 1 to agility for all dungeon creatures. Find and absorb additional forms of mana to increase dungeon bonuses. I could almost taste the difference in the mana I absorbed from the thing, which, according to the dungeon, was a Lesser Ghast. It was dark, cold, and hungry, and got the impression of the Ghast as being a creature that wasn't necessarily evil, as it didn't take pleasure in what it did, but it was driven to kill and to eat voraciously. It felt as though it would never be satisfied, because it couldn't fill some void inside itself, a yawning gulf of hunger for something. I shook myself, and the feeling vanished. The 50 points I got from the creature were enough to bring me up to 97, out of a new maximum of 125. I quickly reached out my senses and found the sewer grate outside, smashed and worthless. I couldn't repair it, as it was at 0 durability, and I wasn't advanced enough to recreate it, so instead I filled the passage with stone. I should have considered doing it before, I realized, building blocks like bricks over and over again, filling in the unavoidable gaps with rubbish and anything else I could stuff in there. Soon it was filled, and I copied a section of the alley, cobbles and all, over the top to conceal it. Then, with only 13 points of mana left, I absorbed the second corpse and searched the alleyway for loot. 7 packets of crisps dropped by the goblins. Joy. I shrugged and retreated to my body, which was being shaken by Amy, who was frantically talking at me. "Wrong!" she said in a panicked voice, and I blinked, turning to look at her. "What?" I said. "What's wrong?" she said again, louder. "I asked you before, and you just ignored me." Her bottom lip quivered, tears clear in her eyes. "Crap," I muttered, shaking my head. "Sorry, Amy, I was concentrating on something, that's all," I said, forcing a smile. "Look, why don't you go get some food, okay? Anything you want," I told her, nodding at the piled-up food. She looked at me askance, and her eyes slowly widened. "Anything?" she asked carefully. "Anything that I have," I said warily. "Seriously, I know there's no healthy food here, but still, just grab what you want. I won't tell anyone if you don't." I smiled, lifting a finger warningly. "Just don't make yourself sick by eating too much, okay?" "Okay," she said, clambering out of the sleeping bag and going over to pick through the boxes, asking me in a sad voice if there were any tomato sauce flavor crisps left. The sick little sod. It was a good while later when I finally managed to get her to sleep. I'd let her help me bandage up my shoulder, played some guessing games, and played with the dog for a while. As soon as I was sure she was out, I pulled up the details for the monsters. I was excited that the ghast had joined the other creatures, but it was grayed out for now, as it required specialist mana forms to create it. Looking into the details, I soon found that any creatures could be formed from the pure mana, which the dungeon generated by sucking in the various corrupted forms around us and purifying it, but that it took a tremendous amount of that mana to create creatures beyond the basic ones. As an example, the lesser ghast would either take 40 shadow mana to make or 200 pure mana. I delved further into the information on mana itself, and after some digging around, learned that the various types of mana could be created by combining the purified 4 elements of mana: earth, air, fire, and water. I tried to modify the pure mana, but received a prompt telling me that I needed to create a set of accumulation crystals to access that skill. Looking over the facilities, I resigned myself to having to do a deep dive through them sooner rather than later, but for now, I contented myself with just checking over the most basic facilities I could construct. The available options were living quarters, which I clearly now needed, halls, a monster den, a kitchen, an underground farm, and the ability to build freely, which was basically the smartest way to do it as near as I could tell. The set designs were hugely mana-intensive, while it seemed that I could create the same things for roughly 2/3 to half the mana by figuring it out myself. I spent a few hours playing with the facilities options before queuing up the research to work on the goblins next. I figured if I needed to, I could upgrade them to mob the ghasts, if more turned up. Chapter 15. I woke the next morning to Amy whispering loudly to the dog that she'd take him out for a wee and creeping off towards the stairs. Thankfully, I knew that nobody else could open the doors, but still, I got up and yawned hugely, having left her asleep on the sofa while I'd stretched out uncomfortably on the floor overnight. "Wait a minute," I called to her, stretching and yawning again, still amazed at my sudden healing ability, where last night the deep wound in my shoulder had sent stabbing pain through me. Today there was freshly healed skin, red and sore, but solid. I grinned at the feeling under my questing fingers before getting up and searching around for my sword. I'd used the dungeon abilities last night to replicate the training weapon in wood, then repaired the steel and rubber one. The scabbard I'd made out of leather, which I was fairly sure was actually goblin hide, but since the dungeon had made it, I wasn't going to complain. I told her again to wait and pulled both swords on across opposite shoulders. The setup was a pain in the ass, as it was literally impossible to draw a sword that was 3 feet long out of a sheath on your back gracefully without having arms at least 2 feet longer than the standard, as near as I could tell, regardless of the things Hollywood showed. Adding to that, a long sword that was 3 foot or just over, as mine were, tended to drag along the floor when you walked if you didn't hold the hilt and angle the tip back. After much low swearing and experimentation in another room, I'd come to the conclusion that a back sheath was great for carrying said sword, but when you wanted to use it, you needed to take it off and throw the scabbard aside. It was massively inconvenient, but trying to draw it from my shoulder meant I got the last few inches stuck in the sheath, and I looked like an absolute tit, staggering about until I used both hands and shifted my grip to halfway down the blade before pulling again. It was something that annoyed me to no end. I'd considered trying to shorten the swords, but I suspected that would just create more issues. So, in the end, I just accepted that my scabbards would be spending a lot of time on the floor and planned to use the wooden sword until it broke, then use the other. I drew the wooden sword and took Amy and Spot upstairs, carefully examining the alley with my senses, then summoning a trio of rats outside first. I let them sniff and run about for a few minutes, and when they weren't attacked, I sent them to the far ends of the alley. Once I knew they were out of sight, we opened the doors to let Spot do his business. He, of course, smelled the rats and immediately tried to run after them. I managed to grab his lead as he shot free of Amy and yanked back hard, making him fall over as I snapped at him to stop, Amy shouting the same. We managed to get him under control and doing his business after a few minutes, but I'd had to shout at him far louder than I'd wanted to. As soon as he was done, I hustled them back inside, casting worried glances toward the end of the alley. "What's down there?" Amy asked, and I paused before telling her the truth, figuring it was the best way. "I don't know, but it's dangerous and evil, I think." I shrugged uncomfortably. "Something is living in the old cathedral, and whatever it is, it scared the shit out of me when I saw it. It looked like a little girl, but it wasn't." "A girl?" she asked, perking up. "No," I said flatly, crouching down so I was level with her now that we were back in the core room. "It's definitely not a little girl, whatever it is. It killed a man the other day, so don't think about going to look, okay?" I saw the frightened look on her face, and I quickly changed the subject. "Besides, we're going to have some food, and then I'm going to take you back home, right? See if we can find your mama." "Really? Thank you," she said, a sudden smile splitting her face from ear to ear, and I nodded quickly. "Yep, just as soon as you eat some food, have a drink, and use the toilet, okay?" She nodded and rushed off, grabbing a handful of chocolate bars and a bottle of pop before heading to the ladies' toilets. I shrugged and let her go, sitting down and stroking the dog. He'd woken up a few times during the night, and each time he'd woken me, sniffing around, so I'd ended up stroking him and settling him down, in fear of Amy panicking when she woke up and found he was missing. I checked the research, disappointed that it wasn't even halfway to level 2 of the mana absorption yet, so I shrugged and went back to stroking the dog, giving him some crisps and various bits of food, as well as a drink. By the time Amy came back, both Spot and I were ready, and I decided not to ask what had taken so long, instead making sure the gun was secure and that she had a couple of chocolate bars in her pockets. We opened the doors cautiously, my rats outside once again letting me know it was safe, and stepped out into the alley. "Where's the monster?" she suddenly gasped, pointing to the clean area inside the doors. "It's gone!" Then she spun around, looking for the sewer grate, and being unable to find it, she started to panic. "Shit," I growled. "No, it's okay. I got rid of it last night, that's all." I grabbed her shoulders and made her look me in the eyes. "It's okay, Amy. Don't panic. It's safe, but you need to be quiet." "But," she whined. "No," I snapped. "Seriously, Amy, it's gone. But there are other things around here, and we don't need to draw attention." She bit back tears at the tone of my voice, and I felt bad for snapping at her, but I preferred that she listen and stay alive than making noise and drawing something down on us. I forced her to look at me, and I tried to smile. "Look, I'm sorry, but you have to be quiet. If you don't, we won't get you home. You want to see your mama, right?" I asked, and she nodded tearfully. "Good. So you keep a hold of Spot and stay damn close to me. Don't say anything unless you have to. Right?" I asked her, and she nodded again. We glanced around cautiously, and I started us off towards the other end of the alley, leading us away from the cathedral. It was a longer route, but I felt it was probably safer. She stuck by me, and Spot did what dogs do, which was to stop every few feet to sniff something and bark whenever he saw something interesting. Thankfully, the rat I'd sent to this end of the alley was well hidden, and though he smelled it, he was pulled away easily enough. We took a right up the connecting street, then out into the top end of the big market, running as fast as we could all together until we ducked down into the next street, crossed the next one, and pressed on again, before taking a right and heading down toward the bridge out of Newcastle. We moved as quickly as we could, but the feel of danger was everywhere. Several times I had to draw Amy's attention to things in other directions as we passed bloodstains and broken windows. As we crossed over the underpass, I looked up at the apartments on our left, observing closed curtains and a few windows that were covered in gore. Growling from Spot drew my attention away, and I turned to him quickly. The dog was fixated on the underpass, and I was getting a strong feeling of warning from the dungeon as something down there moved in the darkness. "Come on," I snapped to them, tugging on Spot's lead and setting off running again, forcing them to keep up. A few minutes later, we were on the bridge, and I felt relief as the surrounding buildings fell away, mixed with fear that we were so exposed. As we crossed it, moving out from the cover we'd been using thus far, we saw more of the city and surrounding area, and Amy started to cry. Huge sections of the city had clearly been on fire recently. Apartment blocks still smoldered, and here and there the distance was punctuated by shouts and the occasional gunshot or scream of pain. I grabbed her hand again and hurried her along. After a few more blocks, I found that the improvements I'd made to my body were significant enough that, when she started to flag, it was actually less effort to lift her in a princess carry and run with her like that than it was to encourage her along and pull Spot away from interesting scents. Thankfully, Spot trotted along obediently, focused on running at pace above all else. The next hour of the journey was uneventful, besides the occasional movements of people looking out of windows or a few shouted questions, which I ignored. In passing the few small supermarkets that didn't have huge shutters on them, I saw a fight break out between 3 men near one of them, and we ducked down into hiding. One was begging, saying he needed something for his wife, but the other 2 were threatening him, warning him off. He took a step too close, and one produced a gun, firing at the man 3 times. The first 2 shots missed, the third slamming home into the man's shoulder and sending him spinning to the floor with a scream of pain. "Damn it," I swore, peering over at them. The man who'd pulled the trigger seemed unsure what to do, but his companion simply laughed and told him to finish the rat off. "Stay here. If I die, run. Go home, okay?" I snapped to Amy, and she looked at me wide-eyed. I'd set her down next to me where we huddled on the far side of a car out of sight, and I'd grabbed Spot's muzzle, keeping him quiet despite the little dog's attempts to get free. "Okay?" I pressed again, and she nodded to me, fear clear in her face. I wanted to go on to leave these men to whatever and get the girl home safe. That was the task I'd given myself. But I couldn't just walk on by. The man on the ground was frantically trying to get away. He rolled onto his side and staggered to his feet, starting to run, when the gunman raised his weapon, taking aim at the back of his head. "Oi, fuckface!" I shouted, running forward from behind the car, dragging my sword off my shoulder and sliding it free of the leather as I went. He changed his aim, his eyes widening as he saw me. His friend said something I couldn't hear, and the gunsman's gaze went cold, the gun bucking in his hands as a bullet flew past me to my right. I ducked back down, sliding behind a second parked car, and I heard the smash of glass as another bullet hit the car near where I hunched. "Why, oh, why did you have to say that, Matt? Couldn't just shout hello, could you? Oh no, you have to be a dick," I muttered to myself, flinching down again as a third bullet slammed into the car closer to me, my eyes flaring wide as I heard the telltale splashes of fuel from a ruptured tank. I surged to my feet, rushing around the far side of the corner. The injured man dove behind a car on the far side of the street, even as I sprinted forwards, desperate to close the distance between the shooter and myself. He fired one more bullet, this one tearing a furrow in my left bicep, before the hammer came down on an empty chamber and he froze, gaping at the gun in shock. I closed the last few feet, my sword held overhead in what Marcus had called an Oberhau, and I slammed it down hard, desperate to take the first man out. He stepped back at just the right time, and my blade missed him entirely, slamming hard into the pavement before rebounding. A loud crack came from the wood as I grimaced, my palms flaring in pain, and the second man slammed into me from inside the store, taking me from my feet and driving me into the side of a parked car. I grunted in pain as the glass shattered. Letting go of the sword with my left hand, I slammed my elbow into his nose and sent him reeling back before swinging hard into the side of his head with the sword. Pressed against the car as I'd been, I couldn't get a proper swing going, but it was clearly still painful as he staggered back with a cry after it cracked into his cheek. I shoved myself free of the car, shoulder charging the man to the ground, then swinging the sword round again, this time with more control and finesse. My left hand grabbed onto the pommel and directed the maneuver as the blade tip whistled around to slam into the gun that was being leveled at me again. The fresh clip slid into the butt at almost the same instant the blade hit the barrel, and the simultaneous click of the clip locking into place melded with the snapping sound of the gunman's finger as the gun was sent flying. I swung the sword around, mirroring the first blow in reverse, which had swept downwards from right to left, by swinging up from left to right. The move took the gunman in the chin with enough force to lift him from his feet, teeth crunching and his jaw fracturing with a pained squeal as he collapsed backward to land on the sidewalk. "Motherfucker!" I snarled, following and kicking him hard in the face, once, twice, and then a third time, before leaning on my sword and glaring down at the pair of them. I picked the gun up, checked it, and ejected the clip after looking it over for a few seconds. It was simple enough. A small switch on the left side of the grip, I was pleased to find, was similar to the gun I already had. I put the safety on, slid it into my pants, and swung my sword down across the upraised arm of the man who directed the gunman. His wrist snapped, and he screamed, then choked, as I pressed the rounded tip of the sword hard against his windpipe. "If I ever see you again, I'll kill you," I warned him. "Blink if you understand. Good boy. Now, pick your friend up and get moving. You've got till the count of 3 before I shoot you." He glared at me, but did as he was told, and once I was satisfied they were on their way, I moved over to check on the man they'd shot. He was crouched behind a car, tears covering his cheeks as he clutched at his arm. I nodded to him reassuringly as I walked around him, squatting down carefully a few feet out of reach. Amy scampered over with Spot a few seconds later. "Are you okay?" I asked him, and he gaped at me. "Of course I'm not fucking okay," he snapped, still clutching his arm. "They shot me." "Yeah, I saw," I said, nodding towards his arm. "Want me to take a look?" I offered, secretly hoping he'd refuse. "Well, are you a doctor?" he asked, and I shook my head. "A nurse?" he tried again, hopefully. "Nope, fuck all medical training whatsoever," I said bluntly. "Learn the basics watching TV, blood should stay inside of you, I got that much, and yours isn't." My eyes flickered to the trickle dripping from his fingers. "What do I do?" he whimpered, and I smiled at him. "We go inside there, find a medical kit, and patch you up as best we can," I shrugged. "They've got a pharmacy in there, right?" I asked, noticing the sign on one wall, and he nodded anxiously. "Yeah, it's new. It's why I was there," he trailed off, wiping his eyes. "My wife, she needs antibiotics." He took a deep breath and forced himself to his feet, glaring at the men who were watching us and moving away, slowly. "What's wrong with you?" he shouted at them. "All I wanted was some drugs for my wife." "They're ours." The one I'd just spoken to snarled, halting his backwards walk and glaring at us. "You better watch yourself, you bastard. I'll find you." He started pointing at me, and I straightened, swapping my sword to my left hand. I pulled the gun from the waistband of my pants, flicked the safety off, and pointed it at them. 3, I said, not bothering to count. I'd warned them and given them a chance. This was the choice they'd made. The recoil from the shot was stronger than I'd expected, throwing my aim off slightly as I brought the gun back up for a second shot. I'd aimed for the center of mass, fully expecting to miss, and I'd hit the second man in the chest rather than the one I was aiming for, them being side by side. He fell backwards, blood spraying and a look of shock on his face as I swallowed and pointed the gun at the first man. firing again. This time I missed entirely as he dove behind a car, shouting his friend's name, then scurried out of sight, screaming that I'd regret it. I already did. Each life I took was both weighing on me, yet strangely, not enough. The points I was getting for basically defending myself and taking out the scum of the planet were helpful and making me want more, which sickened me in my stomach. I gestured for Amy to come to me, and she dragged Spot over, staring at me wide-eyed and afraid. I led the way into the store, stepping through the broken floor-to-ceiling windows, passing collapsed shelving and piles of damaged boxes as I led them all the way to the back of the room. The faint sunlight filtering in through the grates over the windows was just enough to let me find what I needed. The pharmacy at the back was still well-stocked, the secure door hanging broken on its hinges and rocking back and forth slowly in a faint breeze. I stepped inside, searching quickly, gun in my left hand, sword in my right, as I checked to make sure it was safe. No one else was hiding inside, and I grabbed a first aid kit off the wall and carried it to the man standing anxiously by the counter. "Right, let me see it," I ordered brusquely, gesturing at his arm. "I thought you said you didn't know what you were doing," he whined, and I fixed him with a glare. "Look, I have somewhere to be. You want to do this yourself? Fine by me. We can fuck off and leave you to it." "No," he gasped, shaking his head quickly. "Please, I'm just an asshole. Yeah, it's all right, I know," I said, quirking a smile. "Come on, let's see it." He peeled his jacket back and I looked the wound over, glad to see that it looked to have passed cleanly through the upper meat of the shoulder. I poked and prodded at it, making sure no bullet fragments had been left, and ignored his pained winces. "Okay, first off, you're lucky, I think. It looks like the bullet went straight through. Lots of blood and pain, I bet, but nothing inside. Bandage it up, and hopefully it'll sort itself out, until you can find a medical textbook or a doctor anyway," I said, pouring out some antiseptic onto a bandage and roughly cleaning the wound, then wrapping it in a fresh bandage and binding it as best I could. "Congratulations. You have gained 1 level in first aid. You receive 2% increase in your chance to downgrade your target's damage tiers. Increase your skill to augment your ability further. Tier, chance to downgrade. Minor, 0%. Average, 20%. Serious, 10%. Major, 5%. Critical, 1%. Deadly, 1%. I spent a brief moment looking over the prompt before dismissing it this time, remembering the last few times it had shown up, and realizing that I'd reached level 5 in it already. The chance to downgrade was a bit unclear, but as I concentrated on the phrase, I felt a wash of information flood me. Blinking, I knew suddenly that it indicated the chances that if I worked on a wound, I could make it less life-threatening, basically. While I couldn't make a minor wound vanish magically, I had a 20% chance of taking an average wound and making it a lot less serious. I nodded to myself in satisfaction and considered the guy before me, who'd been watching me zone out and seemingly read something in the air. "So, has anything weird happened to you since, the world ended?" I asked him cautiously. "Besides being shot by those idiots?" he asked, disbelieving, and I nodded. "No, we've been waiting for the police or the army or whatever to sort things out. What do you mean, the end of the world?" He looked at me fearfully. "Never mind," I said, shaking my head. "Look, we've got to get on, so take whatever you need and take plenty of it. You can't come back here now with that asshole out there." "I'm not a thief," he retorted hotly, and I snorted, shaking my head at him. "Then when the world comes back together, you can come see whoever owns the shop and make things right. Until then, it's your choice of starving if you don't, but either way, not my problem." I turned to Amy. "Amy, I need you to fill a bag with anything you think you'll need for home, okay? Sensible food, please, not just chocolate and shit." With that, I turned away from them both and dove back into the pharmacy section, searching quickly. I grabbed a single packet of everything I could, from condoms to aspirin, dumping them all in a shoulder bag I took off the wall, along with basics like bandages and antiseptic. I figured if I could get the dungeon to clone all this stuff, then I'd be set. Eventually, at least. I moved out to the front and grabbed a pair of giant cans of Red Bull, storing one and popping the top off the other, sighing after a long swig. Damn, I needed that, I muttered to myself, then called over to Amy. Okay, Amy, it's time. We have to move. She just nodded to me, grabbing the last few things she'd wanted and dumping them into a matching shoulder bag. Good luck, man, I called over my shoulder, and the two of us moved out to the door, checked around to make sure it was clear, then jogged out and down the street, Spot running alongside us happily. I let Amy lead the way, down streets that ran parallel to those I'd have taken, but it was her home, so I followed along. After another hour or so, we apparently reached her estate and slowed, tired. We'd been alternately jogging and briskly walking for most of it. I'd hidden my guns again, but the sword was on open display in my hand. The weirdness of the world not worth taking for granted anymore. We soon came to her street and then her house, climbing the handful of steps up to her front door, where she fumbled her keys out. She rushed inside, shouting for her mother. I followed her in, Spot dashing from room to room as I closed the front door and moved into the hallway cautiously. The home was a 3-story one, narrow with high ceilings and a staircase taking up most of the right side of each floor. A living room and kitchen composed the lower floor, both empty. The next floor up had a pair of small bedrooms and a small bathroom, followed by the top floor of a single master bedroom and a large family bathroom. I found Amy crying in the master bedroom, and I knew her mother hadn't been home. I did the only thing I could and knelt next to her, taking her in my arms while she sobbed. As I held her, I looked out of the large bay windows, seeing the tall trees in the distance at the end of the road. She was probably still there, trapped, I assumed, as no mother I knew worth the title would abandon their child, especially for days at a time when the world had basically ended. I sighed as I accepted the choice I'd already had rattling around in the back of my head. I was going to have to get her out. Chapter 16. It took me the better part of an hour to calm Amy down, and considerably longer to convince her that she needed to wait at home while I went out to find her mother. Thankfully, there were dozens of photos of her around the rooms. One entire wall was plastered in smiling pictures of her and a big buff-looking fucker cradling a baby, her and her friends on nights out, and right in the center, a picture of a soldier in full dress uniform. I didn't want to, but I had to. Amy, is this your dad? I asked quietly. She nodded proudly and pointed to several photos of them together. Where is he? He's on the base down south. He's going away again, so they made him go down there, she said with tears in her eyes. He's going away, but he's not gone yet? I asked pointedly. No, he's supposed to be flying tomorrow or the day after, she said, unsure, and I released a worried breath. That's great news, I said, smiling at her reassuringly. That meant he was probably waiting for a flight. If this was really the same across the world, he'd be making his way back home, meaning that if I could get her mom free, they'd be all right. Hell, with a soldier with as many combat ribbons as he was wearing in the photos, he'd probably kick the hell out of the gypsies on his own. I pulled a photo of her mom free from the wall, examining it and burning the face into my memory before slipping it into my back pocket. Alyssa Jefferson, 2017, The Lakeside Lodge, was written on the back, and I nodded to myself, glad I at least had a name now. She had dark hair cut in a pixie bob, high cheekbones, and a narrow chin, with a smile that looked like it was always on display. Great figure, too. Overall, she was beautiful, and that gave me a little hope that if these murdering scumbags had taken her prisoner, she'd be kept, rather than fed to a lion or whatever. I left the medical bag in the lounge, eating some of the food I'd looted. There wasn't much that was quick and easy, but dried jerky washed down with energy drinks would do. I made Amy promise to stay inside, safe, and I set off walking to the park. I jogged down the street, hiding in a garden and waiting for 10 minutes. I watched her front door intently until I was sure she'd actually listened and stayed behind, before I relaxed and moved on. Crossing the road and weaving between parked cars, it took a few blocks of scurrying along before getting my first good look at the park in the daylight. Someone had clearly looted the hardware store nearby, as the high metal fence that ringed the park had been supplemented with wooden boards, and there were clear signs of a wall being built as I moved closer. The usual arched gates that allowed entry into the park had been sealed up tight, and a platform had been constructed over and behind them. A bored-looking sentry sat atop it, calling out as people walked up. "If you want food, you have to work. No more free handouts. Move to the main gate and see Mickey. If he gives you a job, you'll get fed at the end of the day." He repeated the information in a careless drawl and ignored the questions people called up to him. He glanced over at me, then frowned, standing up. "Hey, you!" I stopped, looking up at him, still unsure what my play was going to be here. I'd been thinking I'd try to sneak in, search for Amy's mom, and then escape with her, but even for me, that was a half-assed plan. I'd been planning on a circuit of the park first to see what it looked like. "What?" I called up. "Where'd you get the swords?" He grinned down at me. "From my house," I said, unsure of him. "Chuck them up. Let me have a look," he ordered. "No," I said flatly, knowing I'd never get them back. "Hey, asshole, I told you to toss them up," he growled, his attitude changing immediately. "And I told you no," I replied. "Why the hell would I give you my swords?" "It's like that, is it?" he said, glaring at me. "Fine. Whoever gets me his swords gets a bag of food," he called out loud, pointing at me. I froze as the dozen or so hungry-looking people up and down the street turned their focus from him to me. One man started moving straight for me, grim-faced. "Sorry, pal, but I've got kids to feed," he explained, cracking his knuckles threateningly. "You don't want to do this," I warned him, drawing the wooden sword and pointing it at him. "Maybe not, but I'm going to do it anyway." He set his jaw, spat on the ground, and lifted his fists in a boxer stance. "Go on there," the asshole guard called down, gritting at the rapidly unfurling tableau. Two other men and a woman were hurrying over towards me, and I swore. This plan had gone to shit even faster than my normal ones did, and that was saying something. "Oh, fuck this," I said, shaking my head. I could try to run, I could fight, or I could win. The last option required doing what nobody expected and going balls to the wall. I started to spin my sword with my right hand, rolling my wrist to keep the blade in constant movement as I reached into my top. Wrapping my left hand around the grip of the gun, I flicked the safety off as I pulled it free, slashing the sword hard across the closing man's braced forearms and drawing a grunt of pain from him. He started to crouch, readying himself to jump at me, when his eyes widened at the sight of my handgun, and he quickly started backpedaling. I turned, looking up at the guard, who until now had been grinning down at me. The distance between us was less than 10 feet, but considering my inexplicably amazing shot so far, I paused as I lined the gun up, just long enough to see the shock and horror on his face as I pulled the trigger once. The bullet took him high in the chest, sending him staggering back. An old rifle dropped from nerveless fingers as he fell out of sight, and I spun around, making sure. Those nearby were backing away as quickly as they could, and I nodded to myself in satisfaction, even as my stomach roiled at killing another person. Again. I flicked the safety on, sheathed my sword, and ran at the barrier. Jumping and kicking off it, I grabbed onto the ornamental scroll work of the arch and pulled myself up, then clambered quickly over the top and onto the guard post. The man I'd shot was lying on the grass behind the gate, 10 feet or so away from where I crouched. He'd landed badly and was coughing up blood, the hole in his chest spurting out even more as he tried to cover it with both hands. Glancing to either side, I couldn't see anyone else, but I discovered a bag full of groceries up here where he'd been, and a bottle of whiskey. I grabbed the groceries and dumped them over the far side, where people could get to them, and hefted the rifle warningly as I called down to them. "I'm going to be here for a while. Any of you fuckers try to climb the fence or go warn the other guards and you die. Got it? Behave, and that food down there is yours." There was a long moment of silence before the man who'd attacked me came out from behind a car. I can have the food? He asked cautiously. Yeah, you can have the food, I replied, then grinned as a thought occurred to me. And if you'll guard the gate from anyone else trying to climb over, I'll give you another bag when I leave. One-time offer. Deal, he growled, shouting across the street toward a second man hiding behind another car. Carl, take this back to your mom. Tell her there'll be more, and I'll be back soon. He strolled over to the gate and took up station, glaring at anyone who came near, as his companion ran over, grabbed the bag, and ran off down the street. I noticed 2 other men set off in pursuit of Carl, but I dismissed it. I couldn't help everyone, and he'd either be okay or he wouldn't. I'd agreed to help a little girl, and that was enough stress for me. I checked the area again, making sure I wasn't getting snuck up on, and pulled up the flashing notifications. Congratulations, you have defeated 2 opponents classed as Lesser Gassed. Lesser Gas Level 1, you're Level 4, XP awarded 300. XP awarded on second kill has been halved due to dungeon creatures killing it at your direction. Congratulations, you have defeated 2 opponents classed as Looter. Looter Level 0, you're Level 4, XP awarded 50. Quest: a daring rescue. You have agreed to not only find Amy's mother but also rescue her. Remember, words have consequences. Rescue Alyssa and return her to her daughter. +1 to top 3 attributes used, +1 skill point to allocate, 400 XP. Note, rewards have been increased on this quest due to level of difficulty. You have reached level 5. You receive 5 stat points to invest in your attributes and gain access to your first choice. Who will you be? You have reached your first choice. You must choose a path to follow. Many creatures have chosen the safest path, but among those neglected are opportunities denied to many. Choose wisely, as this choice cannot be undone. Due to your actions so far, 3 standard and 1 rare path have been unlocked. Adventure. The adventurer is ubiquitous across the multiverse. Every evolved world has a name for these brave and excessively foolhardy individuals, but they all boil down to the same: idiots for hire. Adventurers make a living delving the dungeons, exploring the unknown, and facing the creatures of the night. As such, they gain the following one-off bonuses: +2 to strength, +2 to constitution, +1 stat of your choice, +1 class skill point. Arcanist. Arcanists are the welders of mana and knowledge in the multiverse, searching out power wherever it can be found and seeking to grow their knowledge above all else. They gain the following one-off bonuses: +2 to intelligence, +2 to wisdom, +1 spell, +1 class skill point. Healer. Healers are everyone's favorite people. No matter where you go, they are in demand, and the multiverse is no different. Healers gain the following one-off bonuses: +2 to intelligence, +2 to dexterity, +2 class skill points. Rare class. Dungeon Lord. Dungeon Lords are whispered of, rumored, and often legendary figures, as much revered as reviled depending on who is speaking. This class controls the vitally important dungeons of the multiverse, and depending on their choices, they rise to either slaughter millions or uplift entire civilizations. Dungeon Lords gain the following one-off bonuses: +2 spells, +2 class skill points, +1 personal pet. I read and reread the details before shrugging and selecting the bloody obvious choice of Dungeon Lord. As soon as I chose it, I was greeted with another series of screens. Congratulations, Dungeon Lord. You have 2 times spells to select and 3 times class skill points to assign, along with a personal pet to select. You have gained your first dungeon power: Forced Evolution. Forced Evolution. You may forcibly evolve a dungeon species of your choice. Depending on the mana invested, this species could evolve in new and interesting ways. Beware, this will evolve the base species in a new direction, removing the original version until a new one is scanned and made available to the dungeon. Not all evolutions are worthy of continuation. Do you wish to select your choices now? Yes, no. Not even a slight hesitation. I wanted them right goddamn now, for sure. Spells. Summon familiar/pet. Summon your familiar or pet directly to your side regardless of your location. Incinerate. Cast a blast of terrible heat at a target, achieving up to 1,000 degrees of heat in a single location. Note, this spell has lessening effects depending on the area covered and ranks from 0, 10 centimeters, to 5, 1,000 centimeters. Winter's Heart. Cast a blade of terrible cold at a target, achieving up to negative 200 degrees of cold in a single location. Note, this spell has lessening effects depending on the area covered and ranks from 0, 10 centimeters, to 5, 1,000 centimeters. Tame. Tame a creature, adding it to your dungeon lists. Intimidate. You fix your target with your terrible glare and demand they agree to your terms. This spell ranks in levels from 0, weird, to 5, nightmare. Examine. This spell allows the nascent dungeon lord to divine details about a target that are hidden from the eyes of most mortals. This skill ranks in levels from 0, curious, to 5, all-knowing. Summon Golem. Summon an earthen golem to do your bidding. Note, this spell will summon a golem depending on your ability, and ranks from 0, 100 centimeters high, to 5, 10,000 centimeters high. Lightning Bolt. Cast a blast of lightning at your target, stunning and possibly frying them with the power of electricity. Note, this spell has lessening effects depending on the area traveled and ranks from 0, 50,000 volts, to 5, 150,000 millivolts. Class skills. Imbue. You may choose to give freely of your own mana pool to imbue an item or creature of the dungeon with magic. This ability can fail, and spectacularly so. However, creations of wondrous might can also be brought into being. Be wary. Monster Master. No longer do the creatures of the dungeon view you with apathy or irritation when you pass by. Now they are devoted to you. The skill ranks in levels from 0, interested, to 5, worshipful. Breeder. Your breeding dens are no longer the exclusive places they were. Want gnolls and goblins to get it on? This is how that happens, as well as all the craziness that will ensue. Crafter's Potential. Random sentient dungeon creatures will now have a chance to be struck by inspiration, driving them to learn to create. These crafters will be capable of designing items in very specific ways. Leatherworkers will, for example, be far less useful if only permitted to work with metal and may rebel. This skill ranks in levels from 0, botched, to 5, legendary. Pets. Your sentient dungeon inhabitants can gather and breed pets. Beware, certain species' choices of pets are not for the faint-hearted. This skill ranks in level from 0, vermin, to 5, magical creatures. Insatiable Curiosity. Random sentient dungeon creatures will now have the chance to be spawned with an insatiable curiosity. These creatures can be put to work in your research nodes to increase research by a staggering degree. This skill ranks in levels from 0, incompetent, to 5, genius. Mana Field. Your dungeon's mana field will now passively expand at 10% more than the previous rate, enabling greater growth in a shorter period of time. This skill ranks in levels from 0, restricted, to 5, expansive. Reach out and touch me. Your dungeon is no longer only controllable when you are within its own environs. Now you can interact with it at increasing distances. This skill ranks in levels from 0, local, to 5, interstellar. Personal Pet. You may select a pet to assist you in and out of your dungeon. 4 variations of pet are available due to your skill level, location, and inclinations. Canine. Canines are often referred to as man's best friend due to their long-standing relationship with humanity. While not outstanding in any area, they are the pet average, with abilities that are useful in many areas. Dragonkin. Dragons are the most fearsome creatures to naturally reproduce in the multiverse, and as such are almost impossible to tame. They are also, however, almost uncontrollably horny, and as such, many tens of thousands of versions of dragonkin exist. Insectoids. Insectoids are the evolutionary winners on many planets, their wide variety of forms finding niches to survive that many would find unbelievable. Sentient insectoids are often considered blasphemy by many races, mainly because they react differently to other, weaker life forms. Automata. Automata are creatures that are created from inorganic materials and imbued with a basic level of sentience. Instead of gaining strength through leveling, they are upgraded and can rank in sizes from 0, small, to 5, continental. I remained crouching on the platform for long minutes, reading over and over the options, before I blinked and remembered what I was doing and, more importantly, where I was. These options were vital to me, but I needed them all, and god damn it, I needed them all now. Okay, spells, I've got 2. Let's sort that now really quick, I muttered to myself. Summoning a pet was out. As cool as it was, it'd only be a case of resummoning if it died, right? Well, regardless, I needed something that would be useful now, so I left that. A golem would be cool, but at a meter high, it would be too big to be stealthy and too small to be useful at the moment, so nope. Examine. Yeah, that I was gonna need. There was too much going on right now that I had no clue about, so something that could make things clearer was needed. I selected that and continued on. Intimidate was a no. If it just started off making them think I was weird, I was already weird enough. That left me with 3 fighting options and tame. Normally, I'd have ignored tame as well, but after that incident with the tiger in that cage, I had a new appreciation for just how fucking terrifying they were. If I could reach the cages and tame one or more, then set them free? Alternatively, the 3 attack spells were all awesome for different reasons. Heat? Yup. Cook some fucker, that'd be useful. Cold? Yeah, I could see that. Freeze people in place with that kind of cold, and then I can just stroll on by. These 2 were AoE, or Area of Effect spells, so I could scale the target area up or down depending on need, while Lightning Bolt, that was a single target affair. On the upside, I was willing to bet it was more useful, as I vaguely remembered that police tasers were around the 50,000 volt mark. That meant even from first getting it, I could stun someone, making it a more silent and targeted approach. I considered it for a long minute, watching the area to make sure nobody was sneaking up on me, before finally deciding that I needed to be as effective as possible. Tame was cool, but if I couldn't reach the animals, it didn't matter. I picked Incinerate, guessing that I'd have more use for that, mainly because a smaller area reaching insane temperatures would be easier to hide than an arc of lightning shooting from my fingers like I was a withered old emperor kicking ass. Shame, though. Hopefully I'll be able to pick more later on. I moved onto the dungeon class skills. I had 3, and it was an easier choice all around. I dismissed breeder, pets, and reach out and touch me straight away. They'd be useful, but not as much as others. Imbue was a given, held to the yes. I chose that and dismissed mana field. I needed that, but again, not as much as others. Insatiable curiosity was a yes, even though I only really had the dumbest creatures for now. That meant I needed Monster Master as well, as there was no point in creating the creatures if they'd ignore my commands. Again, I hoped I'd get another chance later on to choose more. Pets was a no-brainer. As much as I love dogs, and dragonkin would be cool, automata sounded friggin' awesome. Insectoids didn't get a look in. I chose the automata and was offered the chance to disassemble something to provide the base components for my pet. Looking around, I couldn't see anything useful, so I just left the option available and dismissed the prompts for the moment, gripping the edge of the wooden barrier next to me in white-knuckled hands as a terrible burning filled my veins. The sensation passed as quickly as it had come, leaving me gasping as I sagged to all fours. I could feel the knowledge of the spells in my mind now, like I'd always known them, having only locked them away. I knew that Incinerate was simply exciting the atoms of my target, causing them to vibrate in ways new and unusual. The vibration would generate energy in the form of heat, energy that wanted to escape. All I had to do was designate the target and reach out with my mana, sinking it into the elementary particles of said target, and watch the world burn. Examine was different. While once again I sank my mana into whatever I was looking at, as it permeated the target, I would gain an insight, learning more the longer I held it. If I maintained it for prolonged periods, I would slowly gain insights into its past, its present, and its potential. My mana was easy to use, I suddenly found, simple patterns being all I needed to follow to have the required effects come to pass. Releasing the mana was like relaxing my butthole after a particularly nasty curry. What was held inside just wanted to get out. I reached out to the plank of wood under my right hand and poured mana into it, twisting my fingers in a pattern that directed the flow unconsciously. Wooden plank. Item. This wooden plank has been hammered and nailed into part of a rough structure. Unseasoned and soft as it is likely to fail before the end of the year. Durability, 7 out of 10. Special features, 0 out of 0. Cool, I murmured, then checked my mana. It was currently at 180 of 200, so that small use had cost me 20 mana. Feck. I shrugged and looked around a final time before climbing down and heading into the woods that surrounded the path. I planned to find a chance to test the incinerate spell as well, but for now, I needed to get hidden. I crept through the bushes, thankful that at this time of year they were thick enough to cover me without being full of fallen leaves. I worked my way from shrub to tree to bush until I reached the edge of the small boating lake and checked the area. The park had changed dramatically from the way I'd last seen it in daylight a few months ago, and in the dark the other night I'd been unable to make anything out. The gypsies and what looked like others had set up a large tent in the middle of the main field, surrounding it with their caravans and bigger vehicles. Even now a handful of people were visible, hammering sheets of wood into rough walls to surround the impromptu structure. Even as large as their camp was, it wasn't big enough to take up the majority of the field, as the space was over 300 meters in length. As I watched, I noticed that there were another 20 or 30 people working in a fenced-off area adjacent to the camp, planting and digging. They're setting up to grow crops, I muttered to myself, nodding in grudging admiration. The area they'd fenced in could conceivably feed hundreds, depending on what they chose to grow. For a second, I wondered if it had all been a mistake, or... Then I saw a man walking past the edge of the water, a shotgun in his hand, and a tired, bedraggled group of men following him, staggering as they went. I swore silently as I saw the state of the other men, and I set off, following them easily through the trees. The entire group was clearly physically exhausted, and judging from the way they walked, heads lowered, feet not lifting from the ground, shoulders slumped, they were mentally broken as well. We went maybe 100 meters, with me sprinting from cover when need be, before they reached a large building which I vaguely remembered had been a petting zoo or something of the sort for kids. Now it had been heavily altered, and the large cages at the back were suddenly holding people who were clearly filthy, dispirited, and hungry. There was a canteen line, and as I continued to watch, the group I'd been following was led up, bowls were handed out, and a thin gruel portioned into each before the men were locked away in the cages. The man who'd been directing them sneered as he walked away, spitting into the cauldron of gruel as he passed, much to the laughter of another man who sat nearby. I noticed they ate from a much smaller but clearly better quality pot, and I felt my anger simmering higher. I'd not been mistaken, and my worst fears were coming true. Not only did I now know they were actively slaving, but they were also transforming the park into an armed camp. Amy's missing mother wasn't in sight, but that wasn't saying much. There were easily dozens of people in the cages, eating what I assumed was their midday meal. I'd passed areas where the trees had been cut down, where the play park was in the process of being torn up, and bowling greens had been turned into grazing greens for their horses, so I could only assume that this wasn't a short-term plan developing before my eyes. These people were here to stay, and they were clearly not going to be good for the area. I had a rifle with 3 bullets, 2 handguns with a total of 16 bullets between them, 2 swords that were deliberately blunted, and an incinerate spell, which I had no idea how much it cost to cast. Well, let's find out, I growled under my breath as I watched another man walk up and say something to a woman in the cage. She looked shocked and disgusted, and he laughed and walked away, calling over his shoulder to her. "You'll soon change your mind." Not fucking likely, pal. I muttered, setting the rifle down and concentrating. I held out my right hand, aiming carefully and focusing on the power of the spell as much as I could. I felt my fingers twisting, the knowledge of the spell flowing through me as I focused on exciting the atoms of a particular area to shift, then to vibrate and shake. The guard staggered, his hands going to his crotch before screaming, his cry rising from a surprised grunt to a high-pitched wail that lasted seconds as everything around the area suddenly charred black, the center glowing with ruby-red light. He collapsed to the floor, dead, as his clothes burst into flames. The body curled up as muscles contracted, fats hissing and popping, and the sickeningly sweet smell of burning meat filled the air. There was a silence for a handful of seconds as the other two men slowly, cautiously rose to their feet, looking shocked. Did you see that?" The man who'd led the slaves up asked the other hesitantly, lifting his shotgun and hunting around. I swallowed hard, trying not to be sick where I crouched in the bushes. A powerful headache was flaring, and I checked my mana, groaning softly when I saw that it sat at 93 of 200. Given my regeneration of 100 points an hour, that gave me a cost of 100 per casting, and I just emptied my mana pool by half with a single spell. I suddenly wished I'd chosen the lightning bolt, as I guessed it might have had a lower cost or at least a less gruesome outcome than the greasy burnt smell that was filling the clearing. "What did you do?" The man who'd been guarding the slaves snapped at the woman in the cage, stalking forward, lifting a handgun and pointing it at her. "What did you do to him?" He bellowed in fury, and I blanched, realizing I had no time to reconsider. I lifted the rifle, aiming at his back and closing one eye and sighting down the barrel. He grabbed the bars of the makeshift cage and shoved the gun through them, pointing it at her face as the other three in her cage backed away quickly. "Don't be stupid, Sam," the other man called to him, facing out instead and searching the area. "It's got to be one of those creatures," he snarled, his shotgun up and braced against his shoulder as he searched. The twin barrels flicked from side to side, while he shouted out as loud as he could in the direction of the old Gothic mansion in the center of the park. "Help! We're under... Look!" His scream was cut off as I switched my aim, pulling the trigger as soon as I had it lined up on him, desperate to not let him shout any more. The bullet took him in the stomach, knocking him from his feet and sending him rolling. His shotgun discharged wildly into the air, and the twin gunshots sent birds bursting from nearby trees. "What the—" the other man screamed in surprise, twisting around and lining his handgun up on the approximate area he'd heard my gunshot come from. He squeezed off 2 shots, one missing completely, the second tearing a branch from the bush I was hidden in. I jerked the rifle toward him, pulling the charging lever back and forward before firing at him. My shot flying wide, slamming into the head of a man standing up behind him in a cage. "Fuck!" I cursed, dropping the rifle. It was just too unwieldy in the tight confines of the bush. I drew both handguns and fired with them both, realizing as my intended target dove to the side and I completely missed that it was true what they said. 2-gun mojo was bullshit. Adjusting my very impromptu plan, I pointed with the right, fired, and hit him in the chest. The bullet impacted high on his left side, slamming him back into the floor. I wasted no time in shooting him again with the left gun, this time in the head, as I marched out of the forest, making sure he was dead. I moved to the other man, doing the same again, clamping down hard on my stomach as brains and blood splattered across the pavement. The people in the cages were screaming, a mixture of panic and hope, as some begged me to let them free and others cursed at me for my misaimed shot, or cried in fear that the unknown would be worse than their current lot in life. "Shut it!" I snapped at them, gesturing in anger. As I was holding a gun in either hand, they complied quickly, and I cursed again as I heard shouts in the distance. I rushed forward, roughly searching the nearest corpse, grabbing the shotgun and 2 shells for it. Buckshot, I guessed. I pocketed one after snapping the shotgun open and reloading the other barrel. I grabbed the other handgun from the floor, ejected the clip, and found 4 bullets. Since it was identical to one of mine, I dumped the gun and pocketed the clip for later. Knowing I didn't have much time left, I rushed to the nearest cage, searching the group, then moved to the next and the next. Panic started to rise at the incoming shouts and running feet that drew closer before I checked the final cage, finding plenty of desperate faces but no sign of Amy's mom, despite me taking the time to be sure she hadn't just been out of sight, as I'd been hoping. I swore, ducking into the narrow gap between the nearest cage and a large tree trunk as 2 more guards appeared. The first missed me crouching there, but the second didn't, aided by one of the dead slave's friends pointing frantically at me. He twisted, firing his shotgun roughly in my direction from the hip, spraying the caged slaves more than me. Cursing, I ducked, grunting as hot pain tore through my left cheek when a single pellet ricocheted to find my flesh. I thrust my left gun out, firing twice in rapid succession, missing entirely, but making them dive aside as I sprinted free, heading back the way they had come, toward the big house. This is such a stupid idea, I growled to myself, the sound of running feet alerting me to the next thug as he rounded the corner just in time to take a bullet to the face. He hurtled backward, blood spraying, dead before he hit the floor, even as I fired blindly behind me, trying to keep the other 2 back. I had the shotgun in my right hand now, handgun in the left, swords on either shoulder, a handgun in my belt, 2 half-filled clips, and a building desperate fury to do something about all this shit. The man I just shot had been carrying a baseball bat, and I ignored it as I ran around the corner he'd so recently cleared. I barely noticed the short, well-maintained borders of the flower beds on either side of the path leading up to the house, my attention arrested by the man standing stock-still in the middle of the path. A much more expensive and clearly better quality rifle was being aimed steadily at my face. I dove to the side. His first shot tore through the air an inch from my face, his second slamming into the hilt of my wooden sword as I hit the ground and rolled. The pommel shattered, splinters flying, but it deflected the bullet enough that the projectile hit pavement rather than me, and I rolled again, firing the shotgun one-handed in his direction. His gun was a weapon of precision death. Mine was more of to whom it may concern, as I clearly caught my finger on both triggers rather than just one. The cloud of buckshot in the left barrel sprayed outwards, while the bird shot in the right turned the air into what I imagined a tiny claymore might when triggered. The angle, distance, and my rolling saved my target from being entirely shredded, but his left leg was blown apart, sending him screaming to the floor, a third bullet tearing into the trees to my left. I scrambled to my feet, dropping the shotgun and rushing forwards. I shot him in the back as he rolled on the floor, reaching for his injured leg, then ripped the rifle free of his grasping hand. Before I could search for any ammo, though, I staggered to the right, a bullet slamming into my left shoulder and spinning me around to see the other 2 had cleared the corner. 2 more bullets flew after me as I dodged, zigging and zagging, heading straight for the house, until the door opened wide and a man walked out with a second rifle similar to the one I now held pointed at my chest. "Stop right there," he snarled, and I hesitated, swearing and lowering the rifle at another man's gesture as 2 more, then 3 stepped out of the house, taking up places on a small balcony and a veranda to the right. The horse panting and low growling coming from behind me let me know that the other 2 had closed the distance as well. And my FPS experience had come to an end. Damn. Good run, though, I thought as I dropped the rifle to the floor. Chapter 17. "Just who the ever-living fuck do you think you are?" The man who I'd tentatively named Mr. Mustache in my head growled at me, punching me in the gut. I coughed and wheezed, hunching over as best I could. Blood dripped from my broken lips and nose to join the mess of blood that covered me now. I'd been dragged into the house, stripped of all my weapons and tied to a low old chair that I vaguely recognized as a period piece from the Victorian era from the one time an ex had dragged me around the building. I had no idea why that detail had stuck with me, beyond the fact that I'd probably been considering screwing her in it at some point. I tried to pull my arms free, and for easily the 10th time, the handcuffs rattled as the ancient oak of the chair resisted me easily. No easy escape for me this time, I knew. As the owner of possibly the most untrustworthy facial hair in the world screamed in my ear at drum-rupturing volumes again, I jerked my head back up sharply, feeling his nose crunch as he staggered backwards. "Motherfuck!" he cried, staggering back and bringing both hands to his face as the other two men started forward to grab me. One, seeing his friend reeling, punched me in the face, while the other swung his cricket bat at my left leg. I grunted, then screamed, as first one, then both hits landed, before being kicked in the face and falling backwards, still chained to the chair, by Mr. Mustache. My head slammed into the stone slab floor with a resounding crack, and I lost consciousness, my last sight being the incoming steel toe caps of one of the men. I came to a few minutes later when a bucket of cold water, presumably from the lake, was poured over me, and I blinked and looked around in confusion. My right eye had swollen shut, and my lips felt like a filler job had gone very, very wrong. "What?" I managed to get out before Mustache grabbed my head and yanked it back, glaring into my eyes. "You're gonna tell me everything, boy. Who you are, why you're here, all of it. Because when the king gets back, he's going to want to know, and I'm not going to be the one who couldn't tell him." He stepped back and gestured to his friend, who stood off to one side, blowing into the holes on the side of a charcoal brazier. The glow of the charcoal grew steadily brighter as I watched with rising horror, and when I looked back at Mustache, he was grinning at me. "I've always wanted an excuse to do this, so thanks for that." He pointed to a metal waste paper bin and a pair of small white rats in a cage nearby. "You see those?" he asked, waiting until I looked back at him. "Normally we'd use the bigger, really feral kind, but I want you to last long enough to actually answer, so here's what we're going to do." Oh, this is going to be fun," his friend chortled, and I looked from him to Mustache in confusion. "We're gonna put you on your back again. Then we're gonna put the rats in the metal bin and strap it to your chest. Then the coals go on the top, and we keep piling them on until the bin glows red. The rats have two choices then, you see. The open end of the bin is against your skin, so they can either stay there and cook to death, or they can eat me." I finished thickly through bloody lips as I realized what he was saying. "Well, you're a bright one, ain't you?" he smirked, leaning in and stroking the tips of his fucking stupid-looking mustache. The damn thing looked like he'd gone for a full beard, then forgot and shaved the bottom half off, styling the remainder into a cross between a handlebar style and the Fu Manchu. It screamed kitty fiddler as soon as I saw it, and he really wasn't doing anything to disabuse me of the notion. "I'm gonna kill you. Just so you know that," I whispered, staring coldly at him. "And generations of little kitties will say my name in their prayers because of it." He punched me in the face, then tipped me over again, my head banging off the stone. Snarling, he spat on me before roughly tearing my top open. He dumped the pair of small white rats into the metal bucket, then upturned it and slammed it down on my chest, making me wheeze in pain as broken ribs shifted. "You think you're funny, pal?" he growled to me while his friend started using duct tape to attach the bin to my chest. I could feel the tiny paws rushing around inside the bin, and I glared at him, ready to cast my incinerate spell and just hoping it'd work fine, when one of the other two men stepped up and said something to Mustache quietly. "Here? What, she's fine," he snapped back at the lackey before turning to the other one. "Stay here. Watch the fucker, and make sure he doesn't do anything. One call, that's it." He held a finger up in warning, storming from the room, the man who'd spoken following him out. I waited on my back for an indeterminate length of time before the final man in the room slowly walked over, waving a glowing red coal in front of my eyes with some tongs. "Let's just give you a little taste, eh?" he whispered, drawing it slowly across my cheek. I screamed as it burned the skin, a hissing noise filling my head. I glared furiously at him as he stepped back. I'd been planning on holding the spell until I could get Mustache, hopefully when there was just him and me in the room, but fuck that. "You look like you want to tell me something," he whispered, letting out a little giggle and reaching out with the coal again. "Oh, I fucking do," I snarled. "Incinerate." I didn't need to say it, but it really, really helped as I poured mana into the spell form I wanted. My eyes blazed as I focused the spell on his head. He blinked, his mouth dropping open slightly, before steam burst from his eye sockets and popping and crackling noises filled the room. His corpse collapsed to the floor, twitching and thrashing, the hair blazing like a torch as smoke billowed up, making me cough again. He'd knocked the brazier over at some point as he'd fallen from my sight. I looked around frantically, trying to figure a way out of the restraints. The room was clearly an impromptu storage area. Dozens of computers, copper pans, and random stuff which I guessed had once decorated the walls filled the room, but I could see nothing useful. I checked my mana, finding I had regenerated 60 points, giving me a total of 53 now that I'd used another 100, and I racked my brain trying to figure a way out. I checked my flashing notifications, skimming past the death site meted out, and realized that I had 5 points left to assign. Maybe I could up my strength enough that I froze, seeing the prompt I'd left for later. "Do you wish to create your automata pet now? Yes, no." "Oh, yes, I fucking do," I whispered to myself, a feral grin spreading across my lips in the darkness. Immediately, a wireframe box appeared in my vision, and I found I could manipulate it, shrinking and growing it in size to cover different items in the room. I dragged it to its biggest size with my mind and placed it over the pile of computers, pots and pans, and random junk. It flashed for a few seconds before more text appeared. "Assessing. Please wait. Technology limited to bronze. Stone, wood, unrefined materials, and bronze amalgamations are the current limit for your automata. Scanning. Copper, zinc, tin, wood, stone found at acceptable levels. Neural pathway potential examined and found acceptable. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, no." "Well, let's see. I'm strapped to a chair, about to be tortured to death. Maybe I should wait," I muttered sarcastically. "Proceed. Please choose automata physical form from the following: avian, canine, insectoid, canine!" I snapped before I could finish listing all the options. I could hear the sound of footsteps echoing in the distance as people started walking down the stairs and into the corridor, presumably heading towards me. Canine form accepted. Commencing build. Piles of random gear was ripped from the walls by a localized gravitational field, dragging parts into the darkness and melting, restructuring, and redesigning with a cracking, hissing noise. Sounds like bones being broken echoed around the room, then electrical shorting and fizzing before the pile of random components started compressing down, plastics being discarded as the automata steadily built itself. I was staring at the shifting pile, frantically hoping it'd be done in time, when the door opened with a boom, and a barrage of noise assaulted me. I tried to look towards the door, laid on my back and strapped to the chair as I was, but couldn't see anything. There was a collective intake of air as they saw the state of my thoroughly cooked captor, before snarling questions were hurled at me. "What the hell happened?" demanded Mustache, the first to move into my field of vision, and I glared up at him. Looking back into the darkness, I couldn't see my automata at all anymore, just a jumble of discarded parts, and I felt a spike of fear that it may have abandoned me. "I said, what happened?" Mustache cried again, kicking me in the side of the head. I grunted, and a second voice called out, one that was much more familiar. "Stop it, please. There'd be no need for this. There must have been a reason he attacked us." Hannah interrupted softly, looking down at me. I felt hands pull my chair upright, and she crouched before me, smiling sadly and reaching out to stroke my cheek. "Please, mate, we don't want to hurt you. We just need to know what happened to our friend and why you attacked us. Are there more out there? Please, dinna make me leave you with these men. I'd rather help you, but—" "Mumble, mumble, mumble," I said, hanging my head low. Huh? She asked, lifting my chin gently and moving closer as Mustache started to speak up. I wouldn't get too close, he started to say, just as I yanked my head back and nutted her. She fell to the floor with a cry, swearing and clutching at her nose as blood leaked out between her fingers. I said, get fucked, Hannah. I snarled at her, and her eyes widened as she finally saw past the new swelling and injuries to recognize me. Matt? She asked incredulously. Be that you? She pulled her hand back, staring at the blood on her fingers, then snorted and spat a bloody wad onto the floor before glaring at me. Fine. So playing nice to no work. That's all right. Nasty's more fun anyway, she snarled, hauling herself up and punching me in the face. Now, where the fuck did you go? What are you doing here? And where's Keith? She didn't even wait for an answer before punching me again. A light started to flash in my vision, and I selected it, grinning as I read the text that was clear as day despite the rest of my vision being blurry now. Automata construction is at 76%. Systems online. Designation? Jack, I said with a grin, thinking of a dog I'd loved as a kid. What's that? She asked, and I ignored her, reading the next line. Designation Jack accepted. Primary combat systems are now being prioritized due to situation, current status, mobility 74%, internals 96%, combat 58%. Estimated time to completion 4 minutes 58 seconds. You really want to know? I asked her, figuring I needed to buy all the time I could while I pulled up my stats quickly, allocating my remaining 5 points. I wanted to up my agility, but that was useless when strapped to a chair. Only 3 things could help right now. Strength to pull myself free, charisma to charm my way out, or wisdom to boost my mana regeneration and maybe let me pull another incinerate out of the bag. I tested the chair, finding it was too solid, with not even a creak in response as I pulled, so I dismissed strength. I didn't like relying on charisma. If it was just one-on-one, maybe, but there were 4 of them. With no other logical choice, I put all 5 points into wisdom, stiffening as the changes took effect, then shaking my head from side to side as new connections were made, my brain feeling like it had been stabbed with hot needles. I started to relax as a punch hit me in the jaw, stunning me again. You think this is a wee game? Is that it? Hannah snarled at me. I remember you pissing yourself in the cage with Simo. You want to go back? Be that it? A deal, I offered, glaring up at her through swollen eyes and lips. I'll do you a deal. In my back pocket, there's a photo of Alyssa. She's here somewhere. Bring her here, and I'll tell you everything. She roughly searched me, pulling the picture out and shrugging as she looked it over. Never seen her before, she said, passing the photo to another of the group. It wasn't until it reached Mustache that he nodded in recognition. Northfield. She didn't want to warm any man's bed, she said, so she was sent there till she learns her place. Her place? Hannah growled, backhanding Mustache hard. Her rings tore 3 lines in his cheek as he staggered backwards. Her place is wherever she wants it to be, and don't you forget it. A woman ain't just useful to you for sex, you fucking idiot. I'm twice the shot you are. I lead half the hunting parties, but you're saying I'm just good for a tumble? That what you're saying? She snarled at him, and he frantically shook his head. No, I just meant she didn't have any other skills. She wasn't one of us. We couldn't trust her, he babbled, and she made as if to hit him again, making him flinch back. She a free worker? She asked, and he shook his head. A slave, then? Ah, fuck it. Go get her and be quick. He rushed out of the room as she turned to me, arching her eyebrow as I sagged in relief. Who's she to you? She asked. Nobody. I've never met her before, I said, and she glared at me. Huh? So what? You thought she looked pretty, and you come free her? She scoffed, and I grinned at her before coughing and spitting blood onto the floor to join the mess. Nope, her daughter was starving and roaming the streets looking for her. You fucking animals abandoned a child to die because you wanted a pretty slave. Kinda proves all your talk about helping people is bullshit, doesn't it? There was a pause in the room as she glared at me, before she looked at the others, then back to me, then shrugged. Shame and all, but we don't need kids here. Only so much food to go round, you see. Now she's being brought here, so talk. Where's Keith? And what the fuck happened to this asshole? She asked, kicking the corpse on the floor. Well, Mr. Toasty there was a victim of spontaneous combustion. Weirdest thing I ever saw. Seems he was gonna try to cook the rats in here, I said, arcing my back a bit to lift the bin upright and shaking it slightly, making the residents squeak in protest. In the hope that they'd eat me and I'd give up all my secrets. Things is, it seems the gods disapproved. I grinned, checking my mana. Since I'd dropped the 5 points into it, the regeneration rate had gone up to 150 points an hour. A quick bit of mental math gave me 2.5 points per minute. I'd had 53 points left, and in the minute since I'd cooked that fool, it had risen to 60. Then I'd upped my wisdom, and now it was at 65. 14 minutes was all I needed, and my automata, Jack, was nearly complete. I caught a faint movement in the darkness of the room behind them to the side of the door, and knew it was him. Bullshit, Hannah said, eyeing the brazier. So you're saying that if I try that, I'll die? She quirked one eyebrow in question. Oh, you'll die, I said, smiling. Believe me on that if not anything else, Hannah. You're fucking dead meat, and so are the rest of your cock-sucking friends, but not straight away. I need to find her, after all. She smiled back at me sweetly, then reached out and placed her foot on my crotch, slowly increasing her weight as she stared into my eyes. That's nice. Now, where the fuck is Keith? She asked me coldly. Bitch, I groaned, glancing up at her. Keith's dead. So's his friend, Fatso, I grunted out, and she leaned in closer, applying more pressure. I don't believe yer, she said flatly. Ain't no way a little pissant like yer would beat Keith in a fight. Gun, I hissed out through gritted teeth, and she let up the pressure slightly. I brought his gun in my pocket. She turned to scan the room, clearly not finding it anywhere, then called to one of the men she'd brought with her. Steve, go see who swiped his gear and bring it down. Tell him I want it all, not just fucking some of it, right? Aye, Hannah, give me a minute, he grumbled, turning and lumbering out the door, leaving me with only her and one companion. I checked my mana, letting out another groan when I saw it had only reached 75. I could risk it, use the examine spell, see if I could find out something useful, or save it, and maybe be able to cook one of them, intimidate the other, but I still needed 25 points, and that was 10 damn minutes. I'd lose a ball long before then, at this rate. Let's try again, all right? Hannah said grimly. So far, you've claimed you killed me favourite fuck toy, said you know naught about the crispy asshole in the corner, and I bet you got naught to say about the dead man outside either. You see why I'm thinking it's time to just off you now? Outside? Oh, you mean the incompetent assholes I shot on the way in? I hissed out, and she leaned back, releasing the pressure on my balls again so that I could speak. One of your lackeys tried to pick a fight with me, so I killed him, then more came running, and I killed them, then I got surrounded, and long story short... There was a long pause as she looked me over. Bullshit. You were shitting yourself in that cage with Simo. Ain't no way you did that. There's just no way, she said eventually, and I grinned at her. What? She asked skeptically. I killed them. Because the thing you fucking assholes seem to have forgotten is that hiding and only fighting when you outnumber someone isn't the only way. There's a better one. And that is? She asked slowly. There's two, actually. I misspoke, I said, forcing a smile. First, there's the ballsy way, the way I did that out there. I sniped your assholes, then just fucking ran at them, grabbed their guns, and used them. Think FPS? FPS? She frowned, confused. Yeah, first-person shooter. Ever wonder why the characters survive, why they kick everyone's ass? Because if you take the risks, you fucking win. You win every time until you don't, and then it doesn't matter because you're dead. Get it? You mean you just ran at him and relied on blind luck? That's a dumb shit's way of doing it. You'll die quick. Yeah, maybe. That's where option 2 comes in, but I'll only tell you that one when I see Alyssa. You'll do what she started to say when a sound from outside the room distracted her, and Steve walked in, a long sports bag in one hand. He set it down on a nearby table and opened it, showing her the guns inside. She moved back, finally removing all the pressure from my balls, and I let out a sigh of relief, checking the time I needed. 6 minutes more. Thank God, she liked to gloat. She rummaged through the guns until she picked up the one I'd taken from Keith, holding it up to the meager light and swearing as she saw details she clearly recognized. She checked through the rest, then pulled a clip out of her pocket and slotted it into the gun, loading it and stepping forward to face me. You really killed him? She demanded in a low growl. I really did. He was in my flat, eating my food, and he'd stolen my fairy. The fairy? She asked, confused. The thing in the crystal? You've got it? I asked her, and she snorted. I had it. Lost it in a card game. What's it worth? You better be shitting me right now, I snapped at her. Nope, lost it 2 nights ago. Martin won it. I glared at her. And am I supposed to guess who that is? I snarled, eliciting a grin from her. The man whose friend you cook there, she said, kicking the corpse's foot before gesturing towards the door. Martin went for your girl. Ah, mustache, I said suddenly, relief filling me. Well, that's something at least. I was always going to kill the ugly bastard, so that's a relief. You're gonna kill him too, are you? How you gonna do that? She asked me, toying with the gun. Considering you're tied to the chair there, and we've got your guns. See, that's another thing you assholes don't get, I said, forcing a smile. I saw it years ago on a movie, can't remember which one it was, but it's so true it's insane. Guns? They're tools, not weapons. Right, she said, looking down at the gun in her hand, then back up at me. They're tools, I repeated. Like a shovel is, or a carving knife. It's not a weapon until it's used as one by an idiot, and you're an idiot, because you use it as a weapon. It's not. So what is it then, smartass? She retorted, and I heard echoing feet stomping down the corridor towards us. I checked the counter, seeing I had less than a minute before I would have enough mana. It was time. It's a tool, I repeated. The reason it's a tool is because I am the weapon. Martin walked into the room, pausing as Hannah burst into laughter and looked from her to me and back again, before shoving Alyssa forward. She staggered and almost fell before moving to stand with her back